So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel Cosmic Harry, and I really welcome all of you to this channel. So today we are going to see a most famous crossover in this channel, which will be Harry Potter x Marvels, but this time there won't be Tony Stark. This time we will see Scarlet Witch. So today's crossover will be Harry Potter x Wanda. What if Scarlet Witch lost everything and found baby Harry Potter and raised him as our Chaos Prince? So if you are new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Also press that bell notification too, so that you can get latest updates from this channel. Now without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
The mountain came down like the sky was falling. Wanda felt it in her bones before she felt it anywhere else, the crack and groan of stone older than civilization, the Darkhold's temple shearing apart as she poured everything she had into its destruction. Every copy, every verse. Every poisoned word that had whispered to her across the multiverse, promising her boys, promising Tommy and Billy, promising a life that was never hers to take. She'd seen their faces. Not the ones she'd stolen from another mother, the real ones in universes where other versions of her held them, loved them, sang them to sleep. And she'd seen what she'd become in the pursuit of that love, a monster wearing grief like armor, so she brought the mountain down. The stones hit her back first, then her shoulders. Then everything was noise and pressure and the taste of blood and old magic, and she thought, good. Let it end, let me end, but chaos magic doesn't die quietly. The Darkhold's destruction sent a shockwave through the dimensional barriers. She could feel them tearing, those thin membranes between worlds that she'd already weakened with her walk across the multiverse. Reality cracked beneath her like ice on a frozen river, and instead of being crushed by 1,000,000,000 tons of rock, she fell through, not down. Through, the space between universes had no name she knew. It wasn't the mirror dimension or the dark dimension or any of the neatly labeled boxes Stephen Strange kept in his mental filing cabinet. It was the gap, the nothing. The place where realities rubbed against each other like tectonic plates, and the friction generated sparks of possibility that never quite became real. She tumbled through it, and it tore at her, not her body. Her body was almost irrelevant here. It tore at herself. Memories peeled away like layers of skin. Pietro's voice calling her name across the compound. Vision's hand on her cheek, cool and impossibly gentle. The weight of Tommy in her left arm and Billy in her right, that first night in Westview when she'd made them from longing and didn't know it yet. She screamed, and chaos magic screamed with her. Red light bleeding from her hands into the void, and the void moved. It shoved her sideways through a barrier she couldn't see, and suddenly there was air and sky and cold October wind and the smell of smoke, and she was falling, actually falling now, the regular kind, the kind that ended with the ground. She hit something. A roof, she realized distantly. Tiles shattering under her, then wood, then plaster. Then a floor that had already been half destroyed before she arrived. Wanda lay in the wreckage and breathed, just breathed. The air tasted like ash and something else, something electric and strange, a kind of energy she'd never encountered before. It was everywhere, saturating the atmosphere like humidity, and her chaos magic reached for it instinctively, tasting it, testing it. Magic, she thought. But not the kind she knew. Not the sorcerer's disciplined channeling of dimensional energy, not the raw chaos that lived in her blood. This was something else entirely. Wilder, more organic. It felt like it grew here, like it was part of the earth and the air and the stones. She pushed herself up on arms that shook badly and looked around. She was in what had been a house. A nice one, once. She could see the ghost of it in the wallpaper that wasn't entirely burned, the remnants of a staircase. A kitchen visible through a collapsed wall with cheerful yellow curtains that had somehow survived whatever had happened here. But something had torn through the building with tremendous force. The upper floor was mostly gone. The walls were cracked and leaning, and there was a feeling in the air that made her skin crawl, a residue of something deeply, fundamentally wrong. Dark magic. The kind that didn't just hurt people, but violated something essential about the way the universe was supposed to work. She'd felt something similar once. In Sokovia, in the moments after the Mind Stone first touched her consciousness and showed her what lived beneath the surface of reality. That feeling of a door being forced open that should have stayed shut, death magic, she realized. Someone had used magic to kill here and recently. The residue was still warm, then she heard the crying. It was faint. A baby's cry, not the full lunged wail of a healthy infant, but the exhausted, hiccuping sobs of a child who'd been screaming for a long time and was running out of strength. Wanda moved before she thought about it. Her legs almost buckled. She was hurt. She registered distantly broken ribs at minimum and something wrong with her left ankle. But the crying pulled her forward through the rubble like a hand on her spine. She climbed over a collapsed beam, pushed through a door that hung from one hinge and found the nursery. The room was destroyed. The crib was overturned. Toys were scattered across the floor, a stuffed stag, a toy broomstick. Blocks with letters that rearranged themselves even now, the lingering magic in them still active. The ceiling was open to the sky, and cold starlight poured in, and in the corner, half buried under a fallen blanket and a piece of wall, was the baby. He was maybe a year old, maybe 15 months. Black hair, startlingly dark against skin that was pale with cold and shock. He was crying with his eyes squeezed shut, fists clenched, and there was blood on his forehead, a cut in a strange shape, jagged like a lightning bolt. Wanda dropped to her knees beside him and pulled the debris away with hands that moved on automatic, years of training and instinct taking over even through the fog of her own pain. She lifted him out carefully, supporting his head the way she'd learned, the way she'd known in Westview. When she'd held Tommy and Billy, the thought hit her like a physical blow, and she almost put him down. Almost retreated from the weight of an infant in her arms because it was too much, too close to the wound that was still bleeding inside her, the shape of two boys she'd created and lost and tried to steal from another universe. But the baby opened his eyes, and they were green. Not blue like Billy's, not brown like Tommy's, green like nothing she'd ever seen, bright and deep and full of something she couldn't name. He looked at her, this tiny damaged child, and his crying hitched and stuttered and slowly stopped. He stared at her with those impossible eyes, and one small hand reached up and grabbed a strand of her hair. "Oh," Wanda whispered, and then she felt it. Her chaos magic had been reaching out since she'd landed, tasting the strange magic of this world instinctively. Now it brushed against the baby and recoiled so hard she nearly dropped him. Because there was something inside this child, something that didn't belong there. Something dark and sharp and aware, lodged behind that bleeding scar like a splinter driven into his soul. Wanda's hands began to glow red. She knew what she was looking at, not the specifics. She didn't know the word Horcrux, didn't know the name Voldemort, didn't know anything about prophecies or killing curses or the war that had raged in this world's shadows. But she knew dark magic. She knew soul magic. She had studied the Darkhold, had absorbed its knowledge even as she destroyed its physical form, and the Darkhold had been written by a god of darkness who understood the violation of souls better than anyone in any universe. This was a piece of someone else's soul. Torn off and embedded in a living child like a hook and anchor, a violation so profound that her magic snarled at it like a living thing. The baby whimpered. Not from her, from the thing inside him. It was hurting him. Maybe not consciously, not yet, but it was there, pressed against his still-forming self like a coal against paper, and given time it would burn through. It would contaminate him. It would grow. "No," Wanda said. Her voice was raw and barely audible, but the word carried weight. Chaos magic responded to intent, and her intent in that moment was absolute. She sat down on the nursery floor with her back against the one remaining wall, the baby cradled in her lap. She was exhausted. She was broken. She'd fallen through the space between universes, and she had nothing left. No team, no home, no family, no plan. She had a body full of injuries, and a magic that had nearly consumed reality, and a grief so vast she could drown in it. But she had this. A baby with green eyes and a piece of darkness in his skull, and she could help him. Right now, tonight, she could do one thing that wasn't destruction. She placed her fingers gently on either side of the scar and closed her eyes. The chaos magic moved. It slid into the baby like light into water, gently, carefully, with a precision she didn't usually bother with, but that the situation demanded absolutely. She could feel the child's magic, bright and wild and untrained, a bonfire of potential that flickered and danced around her intrusion with curiosity rather than fear. And nested in the center of that brightness, like a tumor, was the soul fragment. It fought her. The moment her chaos magic touched it, it thrashed. It was a piece of a living soul, diminished, damaged, barely conscious, but alive enough to recognize a threat. It threw images at her, a pale face with red eyes, a high cold laugh, a flash of green light. It tried to show her power, tried to tempt her with promises it was too fragmented to articulate. And when that didn't work, it tried to hurt her, lashing out with the killing curse energy that had carried it into the child's body. Wanda had held an infinity stone. She had rewritten reality across an entire town. She had fought the Sorcerer Supreme of Earth, 838 and won. The pathetic thrashing of a shattered soul fragment barely registered. She wrapped it in scarlet light and pulled. The baby screamed. A real scream this time, full-throated and agonized, and Wanda's heart cracked in her chest, but she didn't stop. She could feel the fragment's roots. It had already begun to integrate, thin tendrils reaching into the child's magical core, into his nervous system, into the very structure of his developing mind. She followed each one, dissolving them with surgical care, separating this from that, dark from light, invader from host. It was the most delicate work she'd ever done with her magic. Rewriting reality was brute force compared to this. Reality was vast and impersonal, and pushing it around was like redirecting a river. This was surgery on a soul. One mistake and she'd damage the child irreparably, tear away part of him along with the parasite. She didn't make a mistake. Minutes passed. Maybe longer. She lost track. The world narrowed to the red light between her fingers and the impossible complexity of a baby's soul and the dark things she was meticulously unwinding from it. The fragment screamed in frequencies that only her magic could hear. It begged. It threatened. It showed her Voldemort's face and Voldemort's power and Voldemort's rage, and she looked at all of it and felt nothing but contempt. You put a piece of your soul in a baby, she thought at it, and her disgust was a weapon sharper than any spell. You're pathetic. The last tendril came free. She held the fragment in a cage of scarlet light, a writhing, screaming thing the size of a marble, dark and oily and pulsing with malevolence. She could feel it trying to find purchase, trying to latch onto her instead, and she almost laughed at the audacity. The dark hold itself hadn't been able to keep its hold on her in the end. This scrap of a broken man's soul thought it could do better. She closed her fist, and the fragment ceased to exist, not destroyed in the way a physical thing could be destroyed, unmade. Reduced to component energy and dispersed so thoroughly that no magic in any universe could reconstitute it. The Scarlet Witch's power was the power of spontaneous creation and destruction, of chaos itself, and chaos was the natural enemy of things that tried to persist beyond their time. The baby had stopped screaming. He was crying again, the normal, healthy crying of an infant in pain and fear, and the scar on his forehead was bleeding freely, but the darkness behind it was gone. She could feel the absence like a clean wound, raw and open but clean, free of infection. There. She whispered, pulling him close. He was shaking, so was she. There, it's gone, you're okay. Her voice broke. The baby pressed his face into her collarbone, his tiny body heaving with sobs, and she held him and rocked him and the tears she'd been holding since Wundagore finally came. She cried for Vision, who she'd had to kill twice. She cried for Tommy and Billy, who existed somewhere in the multiverse with mothers who deserved them more than she did. She cried for the people of Westview, who she'd imprisoned in her grief. She cried for the Wanda of Earth, 838, whose children she'd terrorized, whose universe she'd torn into like it belonged to her. She cried for America Chavez, a teenager she'd hunted across realities. She cried for herself, for the girl in Sokovia who'd volunteered for an experiment because she wanted to change the world, and for what that girl had become. She cried until the baby fell asleep against her chest, exhausted and warm despite the cold, his small hand still tangled in her hair. The night was quiet. Wherever she was, it was peaceful now. The dark magic residue was already fading, dissolved by the natural magic of the world and the aftershock of her own power. She could hear wind in trees, an owl somewhere. The distant sound of what might have been a motorcycle engine, growing closer. That last sound focused her attention. She was sitting in a destroyed house with a baby that clearly wasn't hers, in a world she didn't know, with injuries that were making it increasingly difficult to think straight. Someone was coming, and she didn't know if they were friend or enemy. She reached out with her chaos magic, carefully, a light touch rather than a shove, and felt the approaching presence. A large man on a flying motorcycle, radiating that strange organic magic like a furnace. Not hostile exactly, but purposeful. He was coming here to this house for this baby. Wanda looked down at the sleeping child. The scar was already closing, the bleeding stopped, but it would leave a mark. The lightning bolt, a brand of someone else's violence on a baby's skin. She should leave him. She should put him down in the rubble and disappear before whoever was coming arrived. She didn't belong in this world. She didn't deserve another chance at whatever this was. She was the woman who had enslaved a town and hunted a child across the multiverse and torn mothers away from their sons. She should put him down. The baby made a sound in his sleep. A small, content sound, burrowing closer to her warmth. Wanda stood up. Her ankles screamed, her ribs ground against each other, and her vision went white for a long moment, but she stood. She wrapped the baby in the cleanest blanket she could find, a soft one with golden snitches on it, not that she knew what those were, and held him against her chest with one arm. With her other hand, she reached into the fabric of local reality and twisted, the world folded around her. Not a portal, she didn't have the strength for a proper portal right now, but a displacement. She pushed herself and the baby through the thinnest point in local space and came out somewhere else. A hillside, dark trees, the smell of rain and earth. Far enough from the destroyed house that the large man on the motorcycle wouldn't find them, she walked. She didn't know where she was going. She didn't know what country this was, what year it was, what the rules of this world were. She just walked, one foot in front of the other, the baby sleeping against her heartbeat, the night cold and dark and full of that strange, wild magic. After about an hour, she found a cottage. Stone walls, thatched roof, a garden gone wild with neglect. Empty, she could feel the absence of life inside. She reached out with her magic and sensed the residue of the place. An old woman had lived here years ago. Muggle, though Wanda didn't know that word yet. The cottage had been abandoned for at least a decade. She broke the lock with a thought and went inside. It was small. One bedroom, a kitchen, a sitting room with a fireplace. Everything was covered in dust and cobwebs, and the air smelled of mildew and old wood. But the roof was solid, the walls were thick, and when she lit a fire in the hearth with a flick of scarlet light, the room warmed quickly. She laid the baby on the single bed, carefully, so carefully, and checked him one more time. His breathing was steady. His color was coming back. The scar was a thin pink line now, already healing faster than it should, his own magic working to repair the damage now that the parasite was gone. He was going to be fine. Wanda sank into a chair by the bed and let herself fall apart. It took about 3 days for her to realize she was in England. The cottage had a small collection of books on a shelf in the sitting room. Nothing special, mostly romance novels and a gardening guide. But there was a road atlas of Great Britain that had been published in 1974 and a calendar on the kitchen wall from 1971. The calendar had stopped being updated in March of that year, which told her roughly when the previous occupant had left or died. But it was the newspaper that confirmed the date. She found it on the 4th day, when she was strong enough to walk to the nearest village. A tiny place called Lower Atterbury, about 60 miles northwest of London. She left the baby sleeping under a web of protective wards so thorough that a nuclear weapon couldn't have reached him, and walked 3 miles on her bad ankle to the village shop. The newspaper in the rack said November 4th, 1981. She stood on the pavement outside the shop and let that sink in. She was in England in 1981, in a universe that wasn't her own. The magic here was different. The technology was different. She could see that in the cars and the television sets in shop windows, the styles and shapes of a decade she'd only known from history. She was 44 years from the world she'd left, assuming that world was even accessible from here, which she doubted. She bought a newspaper with coins she'd transmuted from pebbles, not counterfeiting exactly, since the molecular structure was identical to real currency. But she made a mental note to earn actual money when she could. The paper was full of ordinary news, the royal family, football results, something about interest rates. Nothing about a house being destroyed in Godric's Hollow. Nothing about a dark wizard being vanquished. Whatever the baby's story was, whatever war had killed his parents and left that thing in his soul, it wasn't happening in the regular world. It was hidden. The magical community here, whoever they were, kept themselves separate. She walked back to the cottage and found the baby awake and sitting up in the nest of blankets she'd made for him, playing with a ball of scarlet light that he'd apparently pulled from the residue of her wards. He was batting at it with his hands, giggling, and it was dancing away from him and coming back, and his green eyes were bright with delight. "That's mine," she said from the doorway. He looked at her and grinned, a gummy, drooling, radiant grin, and the ball of light shot toward her and burst against her chest in a shower of warm sparks. Wanda caught herself smiling. The first real smile in she didn't know how long, since before the Darkhold, since before Westview, maybe. "Okay," she said. She crossed the room and picked him up, and he grabbed for her hair again immediately, the way he always did. "We need to have a conversation, you and I. Well, I'm going to talk, and you're going to chew on my hair, and we'll call it communication." She sat on the bed with him in her lap and studied his face. Black hair, green eyes, a scar that would be with him forever. Someone's child, someone who had been loved. She could see it in the house, the nursery, the careful way his things had been arranged, the stag toy, the broomstick. Parents who had adored him and died for him. "I don't know your name," she said quietly. "I don't know who you are or who your parents were. I know someone killed them with dark magic, and I know someone put something terrible inside you, and I know I took it out, and I know," she stopped, breathed. "Started again. I know that I'm not a good person. I did things that," the words tangled in her throat. She looked at those green eyes, and they watched her with the solemn attentiveness that babies sometimes had, as if the entire universe existed in the face in front of them. "I hurt people, a lot of people, because I lost the ones I loved and I couldn't bear it, and I decided that my pain was more important than anyone else's. And it wasn't. The baby patted her cheek with one damp hand. "I can leave you somewhere safe," she said. "This village has people. I could find someone, a family, make sure you're taken care of. You shouldn't be with me. I'm not." She thought of the darkness she'd felt in that house. The killing curse residue, the soul fragment. Whoever had done that was still out there in some form. The fragment's existence proved it, because you didn't anchor pieces of your soul unless you were trying to cheat death. The baby's parents had died fighting that darkness, and the baby himself had been targeted specifically. Left with strangers in a mundane village, he'd be vulnerable. Unprotected. Whatever magical community existed in this world, they'd either find him and reclaim him, or they wouldn't, and she didn't trust either outcome. She didn't trust the people who'd let a family with a baby become a target. She didn't trust whatever institution or government had allowed that house to be the battleground. And the motorcycle man, someone had been coming for the child, which meant someone had a plan for him, and Wanda had lived long enough to know that plans made for children by powerful people rarely served the child's interests. "I'm going to figure out what's happening," she told the baby. "I'm going to find out who you are and who did this and what this world is. And then I'll decide." That was what she told herself, that it was temporary, that she was just gathering information, being responsible, making sure the child was safe until she could hand him off to the right people. She wasn't keeping him. She wasn't replacing Tommy and Billy. She wasn't using a stolen baby to fill the hole in her chest where her family used to be. She told herself that for about 2 weeks, and then he said his first word. Or rather, his first word in her presence, because he was clearly already on the verge of speech. A 15-month-old with parents who talked to him and read to him and filled his world with language. She'd been speaking to him constantly, partly because the silence of the cottage was crushing and partly because she'd read in one of the romance novels, the only books available, that talking to babies helped their development. She'd been speaking Sokovian. She hadn't planned to, it had just come out, the way it always did when she was tired or emotional or not thinking about it. The language of her childhood, of Pietro, of parents she barely remembered. She told the baby about Sokovia while she cooked dinner and cleaned the cottage and practiced moving without limping. She told him about the protests and the market squares and the way the mountains looked at dawn. She told him about Pietro, how fast he was, how annoying, how brave. She told him about vision and the quiet way he learned to be human. She told him about Tommy and Billy, and her voice broke every time, but she kept going. She was telling him about the time Pietro had stolen apples from a vendor's cart, and they'd had to run through 6 alleyways to escape when the baby looked up from the pot he was banging with a wooden spoon and said, very clearly, "Mama." Wanda froze. He said it again, reaching for her with both hands, the pot forgotten. "Mama, Mama." She picked him up, she held him. She buried her face in his ridiculous dark hair and the thing inside her that had been holding itself together through sheer stubbornness since Wundagore cracked open, and something warmer flooded in. "Okay," she whispered. Okay, she wasn't giving him up. It took her a month to learn enough about the magical world to understand what she was dealing with. She was careful. She didn't want to be found, not yet, not until she understood the landscape. But chaos magic was uniquely suited to information gathering. She could sit in her cottage and send tendrils of perception out through the local magical field, eavesdropping on the energy patterns of this strange world. The magic here was structured. That was the first thing she noticed. Her chaos magic was raw, fundamental, reality-shaping at its core. The sorcerers she'd known, Strange, Wung, the Camertage practitioners, used dimensional energy channeled through learned techniques. But the magic of this world was neither. It was innate, biological almost, passed through bloodlines like eye color or height. Certain people were born with it and others weren't, and those who had it used focused instruments, wands, she gathered, to direct it, wands. She turned the concept over in her mind and found it almost quaint, like using a straw to direct a river. The magical community was large, well-established, and completely hidden from the non-magical population. They had their own government, the Ministry of Magic, their own economy, their own schools, their own sports, their own newspaper. They lived in a parallel society, layered on top of and within the mundane world but invisible to it. And they'd just come through a war, Voldemort. She learned the name from echoes in the magical field. It was everywhere, even a month after his fall. A psychic imprint of terror and relief, so strong it practically announced itself. A dark wizard of extraordinary power who'd waged a campaign of blood supremacy and terror. Who'd been feared so deeply that most witches and wizards still couldn't say his name. And on October 31st, he'd gone to Godric's Hollow, killed James and Lily Potter, and attempted to kill their infant son Harry. The killing curse had rebounded. Voldemort had been destroyed, or so everyone believed, and baby Harry Potter had survived with nothing but a scar, the boy who lived. The wizarding world was celebrating. Harry Potter was the most famous person in magical Britain, a 15-month-old baby whose name was being toasted in pubs and printed on commemorative plates. And he had been placed by Albus Dumbledore, the great wizard who led the fight against Voldemort with his mother's Muggle relatives. The Dursleys. Number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, except he hadn't, because Wanda had taken him first. She sat with this knowledge for a long time. The wizarding world thought Harry Potter was with the Dursleys. Dumbledore, and she'd gathered enough to know he was the most powerful and respected wizard in Britain, believed the child was safe behind blood wards powered by Lily Potter's sacrifice. No one was looking for Harry because everyone thought they knew where he was. Eventually they'd check. Eventually someone would visit Privet Drive and discover that the baby wasn't there, and then the search would begin, and it would be frantic and desperate and very, very thorough. She had a limited window. She could bring him back. She could apparate. She'd learned the local term, though her method was different. To Privet Drive, leave Harry on the doorstep with a note and disappear. It would be the right thing to do, the responsible thing. These were his people, his world, and there was a plan for him. A plan made by someone who, by all accounts, was wise and good and had dedicated his life to fighting darkness. Wanda thought about plans made by wise men for orphan children. She thought about Nick Fury, who'd seen 2 traumatized teenagers and thought weapons. She thought about Tony Stark, who'd seen a kid from Queens and thought soldier. She thought about Thaddeus Ross, who'd looked at every enhanced individual and thought asset or threat and nothing in between. She thought about the way systems chewed up special children and spit out broken adults, and how no one ever seemed to notice or care as long as the child performed their function. She dug deeper. It took more effort. She had to extend her perception to Surrey, to the house on Privet Drive. But chaos magic was persistent, and what she found made her hands clench. The Dursleys, Vernon and Petunia Dursley and their infant son Dudley. Wanda watched them through the lens of her magic and felt her lip curl. She didn't need to read minds to see what they were. The magic was clear enough. Petunia's aura was a knot of jealousy and resentment, decades of bitterness toward a sister who'd been special when she wasn't. Vernon was a small man in a large body, terrified of anything that didn't conform to his understanding of normal, and that terror expressed itself as cruelty. Their son was already learning to scream until he got what he wanted. This was Dumbledore's plan. Leave the most famous child in the magical world with people who would hate him for what he was. Let him grow up unloved, unwanted, ignorant of his heritage. And then, what? Rescue him at 11, reveal the truth, send him to Hogwarts humble and grateful and desperately eager to please. She'd seen this playbook before. Different names, different worlds, same logic. Keep the weapon small until you need it. Make sure it's hungry for approval. Give it just enough love to ensure loyalty, but never enough to breed independence. Maybe she was being unfair. Maybe Dumbledore had genuinely good reasons. The blood wards were real, Lily's sacrifice had power, and that power could be anchored through family. It was sound magical theory, even by her standards, but theory didn't keep a child warm at night. Theory didn't feed him or hold him or tell him he mattered, and Wanda had spent enough of her life being a variable in someone else's equation. Harry, she said aloud, testing the name. The baby, Harry, looked up from the floor where he was methodically pulling books off the lowest shelf. Harry Potter, he grinned at her. My name is Wanda, she told him. I'm from very far away, and I think we might be stuck with each other. She started building the wards that night. Not the blood wards Dumbledore would have used. She didn't have Lily Potter's blood, and even if she did, blood magic made her uncomfortable in ways she didn't care to examine. Instead, she built something different, something rooted in chaos magic and layered with every protection she could devise. The first layer was perception. She wove a field around the cottage that made it literally impossible to notice unless you already knew it was there. Not invisible. Invisible things could be detected by those looking for them. This was deeper than that. The cottage simply ceased to exist in the minds of anyone who looked at it, walked past it, thought about the area it occupied. It was a blind spot in reality itself, and Wanda crafted it with the same power she'd used to create the hex over Westview, but refined, controlled, without the madness that had driven that working. The second layer was defensive. Anything that approached with hostile intent would find the space around the cottage increasingly difficult to navigate. Distances would stretch. Paths would curve back on themselves, and eventually the attacker would find themselves walking away. Confused and unable to remember what they'd been looking for, the third layer was hers. Chaos magic, raw and red and hungry, coiled in the walls and the earth and the air. If something got through the first two layers, something powerful enough to bypass perception wards and spatial distortion, it would meet the full attention of the Scarlet Witch, and she would not be gentle. She worked through the night while Harry slept, and by dawn, the cottage was the safest place in Britain. Possibly the safest place in the world. Over the following weeks, she expanded her understanding of this world's magic. She didn't have a wand and didn't need one. Chaos magic operated on a fundamentally different level, but she studied the theory with the thoroughness she'd once applied to the Darkhold. She found magical books in a second-hand shop in a place called Diagon Alley. She'd had to follow a witch through the entrance to find it, cloaked in perception wards of her own. She bought them with transmuted galleons and took them home and devoured them. The theory was elegant, she had to admit. This world's magic was more limited than what she was used to, but within its constraints, it had been developed to a remarkable degree of sophistication. Transfiguration, changing one thing into another. Charms, adding properties to objects or producing specific effects. Potions, using magical ingredients to create liquid spells, essentially. Dark arts, magic that required malicious intent or soul damage to perform. And the pinnacle of the field, ancient magic, ritual magic, magic that tapped into the deep currents of the earth and the blood and the stars. Some of it overlapped with what she knew. Some of it was entirely new. And some of it made her angry, specifically, the classification of certain magics as dark, not because they were inherently evil, but because they were powerful enough to be frightening. This world's magical government controlled its population partly through fear, and the division of magic into acceptable and dark was a tool of that control as much as it was a genuine safety measure. But she filed that observation away for later. Right now, she had more immediate concerns. The first was Harry's scar. The soul fragment was gone, but the wound it had left wasn't just physical. The killing curse had marked Harry's magic in ways that would take years to fully understand. She could see it when she examined him with her chaos magic. His magical core was bright and strong, but it had a shape to it now, a pattern imposed by the trauma of that night. The rebounding curse, the soul fragment, and now Wanda's own chaos magic, which had touched his core during the extraction, all of it had left traces. He was going to be powerful. Far more powerful than a normal wizard, even a gifted one. And his magic would carry traces of chaos, not enough to make him a chaos magic user, not exactly, but enough to make him unpredictable. Standard wand magic would work for him, probably, but it would always feel like a fraction of what he could do. Like writing with his non-dominant hand. The second concern was more immediate. Someone was going to notice Harry was missing. She was right about that, though it took longer than she expected. Nearly 3 months. It was late January when she felt the first ripples in the magical field, a focused searching spell, powerful and precise, sweeping across Britain in methodical arcs. Someone was looking for something, and the emotional resonance of the spell was panic barely contained by discipline. Dumbledore. She recognized his magical signature from the traces she'd found in her research. It was everywhere in magical Britain, woven into institutions and wards, and the very structure of the magical government. He was immensely powerful, more so than any single practitioner she'd encountered in this world, and his searching spell was a masterwork of detection magic. It broke against her wards like water against a cliff. She felt it hit, felt the spell encounter her perception ward and slide off, the magical equivalent of an eye skimming past a word it couldn't read. The searching spell moved on, sweeping east, and Wanda allowed herself a small breath of relief, but she knew it was only the beginning. Dumbledore would search again. He'd refine his methods. He'd enlist others. The entire magical world would be looking for Harry Potter, and while her wards were strong, incomprehensibly strong by this world's standards, she couldn't guarantee they'd hold against a sustained, focused effort by the most powerful wizard in Britain. She needed to be smarter. Not just hidden, but established. She needed an identity, a history, a place in this world that would withstand scrutiny. She needed to stop being a woman hiding in a cottage and start being a person with a life. It was terrifying in a way that fighting Thanos or the Illuminati hadn't been. Those were enemies she could face with power. This was a challenge that required her to build something, to plan for a future, to believe she deserved one. She looked at Harry, who was currently attempting to stack blocks with his right hand while levitating them with his left. Accidental magic that wasn't accidental at all. His magical control was developing at a rate that would have stunned any pediatric healer in the wizarding world. "We're going to need a bigger cottage," she told him. He knocked the tower over, clapped his hands in delight, and she started planning. By March, they'd moved. She found a house in the Welsh countryside, proper this time. Not a tumble-down cottage, but a solid stone farmhouse with 5 bedrooms and a barn and enough land to be properly isolated. She bought it legitimately, or close enough. She'd created an identity for herself using a combination of chaos magic and forged Muggle documents, becoming Wanda Mirova, a Romanian immigrant with a young son named Harry. The Muggle side was easy. The magical side required more finesse. She didn't register with the Ministry of Magic. She wasn't going to walk into a government building and announce herself as a foreign witch with a child. That would trigger every alarm they had, especially with the boy who lived search still ongoing. Instead, she created a set of magical credentials so flawless that they'd pass any inspection. A wand registration for a wand she didn't own or need, a record of education at Durmstrang, far enough away that casual verification would be difficult, and a clean magical history. The farm became their home. She warded it even more thoroughly than the cottage, layers upon layers of protection, some visible and some buried so deep in the earth that they'd outlast the building by centuries. She converted the barn into a training space, though training. At this stage, meant letting Harry play with blocks while she practiced controlling the wild magic of this world alongside her own, because she could use this world's magic. That had been an interesting discovery. Chaos magic was fundamental. It operated on the base code of reality, the level beneath dimensions and rules and physical laws. The local magic was more like an application running on top of that code, and because Wanda could access the code itself, she could access anything built on top of it. She couldn't use a wand. The focused, channeled nature of wand magic was actually less efficient for her than simply manipulating reality directly. But she could replicate any spell she studied and often improve on it. She learned transfiguration and found it laughably limited compared to chaos magic transmutation. She learned charms and appreciated the elegance while recognizing the ceiling. She studied potions and found genuine respect for the discipline. It was the one branch of magic that didn't rely on personal power, and its logic was closer to chemistry than sorcery. She read everything she could find about defense against the dark arts, and recognized the patterns of this world's dark magic, cruder than the Darkhold, less refined than the dimensional entities Strange dealt with, but dangerous in its own way. And she studied Voldemort, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Born 1926. Orphaned, raised in a Muggle institution, sorted into Slytherin at Hogwarts, brilliant and charming and rotten at the core. She pieced together his history from public records, and the traces he'd left in the magical field. A man who'd been afraid of death and built his entire existence around avoiding it. The Horcruxes were the centerpiece of that effort, soul fragments, anchors to the living world, each one requiring a murder to create. She'd destroyed one already. The one in Harry's scar, but there were more. She could feel them, distantly, like notes in a chord. The magical resonance of a split soul was distinctive once you knew what to look for, and Wanda knew intimately. She counted at least 5 more, scattered across Britain, each one a monument to a murder and a man's terror of his own mortality. She could destroy them. It would take time and effort to locate each one, but her chaos magic could unmake them as easily as she'd unmade the fragment in Harry's scar. She could end Voldemort's immortality before Harry was old enough to know what a Horcrux was. She started that very week. But that was a project for the background, for the late nights after Harry was asleep and the house was quiet, and she could extend her perceptions across the country, hunting for the telltale signature of damaged souls. In the foreground, in the bright, chaotic, exhausting foreground, she was learning to be a mother. It wasn't like Westview. In Westview, she'd created motherhood, scripted it, directed it, given herself the highlights without the work. The twins had grown at the speed of plot, aging years in days, and while her love for them had been real, the experience had been a fantasy. She'd been playing a role in a show she was writing as she went. This was real. This was 3 a.m. Feedings and teething, and the terrifying moment when Harry spiked a fever, and she couldn't tell if it was illness or magic because his core was doing something strange, and she didn't know the difference yet. This was learning to cook for a toddler who would eat mashed potatoes and absolutely nothing else for 3 weeks straight, and then switch to demanding toast with the crust cut off. This was reading the same picture book 14 times in a row because he pointed at it and said again, with the imperious confidence of a small dictator. This was the time he fell off the kitchen table. He'd climbed up while she was in the other room for 30 seconds. And she heard the thump and the wail and ran in with her hands already blazing scarlet, ready to fight whatever had hurt him. And found him sitting on the floor with a bruised elbow and an expression of pure outrage that the table had dared to be so tall. She'd scooped him up and healed the bruise with a touch and held him while he cried, and then she'd sat on the kitchen floor and laughed until she cried too, because this was her life now. The Scarlet Witch, Nexus being, threat to the multiverse, undone by a toddler with a grudge against furniture. It was the happiest she'd been since before Sokovia. The months turned into seasons, and the seasons turned into years, and Wanda built a life so carefully and so thoroughly that sometimes she forgot it hadn't always existed. Harry grew. He grew fast, the way children do when they're fed and loved and stimulated, tall for his age, lean and quick, with Lily's green eyes and James's messy dark hair and a grin that could talk you into anything. And he was magical. Astonishingly, terrifyingly magical. Most wizarding children showed signs of accidental magic, bursts of uncontrolled power triggered by strong emotions. Harry did that too in the beginning, but by the time he was 3, the bursts weren't accidental anymore. He'd watch Wanda do something with her chaos magic, light a fire, levitate a book, warm his bath, and then he'd try to copy her. Not with chaos magic, not exactly. His magic was the local variety, wand magic at its core, but the trace of chaos that Wanda's extraction had left in him made it flexible in ways that no one in this world would expect. At 3, he could levitate his toys. Not with the desperate, uncontrolled surges of accidental magic, but with the focused, delighted intention of a child who knew what he wanted and reached for it. At 4, he could change the color of things. His shirt, the cat that wandered into their garden, Wanda's hair. She'd woken up bright green one morning and chased him around the house while he shrieked with laughter. At 5, he asked her to teach him properly. She'd been waiting for him to ask. She could have started earlier, could have structured his development, pushed him toward mastery the way the Red Room had pushed her or Hydra had pushed its experiments. But she'd sworn she wouldn't do that. He wasn't a weapon, he wasn't a project. He was her son, and he would learn at his own pace in his own way. "What do you want to learn?" she asked him. They were sitting in the garden, which had become rather spectacular since Wanda had started applying chaos magic to horticulture. Flowers bloomed in impossible colors, and the vegetables grew year-round regardless of season. "Everything," Harry said with the absolute certainty of a 5-year-old, "everything is a lot." "Then we should start now," she taught him. Not wand magic. He didn't have a wand, and she wanted him to understand magic at its foundation before he learned to channel it through an instrument. She taught him the way she'd learned, through feeling, through intention, through the understanding that magic was not a tool you picked up but a part of what you were. Magic is will, she told him, sitting cross-legged in the barn while rain hammered the roof. Harry sat facing her, 5 years old and serious as a heart attack. Not words, not wands, not waving your hands around. Those things help you focus, but they're not magic. Magic is wanting something to be true so deeply that reality agrees with you. What if reality doesn't agree? She smiled. Then you want harder. He threw himself into it with a focus that startled her. Not because children couldn't focus. They could, fiercely, when they cared about something, but because his focus had a quality she recognized. It was the same thing she'd seen in herself, in Pietro, in every enhanced person she'd known. A hunger for mastery that went beyond curiosity. He needed to understand his magic the way he needed to breathe. She taught him control first. How to feel his magic inside him, his core, the wizards called it, though she thought of it more as a frequency, and how to direct it without losing himself in it. How to push power outward gently, then firmly, then with force. How to pull it back, how to hold it steady. Then she taught him the fundamentals of this world's magic, translated through her own understanding. Transfiguration was really just convincing matter to be something else, not so different from what she did with chaos magic, just operating at a different level. She had him practice on stones, turning them to wood, then to metal, then back again. He couldn't do it at first. Then he could, and his face lit up like sunrise. She taught him movement, levitation, summoning, banishing. She taught him elemental manipulation, fire, water, air, earth, which wasn't standard Hogwarts curriculum but which she considered fundamental. She taught him shields, because she never wanted him to be unable to protect himself, and she taught him to sense magic. To feel it in the world around him, in the earth and the air and other people. To read the traces it left behind, the way she'd learned to read the residue in the Potter house. To feel a ward and understand its structure, to sense a curse before it landed, to know when someone was lying because their magic flickered. By 7, Harry could do things that would have made him a prodigy at any magical school in the world. By 9, he was doing things that would have terrified them. She didn't hide any of it from him. Not what he could do, not what she could do, not who she was. She told him about herself when he was 6, sitting in front of the fire on a winter evening with mugs of cocoa and the cat, which had never left, purring on the rug between them. She told him about Sokovia and the experiments and the Mind Stone. She told him about the Avengers and Ultron and the battle that killed Pietro. She told him about vision, careful with this one, choosing words that a 6-year-old could understand for a love that she still couldn't fully articulate. She told him about Thanos and the snap and the 5 years of absence and the final battle. And she told him about Westview, about Tommy and Billy, about the Darkhold. About what she'd done, the people she'd hurt, the universes she'd threatened, the mother she'd terrorized to steal children that weren't hers. She didn't soften it. She didn't make excuses. She told him the truth. Harry listened with those green eyes that missed nothing, and when she was done, he was quiet for a long time. "Do you miss them?" he asked finally. "Tommy and Billy, every day, am I?" He hesitated, and she saw the question forming and her heart clenched. "Am I instead of them?" She pulled him into her arms so fast he squeaked. "No, never. You are not a replacement for anyone. Moysolnt, yeah, you are Harry, and I love you because you are you. Tommy and Billy exist somewhere in the multiverse, and I love them too, and those loves are not the same love, and neither one takes away from the other. Do you understand?" He was quiet again. Then, "What's moysolnt mean, my son?" "Oh," a pause. "Okay, that's acceptable." She laughed, watery and real, and he grinned at her, and the fire crackled, and the cat purred, and outside the snow fell on wards that hummed with chaos magic, and they were home. She told him about his parents when he was 7. She gathered everything she could, newspaper archives, public records, the stories that were told in pubs and printed in books. James and Lily Potter. She told Harry about his father's family, old wizarding blood, wealth and privilege, and a tradition of courage. She told him about his mother, Muggle-born, brilliant, fierce, a woman who'd faced down a dark lord and chosen to die rather than step aside. She told him about the killing curse and the scar and the prophecy. She'd found references to it, though not the full text. She told him about Voldemort and the Horcruxes, age-appropriately but honestly, and about the one she'd pulled from his head. "Someone put a piece of their soul in me," Harry said, and his voice was steady but his hands were clenched. "Yes, and I took it out, the night I found you. Is it gone?" "Completely. There is nothing of him in you, there never will be." He processed this with the same quiet intensity he brought to everything. Then, "You said there are more, other pieces of his soul." "I've found 3 so far, I've destroyed them." She said it simply, because it was simple to her. A locket in a cave, protected by traps that would have killed any wizard who attempted to retrieve it. She'd walked through the inferi like they were cobwebs, and crushed the locket in her fist. A ring in a shack, cursed so viciously that touching it would have meant death. She'd unmade the curse with a thought and shattered the stone. A cup in a vault, behind dragon and goblin protections. She'd reached through the bank's wards like they were tissue paper and pulled the cup to her. 3 down. She estimated 2 or 3 more remaining, plus whatever fragment of Voldemort himself still existed in wraith form somewhere. "When you find the rest," Harry said, "can I help? When you're ready." "When's that?" "When I say so." He rolled his eyes with the exaggerated drama of a 7-year-old. "You always say that, and I'm always right." He grinned. She grinned back. And somewhere in Albania, a wraith that had once been the most feared wizard in history drifted through forests and possessed small animals. Unaware that its anchors to immortality were being hunted down and erased by a woman from another universe who considered them an insult to the basic structure of reality. By the time Harry was 10, Wanda had found and destroyed 5 of the 6 Horcruxes. The diary remained elusive. She could feel its resonance but couldn't pin down its location. It was moving, she realized. Someone had it and was carrying it around. Whoever they were shielded by their own protections, not strong enough to block her if she pushed, but she was cautious about pushing too hard. The magical world was in peacetime, and she'd built a life she didn't want to disrupt, and it was a good life. Not perfect, she still had nightmares, still woke some nights with scarlet light crackling between her fingers and the taste of the Darkhold on her tongue. She still missed vision with an ache that would never fully heal. She still thought about Tommy and Billy and wondered if they were happy in their universes, if they were loved, if they even existed yet. But it was good. Better than she deserved, probably, though she was learning to stop thinking in terms of deserving. Harry was happy. That was the thing that mattered most, and the thing that still surprised her sometimes. That she'd managed to raise a happy child. He was confident without arrogance, powerful without cruelty, curious about everything, stubborn when it mattered, and so quick-witted that their arguments had become genuinely challenging. He had her fire and Lily's compassion, and something entirely his own, a steadiness, a groundedness, a core of calm that neither of his mothers had possessed. He was ready for Hogwarts, she wasn't ready for him to go. "You don't have to." She told him, for perhaps the 15th time on the morning of his 11th birthday. They were in the kitchen, and the Hogwarts letter had arrived with the morning post, carried by an owl that had looked deeply confused about the wards it had somehow navigated. She'd created a narrow exception for Hogwarts correspondence, because she'd known this day was coming. Harry held the letter in both hands and looked at her with those green eyes that saw everything. "You've been expecting this," he said. "Yes. For how long? Since you were 2, roughly. And you set the wards to let it through. Yes. So you want me to go." She sat down across from him and took a breath. "I want you to have a choice. This is your world, Harry. These are your people, wizards and witches, this magic, this culture. I've taught you what I can, but I'm not from here. There are things you can only learn by being part of this world. But the moment you walk into Hogwarts, people will know who you are. The boy who lived. They'll have expectations. They'll have plans for you. Some of those people will want to use you, and some will want to control you, and some will genuinely want to help but won't understand what they're dealing with." Harry set the letter down. Dumbledore, among others. You've told me about him. You think he had a plan for me. I think he had a plan for a version of you that doesn't exist. A boy raised without love, desperate for belonging, moldable. That boy would have walked into Hogwarts and been so grateful, so eager to please, that he'd have done anything Dumbledore asked, including die if the prophecy demanded it. Harry's expression didn't change, but his magic flickered, a brief pulse of heat that made the air shimmer. And what am I instead? Wanda smiled. It was the fierce, proud smile of a mother who'd done something right. You're the Chaos Prince, Moysolnce, and you bow to no one. He looked at the letter again. The heavy parchment, the green ink, the Hogwarts crest with its lion and serpent and eagle and badger, a door to a world that would try to claim him. I want to go, he said. Then you'll go. And if Dumbledore tries to, then Dumbledore will learn something about the woman who raised you. Her eyes glowed scarlet for just a moment, and Harry grinned, not with fear but with the delighted confidence of a boy who knew, with absolute certainty, that his mother was the most dangerous person in any room she entered. This is going to be fun, he said. For you, maybe. I'm going to worry every single day. You could come with me. I'm not attending school with you, Harry. You could be a professor, Professor Mirova, Defense Against the Dark Arts. The position is cursed, apparently. Mama. You eat curses for breakfast. She threw a dishcloth at him. He caught it with a flick of wandless magic and sent it back. It turned into a butterfly halfway across the table, his doing, transmutation without thought, showing off and fluttered around her head before dissolving into motes of light. Show off, she said. I learned from the best. They spent the rest of July preparing. She took him to Diagon Alley, his first time in the wizarding world proper, and she watched his face as he took it all in. The crooked buildings, the owls, the cauldrons stacked outside shops, the witches and wizards going about their business in robes and pointed hats. He didn't gawk. He observed the way she'd taught him, seeing not just what was there but the patterns underneath. The architecture of a hidden society, the economics of a parallel world, the thousand small choices that kept this culture distinct from the Muggle one layered beneath it. They bought his supplies. Robes, books, ingredients. She let him choose an owl, a snowy female he named Hedwig after a saint he'd read about in one of her books. And then they went to Ollivander's for a wand. This was the part she'd been most uncertain about. Harry's magic was powerful and flexible, trained in wandless casting from childhood. A wand might feel limiting to him, or it might unlock something new, a channel for the local magic that his chaos-touched core could use in ways no one expected. Ollivander was a strange old man with pale eyes that saw too much. Wanda stood by the door and watched as he measured Harry and began pulling boxes from shelves, and she saw the moment his eyes narrowed, the moment he felt something in Harry's magic that didn't fit his expectations. Curious. Ollivander murmured, handing Harry a wand. Try this. Holly and Phoenix feather 11 inches. Harry took the wand and the shop exploded with light, not destructive, joyful. A burst of golden warmth that blew every box off every shelf, that set the measuring tapes dancing and the window display spinning, that filled the dusty shop with a sensation like the first warm day of spring. Harry's eyes went wide and his grin went wider, and the wand in his hand sang. Oh my. Ollivander whispered. He was staring at Harry with an expression that was equal parts delight and fear. Oh my, yes. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Mirova, Wanda said, stepping forward. Harry Mirova. Ollivander's pale eyes moved to her, and she felt his perception brush against her like a cobweb, an instinctive magical sensing, the kind that came from decades of working with magical cores. He was trying to read her, and he bounced off her shields so hard he blinked. Mirova. He repeated, and she could hear the doubt. Of course, that will be 7 galleons, she paid. They left. Harry held the wand the entire walk back through Diagon Alley, turning it over in his fingers with the focused fascination he gave everything new. It feels strange, he told her. Good strange or bad strange, both. Like I've been singing with my whole body and someone just gave me a microphone. It's focused, but it's also smaller, like it only wants to go in one direction. That's what wands do, they channel. Your magic is broader than that. You've been trained to use it broadly. The wand will give you precision, but you'll always be more than what it can hold." He nodded, processing. Then, Ollivander knew something was different about me. Yes, and about you. Yes, is that going to be a problem? Only for people who make it one. He pocketed the wand and took her hand. 11 years old and still willing to hold his mother's hand in public, which she treasured more than she'd ever admit. And they walked out of Diagon Alley together, back into the Muggle world, back toward the life they'd built. 1 month until Hogwarts. 1 month until Harry walked into a castle full of people who thought they knew his story and had no idea what was coming. Wanda squeezed his hand. Let them see, she thought. Let them all see what a boy raised with love can become. Chapter 2. The boy who vanished the morning mist hadn't burned off yet when Albus Dumbledore appeared at the end of Privet Drive for the first time in nearly 10 years. He looked the same as he always did. Half-moon spectacles, silver beard tucked into his belt, robes of deep purple that no Muggle would think twice about because they simply wouldn't notice them. He walked with the unhurried pace of a man who had time for everything, because he'd arranged his life to ensure exactly that. Number 4 was unchanged. The same neat lawn, the same polished car in the drive, the same curtains drawn against anything that might be unusual or interesting or alive. Petunia Dursley's house, exactly as ordered, he hadn't visited. That had been deliberate. The blood wards needed distance to mature, and his presence, the most powerful magical signature in Britain, would have disrupted their calibration. He'd left monitoring charms, of course. Subtle ones layered into the neighborhood like sediment. They reported that Harry Potter was alive, was housed, was growing. The details had been sparse by design. He didn't need details. He needed the boy safe and humble and ready, 11 years old today. The Hogwarts letter would have arrived this morning. Dumbledore allowed himself a small smile as he approached the door. He debated sending Hagrid. The groundskeeper's warmth and loyalty made him an excellent first ambassador to the magical world, but ultimately decided to come himself. This was too important to delegate. The first impression, the first conversation, the careful seeding of trust and gratitude, it all needed to be precise. He knocked. Petunia Dursley opened the door, and her face performed an extraordinary journey from polite expectation to recognition to barely concealed terror in about 2 seconds. "Good morning, Petunia," Dumbledore said pleasantly. "I'm here to speak with Harry. May I come in?" Petunia's mouth opened, closed. Opened again. Who? Dumbledore's smile didn't waver, but something behind his eyes went very still. "Harry, your nephew, Harry Potter." "I don't." Petunia looked over her shoulder into the house, then back at Dumbledore, and he saw something he hadn't expected, genuine confusion. Not the practiced denial of a woman who'd been told to keep a secret, but the blank bewilderment of someone who had no idea what he was talking about. "Petunia," he said, and the pleasantness was draining from his voice like water from a cracked cup. "The boy I left on your doorstep. November 1st, 1981, in a basket, with a letter." "There was no boy," Petunia said. "There was no basket. There was a letter. I remember the letter. It was on the step when I put the milk bottles out, and it said. She frowned, reaching for a memory that was clearly there but oddly shapeless. "It said something about Lily. That Lily was dead and that I should expect, but nothing came. No one came. I thought it was a mistake or a cruel joke, one of your lot being, there was a boy." Dumbledore said, and now his voice was quiet in a way that made Petunia step back. "I placed him there myself. Then someone took him before I opened the door because there was no child on my doorstep, Dumbledore. I've had quite enough of Vernon. But Dumbledore was already moving past her, his wand drawn, his monitoring charms screaming in his head as he finally, examined them properly instead of trusting the summary reports he'd been accepting for a decade. The charms were intact. They were functioning perfectly. They reported a child living, growing, present. They were reporting on Dudley Dursley. Dumbledore stood in the hallway of number 4, Privet Drive, and felt the blood drain from his face. The monitoring charms had never been specific to Harry. They'd been keyed to the child in this house. Because when he'd placed them, there had been only one child present and a second arriving shortly. But Harry had never arrived. The charms had latched onto Dudley instead, and for 10 years they'd faithfully reported that a child was alive and well at Privet Drive, and Dumbledore had never once checked closely enough to realize it was the wrong child. He'd been complacent. He'd been so certain of his plan, so confident in the inevitability of his careful arrangements, that he'd never verified the most basic assumption of all. Harry Potter was not here. Harry Potter had not been here for 10 years. Vernon Dursley came lumbering out of the kitchen, mustache bristling, already red-faced at the sight of a strangely dressed stranger in his hallway, but Dumbledore was past caring about Muggle sensibilities. He disapparated from the hallway with a crack that shattered the mirror on the wall and reappeared in his office at Hogwarts, scattering papers and startling Fawkes so badly the Phoenix burst into flames 2 months ahead of schedule. Minerva was there within minutes, summoned by the emergency ward he'd triggered. She found him at his desk, surrounded by instruments that were spinning and smoking and making sounds they hadn't made in a decade, because he was finally running a proper search. Albus, what? Harry Potter is missing, the words tasted like ashes. He's been missing since the night I placed him at the Dursleys. Someone took him before Petunia found him. Minerva's face went white. That's not, your monitoring charms were inadequate, my own fault. I trusted them to tell me what I wanted to hear, and they obliged. He didn't look at her. He couldn't. The shame was a physical weight on his chest, crushing and cold. Whoever took him did it within hours of my leaving, before dawn, most likely. Hagrid. Hagrid delivered the child to me at the agreed location. I placed him on the doorstep. I left. Between my departure and Petunia's waking, someone came and took Harry Potter, and we have been ignorant of this fact for 10 years. The silence that followed was the loudest thing Minerva had ever heard. Who? She whispered. I don't know. Dumbledore's voice was steady, but his hands were shaking. I've been running searches since January, you remember the general sweeps, but they were broad, looking for magical disturbances, not specifically for Harry. Now I'm searching for him directly, and I'm finding, he stopped, stared at one of his instruments. Nothing, absolutely nothing. He's either dead outside Britain or shielded behind wards I cannot penetrate. You think he's alive? I must believe so, because the alternative is unacceptable. He paused. The prophecy still registers as active. The unspeakables confirmed this last year. The orb in the Department of Mysteries still glows. A fulfilled prophecy or a dead subject would change its state. Harry is alive. Then where? I don't know, Minerva. And for the first time in a very long time, not knowing terrifies me. He launched the search that morning, quietly. He couldn't let the public know that the boy who lived was missing, couldn't let the remaining Death Eaters know that their master's vanquisher was unprotected and unaccounted for. He told the Order of the Phoenix what remained of it. Alastor Moody, Kingsley Shacklebolt, the Weasleys, a handful of others he trusted absolutely. The search found nothing, not a trace, not a whisper, not a single magical signature that matched the records he had of baby Harry's magic. Whoever had taken the child had hidden him behind protections so thorough that the most powerful wizard in Britain, backed by the resources of Hogwarts and the quiet cooperation of sympathetic ministry officials, could not find a single thread to pull. That fact alone told Dumbledore something important. This wasn't a random abduction. This wasn't a desperate Death Eater's revenge or a fame-seeking opportunist. Whoever had done this was powerful enough to shield against his searching magic, and methodical enough to leave no trail. He added the Hogwarts Book of Names to his investigation. Every magical child born in Britain was recorded by the book automatically, their name, their location, the moment their magic first manifested. Harry Potter's entry read, Harry James Potter, location, unknown, status, active. The book had never lost track of a child before. It didn't know how. The magic was ancient and absolute, woven into the foundations of Hogwarts by the founders themselves. For it to show, unknown, meant that Harry was behind wards that predated or outclassed the founders' magic. The Hogwarts letter had been sent anyway. The book could do that much, apparently, creating a letter addressed to an unknown location and trusting the owl to find the way. But the owl had returned without a response, looking dazed and slightly singed. Dumbledore sat in his office and stared at the ceiling and tried to think. Someone had Harry Potter. Someone immensely powerful. Someone who had been present at Godric's Hollow on the night of the attack. Because the timing was too tight for anything else. The child had been taken between Hagrid's departure and Dumbledore's placement, which meant the person had been there, on the ground, within hours of Voldemort's attack. Who else had been at Godric's Hollow that night? Hagrid, Sirius Black, who was in Azkaban, Peter Pettigrew, who was dead, and whoever had alerted the Ministry to the Potter's location, which had come through the general monitoring wards rather than a specific report, but there had been something else. Dumbledore pulled the memory out of his pensieve and examined it again, the record of the magical monitoring wards for Godric's Hollow on October 31st, 1981. The Potter's Fidelius charm breaking, Voldemort's arrival, the killing curses, the rebound. And then, a spike of magical energy so far outside the normal spectrum that the monitoring wards hadn't even classified it properly. They'd recorded it as anomalous atmospheric event and filed it away. Dumbledore had noticed it at the time briefly and dismissed it as a side effect of the killing curse's rebound, the magical equivalent of a shockwave. He looked at it now with different eyes. The energy signature was unlike anything in his experience. It wasn't dark magic. It wasn't any recognized form of light magic. It was something else entirely, raw, fundamental, carrying a resonance that made his instruments hum in frequencies they weren't designed for. Someone or something had arrived at Godric's Hollow that night. Something from outside the normal spectrum of magic, and it had taken Harry Potter. Dumbledore sat with this knowledge and felt, for the first time in decades, genuinely afraid. 600 miles away, Harry Potter was trying to juggle 3 apples using only his mind, and it wasn't going well. "You're overthinking it," Wanda said from the garden bench, not looking up from her book. She was reading a Muggle novel. She preferred them to wizarding fiction, which she found predictable, and drinking tea that stayed perfectly warm regardless of the October breeze, because she'd charmed the mug 3 years ago and never bothered to undo it. "I'm not overthinking it, I'm." One of the apples veered sideways and smacked him in the ear. "Oh, okay, maybe I'm overthinking it. The problem is you're trying to control all 3 independently. You're treating each one as a separate spell. Because they are 3 separate objects, but you want them to do one thing. Move together in a pattern, so make the pattern and let them follow it." She turned a page. "Think of it like music. You don't play each note separately and hope they sound good together. You hear the melody first and then you play." Harry closed his eyes, took a breath. Felt his magic, warm and bright and always there like a second heartbeat, and thought about circles. Not 3 circles, 1 circle with 3 points on it. The apples lifted off the ground and began to orbit each other in a smooth, even loop. "There," Wanda said, glancing up. "See, melody first." He grinned and added a 4th apple from the basket on the bench, then a 5th, then the basket itself. Within 30 seconds, he had a miniature solar system of fruit and wicker spinning above his head, and it didn't even feel difficult. It felt like breathing. "Show off." Wanda said exactly the way she always said it, with pride she couldn't quite hide. "I learned from the best," he said, exactly the way he always said it back. She threw her book at him. He caught it with his magic, added it to the orbit, and she laughed. These were the moments he'd remember later, when everything got complicated. The mornings in the garden with tea and magic, and the easy warmth of someone who loved him without conditions or agendas. The feeling of being home, but today wasn't just any morning. Today was the day they were going to talk about Hogwarts. Really talk about it, not the theoretical conversations they'd been having for years, but the practical reality of it. He was going, and they both knew it, and there were things to discuss. He let the apples down gently, and sat beside her on the bench. The letter had come 3 months ago, and they'd replied. Wanda had crafted a response that confirmed his attendance without revealing his real name, enrolled as Harry Mirova. She dealt with the paperwork through channels that Harry suspected involved a significant amount of magical persuasion applied to the right bureaucrats. "So," he said. "So," she said, "I've been thinking about the name thing. I know. They are going to figure it out eventually. The scar, the age, the fact that I look exactly like James Potter apparently looked at 11, someone's going to put it together." Wanda set her tea down. "Yes, probably quickly. The question is how you want to handle that when it happens. I've been going back and forth. Option 1, I go in as Harry Mirova, keep my head down and let people figure it out gradually. Option 2, I walk in as Harry Potter and deal with the chaos up front. And option 1 is smarter. Option 2 is more honest." He looked at her. "You always told me that hiding who you are is a form of lying, and that lying to people you want to trust is a bad foundation." "I did say that. So option 2. The moment you walk into that castle as Harry Potter, everything changes. Dumbledore will know someone raised you. He'll start looking for me, harder than he's been looking. The ministry will get involved. The press will lose their minds. Every person in that school will have an opinion about you before you've said a single word. I know. Are you ready for that?" Harry thought about it. Really thought, not the quick-fire processing he did for most questions, but the deep, careful consideration she'd taught him for the ones that mattered. "I'm ready to be myself," he said. "Whatever that looks like to other people, I can handle. I've got 10 years of training from you, magic that none of them will understand, and," he grinned, "a really scary mum who'll show up and terrify everyone if things go sideways. I do not terrify people. Mama, the man at the post office still crosses the street when he sees you. He was rude to you. You made his hair fall out, only temporarily. It took 4 months to grow back." She bit her lip to keep from smiling. "He's perfectly fine now. He wears a hat, indoors, Harry. I'm just saying, when the most powerful wizard in Britain meets the woman who raised his missing prophecy child, the phrase 'do not terrify' is maybe ambitious." She looked at him, and for a moment her expression was something he couldn't quite read, pride and fear and love all tangled together. "Promise me something. Depends. Promise me that if it gets bad, if Dumbledore pushes too hard, or the students are cruel, or the pressure is too much, you'll tell me. You won't try to handle it alone because you think you should be strong enough. Mama, promise me. I promise." "But I need you to promise something too." "Depends," she said, echoing him. "Promise me you won't burn Hogwarts down if someone's mean to me." She was quiet long enough that he raised an eyebrow. "I promise I will exercise restraint," she said carefully. "That's not what I asked." "It's the best you're getting." He laughed, and she pulled him into a hug, and for a moment they just sat there. A mother and son on a garden bench in Wales, with orbiting apples settling gently into the grass around them, and the whole complicated future waiting just out of sight. The remaining weeks before September 1st passed in a blur of preparation, and nerves that neither of them would admit to. Harry practiced with his wand every day, getting used to the channel and focus it provided. It was strange, like the difference between throwing a ball with his whole arm and throwing it with a flick of his wrist. More precise, less powerful. He could do things with the wand that required more effort wandlessly, fine manipulation, complex spell structures, the kind of detailed work that benefited from a focused conduit. But his wandless casting remained his foundation, and he had no intention of abandoning it. He also studied. Not Hogwarts curriculum. Wanda had covered most of that years ago, and what she hadn't covered he'd read on his own. He studied history. The First Wizarding War, the politics of magical Britain, the families, the factions, the fault lines. If he was going to walk into that world as Harry Potter, he wanted to understand the landscape. The pureblood faction is built on economics as much as ideology, Wanda told him one evening, spreading a hand-drawn chart across the kitchen table. She'd been mapping the power structures of magical Britain for years, partly out of caution and partly because she found institutional analysis genuinely interesting. The sacred 28 families control most of the Wisengamot seats, the major businesses, and the cultural institutions. Their belief in blood purity is real, but it's also a justification for hoarding wealth and influence. If you threaten the ideology, you threaten the economic structure, and that's when it gets dangerous. Like any aristocracy. Exactly like any aristocracy. And like any aristocracy, they're most dangerous when they feel their position is slipping. Voldemort gave them a champion, someone who said the quiet parts loud and backed it with power. Without him, they've been operating through the Ministry and the Hogwarts Board of Governors, maintaining influence through institutional control rather than violence. And Dumbledore is the counterweight. He controls Hogwarts, has significant influence in the Wisengamot, and commands the loyalty of most of the people who fought in the last war. He's a political power as much as a magical one. And I'm the piece on the board that both sides want to claim. She met his eyes. The boy who lived defeated Voldemort. Symbolically, whoever controls your narrative controls the post-war story. If you're Dumbledore's protege, it validates his leadership. If the purebloods can claim you through influence, through marriage alliances, through the fact that the Potters were an old pureblood family, it legitimizes their faction. And if I'm nobody's protege, Wanda smiled, then you're a wild card, and everyone hates a wild card. Everyone except you. I am a wild card, we stick together. He also spent time with the owl. Hedwig was magnificent, fierce, and clever, and absolutely convinced that she was in charge of the household. She tolerated Wanda, respected Harry, and engaged in open warfare with the cat, which had been named Rasputin because he was orange and unkillable and showed up where he wasn't wanted. You're going to be my connection to home. Harry told Hedwig, scratching her head while she made a sound of regal satisfaction. Every week, letters to Mama, she'll worry if I don't. Hedwig clicked her beak in a way that clearly meant obviously, and no biting other students' owls. I know you think you're superior, you are, but we're trying to make friends, a disdainful hoot. I know, friends are complicated. Mama says the same thing. I do not, Wanda called from the other room. You literally have 0 friends. I have Rasputin. Rasputin is a cat. He's a very good conversationalist. On the evening of August 31st, Wanda cooked his favorite dinner, paprikash, from a recipe she'd brought from another universe and adapted with ingredients from the Welsh countryside. They ate at the kitchen table with candles that floated on their own and windows open to the warm night, and they didn't talk about Hogwarts at all. They talked about everything else, books they'd read, spells they'd invented, whether Rasputin was actually some kind of magical creature or just an unusually durable cat. I looked it up, Harry said, gesturing with his fork. There's no magical breed that matches him, he's just aggressively alive. Like us, Wanda said, and they both laughed, and the candles flickered in a breeze that smelled like autumn and the future. Later, after he'd gone to bed, she sat in the garden alone and let the wards hum around her. She could feel every layer, the perception shields, the spatial distortion, the chaos magic coiled beneath it all. She could feel the house and its warmth and the sleeping child inside it and the owl on the roof and the cat somewhere in the shadows. She could also feel, very faintly, the distant resonance of the last Horcrux. The diary, still moving, still shielded, still out there. She'd tracked it to a family, the Malfoys, she was almost certain, but hadn't moved on it yet. It was the last piece of Voldemort's immortality aside from the Wraith itself, and she wanted to handle it carefully, soon. After Harry was settled at Hogwarts. She'd find the diary and unmake it, and then there would be nothing between Voldemort and true death except the pathetic fragment of soul that drifted through Albanian forests, too weak to do anything but wait. And then, someday, that fragment would try to come back. The prophecy said so, and Wanda had learned enough about this world's magic to respect prophecy even when she found the concept distasteful. When it happened, Harry would be ready. Not because she'd turned him into a weapon, but because she'd raised him to be strong and smart and brave, and because the version of Voldemort that came back would be facing a world that had already destroyed his safety nets. She looked up at the stars. Different constellations than the ones she'd known. This universe had the same sky as hers, mostly, but she could feel the subtle differences in the cosmic background, the fingerprint of a reality that wasn't home. Home is where you decide it is, she thought. And I decided 10 years ago. She went inside, checked on Harry one more time, asleep, one arm thrown over his face, wand on the bedside table. Hedwig watching from her perch with golden eyes, and went to bed. King's Cross Station was loud and crowded and smelled like diesel and coffee, and Harry loved it immediately. Platform 9 3/4, he read from the ticket, weaving through the crowd with his trunk floating behind him, concealed by a casual notice-me-not that he'd cast without thinking about it. Between platforms 9 and 10, so, a concealed entrance. Probably a ward that lets magical people through and redirects muggles. Shall we? Wanda walked beside him, dressed in muggle clothes, dark jeans, a red leather jacket, her brown hair loose over her shoulders. She looked like any other mother seeing her child off to school, except for the faint scarlet shimmer in her eyes when she scanned the crowd and the way the air around her seemed slightly more present than it should be. I can see the entrance from here, she said. The ward is charmingly simple. A spatial fold anchored to the pillar. Anyone with magic who walks through with intention enters the folded space. Everyone else just walks into a pillar. And the security, minimal. A few monitoring charms, nothing that would slow down anyone serious. This world's approach to security is remarkably trusting, or remarkably overconfident. Same thing. They passed through the barrier together, and platform 9 3/4 materialized around them in a wash of steam and noise and magic. The Hogwarts Express was enormous and scarlet, gleaming under the arched glass ceiling, and the platform was packed with families. Parents hugging children, trunks being loaded, owls hooting, a toad making a bid for freedom near the edge of the platform. Harry stopped and took it all in. The magic here was thick, dozens of witches and wizards in one place, their individual signatures blending into a warm, chaotic buzz that he could feel against his skin. Children his age and older, all heading to the same place, carrying the same mix of excitement and nervousness. For a moment, just a moment, he felt it too, the nervousness. Not of the magic or the challenges ahead, but of the simple, human reality of being the new kid. He'd never been around other children his age for more than a few hours. He'd never had friends his own age. Wanda had been his entire world, and he loved that world, but it was about to get a lot bigger. You're going to be brilliant, Wanda said quietly beside him. I know. Modest, too. I learned from the best. She laughed, and it drew a few glances from nearby families. The sound was bright and warm, and very much not the restrained laugh of a typical British witch. Wanda didn't notice, or didn't care. Remember what I told you about people who want to control the conversation. People who want to help you don't need to control the conversation, he recited. I know, Mama. And remember, trust my instincts, protect my friends, never let anyone make me feel small. Don't eat anything Hagrid bakes without checking it first, and write every week. Every week. Every week. She pulled him into a hug, and he let her, because he was 11, but he wasn't stupid, and he could feel the way her arms tightened and the faint tremor in her shoulders. She was scared. The Scarlet Witch, who could unmake reality with a thought, was scared of letting her son get on a train. I love you, M-O-Y-R-S-O-L-N-T-Y, she whispered. I love you too, Mama. She released him, and he saw her eyes, bright with unshed tears, ringed with the faintest glow of scarlet. She blinked it back and smiled, and it was the fiercest smile he'd ever seen. Go, she said. Show them what a chaos prince looks like. He grabbed his trunk, whistled for Hedwig, and boarded the train. The compartment he chose was near the back, a strategic decision, giving him sight lines down the corridor and proximity to the rear exit. Wanda's training ran deep. He stowed his trunk, let Hedwig settle on the luggage rack, and sat by the window. Through the glass, he could see Wanda on the platform. She hadn't moved. She was watching the train with an expression that he recognized from years of reading her face. The complex layering of love and fear and pride that she wore whenever he did something that took him further from her. He pressed his palm against the window. She pressed hers back, and for a moment the glass between them glowed faintly red, her magic reaching for his, a touch across the distance. Then the train began to move, and the platform slid away, and Wanda slid away with it, getting smaller and smaller until the train rounded a curve and she was gone. Harry sat back in his seat and breathed. Okay, he thought. Here we go. The compartment door slid open about 20 minutes into the journey. A tall, gangly boy with red hair and freckles and a smudge of dirt on his nose leaned in, looking hopeful and slightly embarrassed. Anyone sitting here, everywhere else is full. All yours. Harry said, gesturing to the opposite seat. The boy dragged in a battered trunk and collapsed into the seat with the graceless relief of someone who'd been hauling luggage through a crowded train. Cheers, I'm Ron Weasley. Harry, Ron waited for a last name. Harry considered his options for about half a second. Potter, he said. Harry Potter. The effect was immediate and spectacular. Ron's eyes went wide, his mouth dropped open, and the color in his freckled cheeks did something complicated. You're Harry Potter. The actual, but everyone says you've been nobody knows where, missing. I know, I wasn't missing. I just wasn't where everyone expected me to be. But the scar, do you really have? Harry pushed his hair back from his forehead. The lightning bolt scar was thin and white now, faded after 10 years to a pale line rather than the angry red mark it had been. But it was unmistakable. Blimey, Ron whispered. He stared for a long moment, then seemed to remember himself and looked away, embarrassed. Sorry, that was rude. It's just you're kind of famous, like really famous. My mum has a commemorative plate. Harry grinned. I hope it's a nice plate. It's hideous, actually. Your face is on it, but it looks like they used a potato as a reference. Ron relaxed a fraction, responding to Harry's ease. Where have you been? Everyone thought Dumbledore had you hidden away somewhere, but then there were rumors you'd been kidnapped or killed or raised by dragons. There was a whole thing in the Prophet about 3 years ago. Some bloke claimed he'd seen you in Romania riding a Hungarian horntail. That sounds significantly cooler than my actual childhood. What was your actual childhood? I was raised by my mum, in Wales. Ron blinked. Your mum, but your mum's, not Lily Potter, my adopted mum. She found me the night my parents died and raised me. Oh, Ron processed this with the expression of someone whose worldview was being rearranged in real time. So you've known about magic this whole time, since I was born, basically. And you've been in Wales, just living in Wales. It's a nice country. Ron shook his head slowly, a grin spreading across his face. Mate, you have no idea how mental this is. You're the most famous person in the wizarding world and you've just been living in Wales. Should I have been somewhere more dramatic? I mean a castle at minimum, maybe a hidden fortress. You're the boy who lived, you can't just be in Wales. I'll try to be more mysterious in the future. Ron laughed, a full, genuine laugh that Harry liked immediately. There was no calculation in it, no agenda. Ron Weasley thought this was funny, and he laughed because he thought it was funny, and that simplicity was refreshing in a way Harry hadn't expected to appreciate so much. They talked. Ron told him about his family, 6 siblings, parents who worked too hard and loved too much. A house called the Burrow that was held together by magic and stubbornness. He talked about growing up in the shadow of older brothers who were all exceptional in different ways, and the quiet fear that he'd turn out to be the ordinary one. Harry listened. Really listened, the way Wanda had taught him, not just hearing the words but reading the person underneath. Ron Weasley was insecure and brave, loyal and funny, desperate to matter and convinced he didn't. He was the kind of person who'd throw himself in front of a curse for a friend and then apologize for being in the way. Harry liked him enormously. So what about you? Ron asked after he'd finished a story about his brother Charlie and a runaway fire crab. What's your mum like, the adopted one? Harry thought about how to answer that. She's a lot, in the best way. She's the most powerful witch I've ever seen, the most powerful person I've ever seen. And she makes the best paprikash in the world, and she talks to our cat like he's a person, and she taught me everything I know about magic. Everything. Doesn't she want you to learn at school? She does. But she started teaching me when I was 5, and look, my mum's magic isn't like anything you've learned about. She's not from, he caught himself. Not because he was hiding anything, but because "my mother is from a parallel universe" was a lot for a first conversation. "She's not from around here. Her magic works differently. I'll show you sometime." "Yeah, yeah." The train rumbled through countryside that grew wilder and more beautiful as they traveled north, and Ron pulled out sandwiches that he offered to share with obvious embarrassment. "They're just corned beef, nothing fancy." And Harry bought the entire trolley when the food cart came by, not out of showing off, but because he'd never seen magical candy before and Wanda's approach to confectionery had been strictly practical. "You've never had a chocolate frog," Ron said, with the horror of someone learning that a friend had never breathed air. "We didn't really do wizarding candy at home. Mama makes these Sokovian pastries that are incredible, but what's Sokovian? It's where she's from originally. A country called Sokovia. Never heard of it." "You wouldn't have?" "Because it doesn't exist in this universe," Harry didn't add. "Try the pastry she packed me. It's in the, actually, hold on." He dug through his bag and pulled out a wrapped parcel of Wanda's cherry-filled collages. Ron bit into one and his eyes went so wide Harry thought they might actually leave his head. "This is the best thing I've ever eaten," Ron said with his mouth full. "I'm going to marry your mum. Get in line. Rasputin already proposed." "Who's Rasputin?" "Our cat. Your cat proposed." He brought her a dead bird and sat on her lap for 3 hours. In cat terms, that's practically an engagement. The compartment door slid open again. A girl with bushy brown hair and an expression of barely contained urgency looked in. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one." "Haven't seen it," Ron said. "I can find it," Harry said. He held out his hand and felt for the small, cold-blooded magical signature of an amphibian somewhere on the train. There, 3 compartments up, hiding under a seat. He made a small beckoning gesture, and the toad came sailing through the air, through the open door and into his palm. The girl stared. Ron stared. The toad croaked philosophically. "Here you go," Harry said, holding it out. 3 compartments up. He was hiding under a seat. "How did you just—" "That was a non-verbal and wandless summoning charm," the girl said, her voice climbing with each word. "That's Newt level at minimum. We haven't even started school." "How did you— Who are you?" "Harry Potter," Ron said, with the proprietary pride of someone who'd gotten there first. "He's been living in Wales." The girl's mouth opened and closed twice. She looked at Harry's forehead, at the thin white scar visible through his messy hair, and then at his hand where the toad was sitting with patient resignation. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said, and sat down without being invited, her eyes bright and sharp and completely focused on him. "And you're going to explain how you did that. It's a summoning charm. You think about what you want and call it to you, without a wand. I don't need a wand for most things." That shouldn't. The theory of wanded magic clearly states that a focusing instrument is necessary for most wizards, sure. My mum taught me differently. Hermione looked like someone had told her that gravity was optional. It was clearly the most exciting and disturbing thing she'd ever heard. "I have so many questions," she said. Harry grinned. "I've got time." By the time the train began to slow, passing through twilight-darkened Scottish countryside, Harry had 2 friends. He hadn't planned it, hadn't strategized or calculated or done any of the things Wanda's training in social dynamics had prepared him for. He'd just been himself, and they'd liked him, and he'd liked them back. Ron was warmth and loyalty, and a grounding ordinariness that Harry hadn't known he needed. Hermione was fire and intellect, and an insatiable hunger for understanding that reminded him, in the best way, of his mother. He was still thinking about this, about the unexpected sweetness of being liked for himself and not his scar or his power, when the train stopped and they piled out onto a dark platform, and a voice he recognized from Wanda's descriptions boomed across the crowd. Fur's years over here." Hagrid was enormous. Harry had known this intellectually, Wanda had described him, and the wizarding books mentioned his size, but seeing him in person was something else entirely. He was twice the height of a normal man, and 3 times as wide, with a wild black beard and hands like dustbin lids and small, dark eyes that radiated a kindness so genuine it was almost visible. Those eyes found Harry in the crowd, and Hagrid froze. Harry watched it happen, the recognition, the shock, the flood of emotion across that massive, expressive face. Hagrid's mouth worked silently. His eyes went to the scar, then to the green eyes, then to the messy black hair, and the man who'd pulled a baby from the rubble of Godric's Hollow 11 years ago looked at the boy that baby had become, and Harry, Hagrid whispered. His voice cracked on the word. Harry Potter, hello, Hagrid. Harry said, and smiled because this man had carried him to safety on the worst night of his life, and that deserved warmth regardless of what had come after. Hagrid burst into tears. It was not a subtle event. The man sobbed like a broken dam, enormous shoulders heaving, tears disappearing into his beard, and several first years nearby looked alarmed. Harry stepped forward and did the only thing that seemed appropriate. He hugged the man, or hugged his midsection, which was all he could reach. Everyone thought, 10 years, Harry, where have ye been? I'm okay, Hagrid, I'm here now. Hagrid pulled back, wiping his eyes with a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth. Dumbledore needs to know right away. We've all been. I'm sure he'll find out soon enough. Harry kept his voice gentle but firm. Right now, I think we need to get to the castle, before the other first years decide to swim. Hagrid laughed wetly, blew his nose with a sound like a foghorn, and gathered himself. Right, ye are, boats this way, come on, first years. They crossed the lake in boats that glided through dark water under a sky full of stars, and when Hogwarts appeared around the last bend, a castle of towers and turrets and lit windows, perched on a cliff above the water like something from the oldest kind of story, Harry felt his breath catch. Not because it was beautiful, though it was, because it was alive. He could feel the magic of the castle from here, layers upon layers of it, ancient and deep, woven into every stone. 1,000 years of magic and learning and living, concentrated into one impossible structure. It hummed with power, and that power hummed with awareness, and for a moment he had the dizzying sense that the castle was looking back at him. Whoa, Ron breathed beside him. Yeah, Harry said. They docked. They climbed stairs. They were met by Professor McGonagall, a tall, stern woman with a sharp jaw and sharper eyes, who gave them a speech about houses, and the sorting that Harry barely heard because he was busy feeling the castle's magic with his senses extended. Mapping its energy like Wanda had taught him to map any new environment, the castle was incredible. The magic was deep, deeper than the wards, deeper than the enchantments, deeper than the 1,000 years of spellwork layered onto the original structure. There was something at the foundations that felt almost sentient, a magical intelligence woven into the bedrock that watched and listened and remembered. The founders hadn't just built a school, they'd created something alive. And underneath it all, buried deep but unmistakable to someone trained to sense it, there was something else. Something hidden. Something that pulsed with a familiar dark energy, not a Horcrux, he was almost certain, but something related, something that Voldemort had touched. He filed that away and followed McGonagall into the Great Hall. It was everything the books had described, and nothing the descriptions had captured. 4 long tables under a ceiling that showed the actual sky, not an illusion, Harry realized with professional interest, but a dimensional pocket that actually opened to the sky above the castle while keeping the hall warm and dry. Elegant work, thousands of candles floating on nothing. Hundreds of faces turning to look at the new arrivals, and at the head table, sitting in a golden chair that was somehow both ostentatious and perfectly suited to him, Albus Dumbledore. Harry felt the man's gaze land on him and stay. It was like being scanned, a gentle, probing magical perception, far more sophisticated than Ollivander's had been. Dumbledore was trying to read him the way you'd read a book, looking for the story written on the surface and between the lines. Harry felt the touch against his mental shields and let it slide off without resistance or reaction. Wanda had trained him in mental defense since he was 7. Dumbledore's legilimency was subtle and skilled, but it was a lockpick against a vault door. The old wizard's expression didn't change, but Harry felt the flicker of surprise. Then interest. Then a careful, calculated warmth that settled over Dumbledore's features like a mask. People who want to help you don't need to control the conversation. When I call your name. McGonagall said, unrolling a scroll, you will sit on the stool and place the sorting hat on your head. Names were called. Children were sorted. Harry watched the hat with interest. It was genuinely conscious, a magical construct with real awareness, and its method was fascinating. It read the children as they sat beneath it, sensing their natures and matching them to the Founder's criteria. Some were quick. Some took longer. A blond boy named Draco Malfoy was barely touched before the hat shouted, Slytherin. And Harry noted the name, Malfoy. The family he suspected had the diary Horcrux. Granger, Hermione. Hermione practically ran to the stool. The hat took nearly 4 minutes with her before shouting Gryffindor, and she came back to the line glowing, then, Mirova, Harry. A murmur went through the hall. No one recognized the name, but several people recognized the face. Harry could feel the whispers starting as he walked to the stool, could see heads turning and eyes narrowing and a few people pointing at his forehead. He sat. He placed the hat on his head. And the hat screamed, not out loud in his mind, a psychic shriek of shock and disorientation that would have been painful to anyone without his mental training. Harry held steady and waited. What are you? Hello, Harry thought calmly. I'm Harry. Your mind, this isn't. I've sorted thousands of students and I have never, the chaos, the structure, the layers, who trained you, my mother. Your mother is not a witch of this world. I can see, I can feel, there are patterns in your mind that don't belong to any magical tradition I know. You've been shaped by something outside the normal spectrum, something chaotic. The hat was silent for a long moment. When it spoke again, the panic had faded, replaced by something closer to awe. You're Harry Potter. Yes, they said you were missing. They said you might be dead. I was in Wales. Another silence. Then, incredibly, the hat laughed. A dry, dusty, 1,000-year-old laugh that echoed through Harry's mind. Wales. The boy who lived hidden in Wales. Oh, Godric would have loved that. He always did appreciate the ridiculous. Can you sort me, please? People are staring. Sort you. Yes, right. The question is where to put you, Mr. Potter, because you don't fit neatly anywhere. You have Gryffindor's courage, that's unmistakable, bred in the bone and trained to a razor's edge. You have Ravenclaw's hunger for knowledge, but it's not academic, it's practical, strategic, the knowledge of someone who learns in order to ACT. You have Slytherin's ambition, though you'd call it something else. And you have Hufflepuff's loyalty, deep and fierce and absolutely terrifying in its intensity. So where do I go? Where do you want to go? Harry thought about Ron, who was standing in line watching with wide eyes. He thought about Hermione, sitting at the Gryffindor table with her fingers crossed. He thought about his father, who'd been a Gryffindor, and his mother, who'd been a Gryffindor, and the courage that had made them stand between a Dark Lord and their son. And he thought about Wanda, who was the bravest person he knew, and who had taught him that courage wasn't the absence of fear but the decision that something else mattered more. Gryffindor, he thought. Oh, thank Merlin, the hat said. If I'd had to explain to Dumbledore why Harry Potter ended up in Slytherin, I'd have burst into flame. Gryffindor. The hat bellowed, and the sound that erupted from the hall was like nothing Harry had ever heard, a wall of sound, hundreds of voices, cheering and shouting and stamping feet, the Gryffindor table loudest of all. But it wasn't just cheering. It was the sound of recognition. Because word was spreading through the hall like fire. That's Harry Potter, it's Harry Potter, the boy who lived, he's alive, he's here. And by the time Harry reached the Gryffindor table and sat down between Ron and Hermione, the great hall was in uproar. Dumbledore stood. He didn't raise his voice, but somehow it carried over the chaos. A neat trick of amplification magic that Harry appreciated professionally. If we might continue the sorting, the headmaster said mildly, we do have several more students to place and a feast growing cold. The hall quieted, but the energy didn't. Harry could feel every eye in the room on him, curious, excited, awed, suspicious. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was staring with an expression Harry couldn't quite parse. At the head table, a hook-nosed professor with lank, dark hair was looking at him with an intensity that bordered on violent. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore's eyes met his across the length of the hall, and behind the twinkle and the warmth, Harry saw what Wanda had taught him to see. A brilliant mind calculating at tremendous speed, adjusting plans, reshaping strategies. Incorporating this new variable, a Harry Potter who was not what anyone expected, into a framework that had been built for a very different boy. Harry held the gaze for a moment, then he smiled, a genuine, warm, absolutely unintimidated smile, and turned to Ron. "So," he said, "tell me about this feast." Ron stared at him. "Mate, you just broke the Sorting Hat." "I didn't break it. We had a conversation." It screamed. Everyone heard it scream. It was surprised. "I'm surprising." Hermione leaned across Ron. "What did it say to you?" "What did it? The delay was almost 4 minutes. That's the longest sorting tonight. It said I was hard to place. Then it said Gryffindor." "What was the scream about?" Harry grinned. "Trade secret." The feast appeared, mountains of food materializing on golden plates, and conversation was temporarily suspended in favor of eating. Harry filled his plate and let the sound of the hall wash over him. Hundreds of voices, laughter, the clink of silverware, the rustle of robes. It was overwhelming and wonderful and completely unlike any experience he'd had. He was reaching for a bread roll when a voice cut through the noise. "Mr. Potter." Professor McGonagall was standing behind him, her expression a careful composite of sternness and something softer. "The headmaster would like to see you after the feast. His office is on the 7th floor behind the gargoyle. The password is Sherbet Lemon." "Thank you, Professor." "And Mr. Potter," she hesitated. Then, "welcome to Hogwarts." Something in her voice made him think she meant it as more than routine. He nodded and she moved away, and Ron elbowed him. "Dumbledore wants to see you already. First night, apparently." "What are you going to tell him?" Harry thought about it. About the man who'd left a baby on a doorstep in November. About the plan that had been disrupted. About the 10 years of searching and the moment of recognition across the Great Hall. "The truth," he said. "Most of it, anyway." The feast wound down. Students were led to dormitories by prefects, and Harry followed the Gryffindor crowd up staircases that moved and through corridors that shifted, his magical senses mapping the castle's architecture in real time. It was extraordinary. The building was a living maze, responsive to the magic of its inhabitants, constantly rearranging itself according to patterns that were part intentional design and part emergent behavior. He dropped his trunk in the first-year boys' dormitory, exchanged quick goodnights with Ron and the other boys, Neville Longbottom, who thanked him profusely for the Toad rescue, Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, and then slipped out. The castle was quieter now, most students in their common rooms. Harry walked through corridors lit by torchlight and moonlight, his footsteps echoing on stone floors, and let himself feel the building properly for the first time. It was magnificent. And it was worried. That was the only word for what he sensed from the castle's deep magic. A low-level anxiety, a tension in the ancient enchantments, as if the building itself knew something was wrong. It was centered on the 3rd floor, a corridor that McGonagall had warned the students away from, which was about as effective a way to attract curious children as painting a target on it. Harry extended his senses toward the 3rd floor corridor and felt the protections immediately. A series of nested challenges, each one guarding the way to something deeper. And beneath them all, a magical signature he recognized, not because he'd encountered it before, but because Wanda had described it to him in detail. Nicholas Flamel. The Philosopher's Stone. Interesting, Harry thought, and continued to Dumbledore's office. The gargoyle leapt aside at the password, and Harry rode the spiral staircase upward, composing himself as he rose. This was the moment Wanda had prepared him for more than any other, the first conversation with the man who tried to engineer his childhood. He knocked. "Come in." Dumbledore's office was exactly what Harry had expected, a cathedral of controlled eccentricity, every object carefully chosen to project wisdom and whimsy in equal measure. Silver instruments puffing smoke on spindly tables. A phoenix on a perch fox who looked at Harry with ancient, knowing eyes and trilled softly. Portraits of former headmasters on the walls, most pretending to be asleep. And Dumbledore himself, sitting behind his desk with his fingers steepled, watching Harry with the full force of a century's intelligence and experience. "Harry," Dumbledore said, "please sit down." Harry sat. "I imagine you know who I am." Albus Dumbledore. Headmaster of Hogwarts, Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Defeater of Grindelwald, Leader of the Order of the Phoenix during the First War, and the man who left me on the Dursleys' doorstep. If Dumbledore was surprised by the directness, he didn't show it. His expression remained warm, his eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. "You've been well informed. I've been well raised. And that, I think, is the question that has kept me awake for many nights over the past several months, since I discovered you were not where I had placed you. Who raised you, Harry? My mother, Lily Potter, died protecting me, I know. My adopted mother found me in the rubble of my parents' house and raised me." Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. "Her name is hers to share if she chooses to." The twinkle dimmed by a fraction. "Harry, I don't wish to pry, but you must understand, you disappeared as an infant. The entire wizarding world has been searching for you. There are questions that must be answered, for your safety and for the safety of... My safety has never been in question." Harry kept his voice calm, conversational, the tone Wanda used when she wanted someone to understand that she was being polite by choice, not necessity. "I've been safe, loved, and trained for 10 years. The fact that you didn't know where I was doesn't mean I was in danger. It means your monitoring was insufficient." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The silver instruments puffed and whirred. "You're right," Dumbledore said, and the admission surprised Harry despite himself. "My monitoring was insufficient. I trusted charms that I should have verified. I assumed safety where I should have confirmed it. That failure is mine, and I will not compound it by pretending otherwise. It was well played." The honest admission, the acceptance of fault, it was designed to establish trust, to create an emotional opening. Wanda had warned him about exactly this technique, the strategic vulnerability. "I appreciate that," Harry said, "and I'm not here to make accusations or assign blame. I'm here to learn. My mother sent me to Hogwarts because she wants me to know this world, my parents' world. She has no interest in conflict with you or with anyone else. But you won't tell me who she is. Not tonight. May I ask why? Because you'll try to find her. And when you do, you'll try to assess whether she's suitable, whether her influence has been appropriate, whether I've been raised in a way that aligns with your expectations. And I'd rather you get to know me first. Judge me on my own merits. Then, when you've seen what she made, you can meet the woman who made it." Dumbledore studied him for a long time. The portraits on the walls had given up pretending to sleep and were watching openly, and Fawkes made a soft sound that might have been approval. "You are not what I expected, Harry Potter," Dumbledore said at last. "I know. The boy you expected would have been grateful, overwhelmed, eager for guidance. He would have trusted you because you were the first person in the magical world to show him kindness. He would have been moldable." The word hung in the air between them. "That boy doesn't exist," Harry said. "I'm sorry if that complicates things." "It complicates many things," Dumbledore said, and then, incredibly, he smiled. Not the calculated warmth he'd worn earlier, but something real, rueful, self-aware, tinged with something that might have been relief. "But complications, I have found, are where the most interesting stories begin." He stood and extended his hand. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Harry, truly." Harry shook it. The old wizard's grip was firm, his magic a deep, steady pulse that spoke of immense power held in perfect control. He was the most powerful wizard Harry had ever sensed, a mountain of magical force, refined by a century of practice. But Harry had been raised by the Scarlet Witch. And mountains, he knew from personal experience, could be brought down. "Thank you, Headmaster," he said. "I'm looking forward to it." He left the office and walked back through the quiet castle, and the stones hummed beneath his feet, and the portraits whispered in his wake, and somewhere in Wales, a woman sat in a garden with a cat in her lap and her eyes on the stars, waiting for an owl that would come in the morning. The first day had ended. The story was just beginning. Chapter 3. The Sorting of Chaos. Harry woke at dawn because Wanda had trained him to wake at dawn, and because the castle was singing. Not literally, not in a way that anyone without his particular sensitivity would notice. But the deep magic in Hogwarts's foundations hummed with the rhythm of 1,000 years of sunrises, and that hum shifted frequencies as the light changed, cycling through harmonics that resonated with the wards and the stones and the sleeping magic of hundreds of students. It was like waking up inside a living instrument. He lay in his four-poster bed and listened to it for a while. The other boys were still asleep. Ron's snoring was a force of nature, and Neville had somehow wound himself entirely in his blankets like a cocoon. Dean and Seamus were formless lumps in the pre-dawn dark. Harry could feel their magic, each one distinct. Ron's was warm and steady like a banked fire. Neville's flickered with an uncertainty that didn't match its depth, and the other two were bright and uncomplicated. He dressed quietly, pocketed his wand more out of habit than need, and slipped out of the dormitory. The common room was empty. The fire had burned down to embers, and the armchairs cast long shadows in the gray light filtering through the tower windows. Harry crossed to the portrait hole, pushed through, and stepped into the corridor beyond. Hogwarts in the early morning was a different creature than Hogwarts at night. The torches were dimmed, the corridors washed in the pale blue of approaching dawn, and the castle's magic was quieter, contemplative, almost like a person thinking in the space between sleep and waking. Harry walked through it with his senses open, mapping. The castle was enormous. 7 floors above ground, at least 3 below, plus towers and turrets and annexes that seemed to exist in semi-dimensional spaces of their own. The staircases moved on patterns that were partly scheduled and partly responsive to the intentions of whoever was walking them. Harry tested this by wanting to go to the 3rd floor and feeling the nearest staircase obligingly swing toward his destination, the 3rd floor corridor. McGonagall had warned them away from it. Harry had felt the protections last night, layered defenses around something important. The Philosopher's Stone, he was almost certain. Wanda had told him about Flame years ago during one of their lessons on magical history. The only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone, a device that produced the elixir of life and turned base metal to gold. 665 years old, the last anyone had checked. The question was why it was here. Harry stood at the entrance to the forbidden corridor and extended his senses. The outermost protection was a simple locking charm on the door, laughably basic, barely a speed bump. Behind it, he could feel living magical signatures, something large and multi-headed, canine in nature. A Cerberus, maybe. Beyond that, layers of enchantments of varying complexity, each one keyed to a different discipline of magic. And at the center, deep beneath the floor, the stone itself, a knot of concentrated alchemical energy that pulsed like a heartbeat. And wrapped around it all, thin as spider silk but unmistakable once you knew what to look for, was a trap, not a trap for thieves, a trap for a specific thief. The protections were designed to be solvable. Each challenge had a vulnerability, a path through, and those paths were calibrated not for maximum security but for a specific kind of challenge. As if someone wanted the stone to be stealable, but only by the right person. Dumbledore, Harry thought. The old wizard was using the stone as bait. But bait for whom? He filed the question away and kept walking. The castle unfolded around him, the library, vast, thrumming with the accumulated magic of thousands of books. The kitchens, he found them by following the smell of baking bread, and the house elves inside were delighted and slightly unnerved by a student who could sense them through the walls. The greenhouses visible through a window, Professor Sprout's domain, pulsing with the green magic of cultivated magical plants. He found the room of requirement by accident, which he suspected was the only way to find it. He was walking past a blank stretch of wall on the 7th floor, thinking about how much he wished there was somewhere to practice magic without being watched, and a door appeared. He opened it and found a vast, empty room with padded floors and reinforced walls, exactly what he'd imagined. "Thank you," he told the castle. He felt the walls hum in response. He practiced for an hour. Not wand magic, his wandless fundamentals, the foundation Wanda had built. He moved through the exercises she'd designed. Levitation patterns of increasing complexity, transmutation sequences, elemental manipulation, shielding under pressure. He conjured targets and destroyed them, built structures and unmade them, pushed his magic until his core ached and then pushed a little further. He was halfway through a combat sequence, creating and destroying obstacles while maintaining a shield and simultaneously levitating 4 objects in independent orbits, when he felt someone approaching. The magic was sharp and cold and heavy with old pain. Harry dropped his exercise and turned to face the door just as it opened. Severus Snape stood in the doorway. He was exactly as the descriptions had suggested, tall, thin, draped in black robes that seemed to absorb light, with a hooked nose and lank dark hair and eyes like tunnels. His magical signature was powerful and tightly controlled, wound in on itself like a compressed spring. Those dark eyes locked onto Harry, and something in them shifted. A spasm of emotion so intense it distorted his magical aura, grief and rage and longing all twisted together into something toxic. He was looking at Harry, but he was seeing someone else. "Potter," Snape said. The word dripped with a venom that had been distilling for years. "Professor Snape," Harry said calmly, "the prodigal son returns." Snape stepped into the room, and the door closed behind him. The room of requirement reconfigured subtly. The padded floors hardened, the space contracted, the atmosphere shifted to something more confrontational. The room was responding to Snape's emotional state, Harry realized. Interesting. Wandering the castle at dawn. Already breaking rules on your first full day. How very like your father. You knew my father. I knew James Potter. The name was a weapon in Snape's mouth. An arrogant, swaggering bully who believed that being a Gryffindor and having a famous name entitled him to anything he wanted. And now here you are, his mirror image, skulking about, no doubt already convinced that the rules don't apply to you. Harry regarded him steadily. Wanda had told him about Snape. She'd pieced together the broad strokes from her research. The childhood friendship with Lily Evans, the involvement with the Death Eaters, the apparent defection, the years of service as Dumbledore's spy. She'd told Harry to be careful, not because Snape was dangerous, but because he was damaged, and damaged people were unpredictable. "I wasn't breaking any rules," Harry said. "There's no curfew after dawn, I checked. The room of requirement is not a playground for first years." The room of requirement doesn't have a restricted access policy. It appears for anyone who needs it. Snape's eyes narrowed. "You know what this room is." "I know what most things in this castle are. I did my research before coming." Research. The word was a sneer. "Is that what your guardian calls it? The mysterious figure who stole you from your rightful? Nobody stole me." Harry's voice didn't change in volume or tone, but his magic flickered, a brief, involuntary pulse of heat that made the air shimmer. "My mother found me in the rubble of a house where my parents had just been murdered. She saved my life. I won't hear that described as theft." Snape went still. Very still, the way a predator goes still when it encounters something unexpected, not prey, not a fellow predator, but something outside its categories entirely. "Saved your life," he repeated. "From what?" The Dark Lord was already defeated. From the piece of him that was left behind. Silence. Harry watched Snape process this, watched the potion's master's formidable intellect engage with the implication, and come to a conclusion that drained the color from his already pale face. "That's not possible," Snape whispered. "It was, and my mother removed it, the night she found me." You're claiming that the Dark Lord split his soul?" "Yes, more than once. The fragment in my scar was removed when I was 15 months old. I've never been a Horcrux, Professor. I've never had a connection to Voldemort. Snape flinched at the name. Most wizards did. But his flinch was deeper than superstition. It was the flinch of a man for whom that name carried the weight of personal history and personal shame. If this is true, Snape started. It is. If this is true, does Dumbledore know? Not yet. You're welcome to tell him. Why would I? Because I can see that you report to him. Your magical signature carries traces of binding oaths, at least two, layered, one older than the other. You're bound to Dumbledore and you're bound to something else, something darker. You were a Death Eater who turned spy. It's written all over your aura. The silence that followed was absolute. Snape stood motionless, his face a mask, but Harry could feel the storm beneath, fury at being read so easily, fear at being exposed, and underneath it all, that same twisted knot of grief and rage that colored everything this man did. You have your mother's eyes, Snape said finally, and his voice was stripped raw. Lily's eyes, I thought when I saw you at the feast, I thought for a moment. He stopped, swallowed, the mask came back, but it was thinner now and Harry could see the cracks. You presume a great deal, Potter. Snape's voice was controlled again, but brittle. Reading a professor's magical aura, discussing classified information about the Dark Lord. You've been in this castle less than 12 hours and you're already what? Already refusing to be intimidated. Harry picked up his bag. My mother taught me to respect people based on how they treat others, not on what title they hold. You came in here looking for a fight, Professor. You wanted to see James Potter's son and hate him the way you hated James. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not my father. I'm not anyone you've met before. He walked toward the door. Snape didn't move to stop him, didn't reach for a wand, didn't cast. He just stood there, rigid and silent, and as Harry passed him, he heard Snape say very quietly, "She would have been proud of you. Lily." Harry paused. I know. My mother tells me about her. Both my mothers want the same thing for me, to be better than the people who tried to break them. He left the room and didn't look back. Breakfast in the great hall was an assault on the senses after the quiet of the early morning. The noise of hundreds of students talking, eating, comparing schedules, showing off over the summer, it hit Harry like a wave as he came through the doors. And he took a moment to adjust before heading for the Gryffindor table. Ron was already there, plowing through a stack of toast with the dedication of someone training for an eating competition. Hermione was beside him, a book propped against the juice jug, reading and eating simultaneously with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd been doing it for years. Where'd you go? Ron asked through a mouthful of eggs. Your bed was empty when I woke up. Exploring. This castle is incredible. Find anything good. The room of requirement, the kitchens, and Professor Snape's deep-seated emotional issues. Ron choked on his toast. Hermione looked up from her book. You met Snape already, Ron wheezed. On day one, he found me practicing in the room of requirement. And we had a conversation. He's exactly as unpleasant as advertised, but there's more going on with him than people think. Hermione set her book down. What's the room of requirement? Harry described it, and watched her eyes light up with the particular intensity that meant she'd be spending every free moment for the next week researching it. That's extraordinary, she said. A room that configures itself to the user's needs. The enchantment work alone would be, and it's not in Hogwarts, a history. I've read that book 3 times. Some things aren't in books. That's a deeply upsetting statement. Their schedules arrived with the Morning Post. Harry scanned his Transfiguration with McGonagall first, then Charms with Flitwick, a break and double potions with Snape in the afternoon. The potions class was shared with Slytherin, which promised to be interesting. An owl swooped down, not Hedwig, who was still recovering from the journey, but a school owl carrying a copy of the Daily Prophet. The front page made Harry pause. The boy who lived, found at last. Harry Potter arrives at Hogwarts after decade-long disappearance. The article was breathless and speculative and wrong about almost everything. It claimed he'd been raised in seclusion by an unknown witch of foreign origin, half right, that he'd been hidden away for his own protection against remaining Death Eater threats, creative fiction, and that his arrival at Hogwarts had reduced the Sorting Hat to tears, dramatically wrong, though the hat had been rather shaken. "Famous," Ron said, reading over his shoulder. "They're already making stuff up about you. Let them." Harry folded the paper and set it aside. "The people who matter will know the truth. Everyone else can believe whatever they want. That's very philosophical. My mother is very philosophical, is she? She sounds more like a terrifying genius. Those aren't mutually exclusive." Transfiguration was first, and Harry decided within the first 5 minutes that he liked McGonagall. She entered the classroom, already transformed. A tabby cat sitting on the desk, watching the students file in with an expression of feline judgment. Harry felt the animagus magic immediately, the seamless fusion of human and animal that produced a transformation far more complete than standard transfiguration. He appreciated the showmanship. When she transformed back, the class gasped appropriately, and she launched into her opening lecture with the crisp efficiency of someone who'd been doing this for decades and refused to waste a single minute. "Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone messing about in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned." She set them to work turning matches into needles. Harry watched the other students struggle, the matches remaining stubbornly wooden under wands that waved and words that were recited with varying degrees of accuracy, and debated internally about how to play this. He could do the exercise instantly. Wandlessly, even. Transfiguration at this level was trivially easy for him. Wanda had had him turning stones to butterflies at age 6. The question was whether to demonstrate that or to play at the expected level. "Do not nerf the MC," said a voice in his head that sounded suspiciously like his mother. "If you are powerful, be powerful. Never apologize for what you are." He picked up his match. Without drawing his wand, he looked at it, felt its structure, the wood fibers, the chemical coating, the simple molecular arrangement, and wanted it to be a needle. It became a needle. Perfect, gleaming, sharp as a razor. McGonagall, who had been circulating the room, stopped behind his desk. He heard her breath catch. "Mr. Potter." "Yes, Professor. You didn't use your wand." "No, Professor, or an incantation." "No, Professor." She picked up the needle and examined it. Turned it over, tapped it with her own wand, running diagnostic spells that Harry could feel tickling the surface of the object. "This is flawless," she said, and her voice had shifted from stern to something almost reverential. "The molecular structure is complete. There's no residual wood grain, no imperfection in the metal. This isn't a transfigured match, Mr. Potter. This is a needle that has always been a needle." "Thank you, Professor. I've been teaching transfiguration for 39 years. I've seen prodigies. I've seen gifted students who could produce a perfect needle by their second or third lesson." She set the needle down and looked at him with eyes that were sharp and assessing and not unfriendly. "I have never seen a first-year perform a perfect wandless transfiguration on the first attempt. My mother started me early, clearly." McGonagall straightened. 5 points to Gryffindor, and Mr. Potter, I would very much like to meet your mother." "I'll pass that along." The rest of the class continued. Hermione managed a partial transformation by the end. The match was silver and pointed, but still had a wood grain texture, and was simultaneously thrilled and frustrated. Ron's match hadn't changed at all, though it was smoking slightly, which he chose to interpret as progress. Charms was next, and here Harry met the second professor he decided he liked. Phileas Flitwick was a tiny man with a shock of white hair and the enthusiasm of someone who had never, in his entire career, gotten tired of magic. He started the class by making a pineapple dance across his desk and then asked them to practice the levitation charm on feathers. "Wingardium Leviosa," Flitwick squeaked, demonstrating the wand movement. Swish and flick. The incantation must be precise. The emphasis on the gar, please, not the D. Harry levitated his feather without a word or a wand. Then, because the class was only 15 minutes in and he was already bored, he levitated Hermione's feather too, and Ron's. and the feather of the boy across the aisle, and the pineapple on Flitwick's desk, and every other feather in the room. 30 feathers rose simultaneously, drifted into formation, and performed a slow, synchronized aerial ballet while the class watched in stunned silence. Flitwick fell off his stack of books. "Oh," the tiny professor exclaimed from the floor, his face split in a grin of pure delight. "Oh, magnificent, the coordination, the simultaneous control, Mr. Potter, that is the most impressive piece of charm work I have seen from a student in, well, ever, frankly. Sorry about the pineapple," Harry said, settling the feathers back on their desks with gentle precision. "I got carried away." "Don't apologize, that was extraordinary. 10 points to Gryffindor, 20. Could you do more? How many objects can you levitate simultaneously?" Harry thought about the morning in the garden, the apples orbiting his head. "I've done about 30 comfortably. My mother can do hundreds." Flitwick's eyes went so wide they seemed in danger of escaping his face. "Your mother, she's very talented. I simply must meet her, I simply must." The class broke for lunch, and Harry walked to the great hall with Ron and Hermione flanking him, both vibrating with barely contained reactions. "You levitated every feather in the room," Ron said. "Every single feather on the first day." "Was that too much? It was brilliant." "Harry," Hermione said, and her voice had the careful, controlled tone of someone processing a lot of information very quickly. "You said your mother taught you differently, that her magic isn't like what we're learning here. I've been thinking about it since the train, and I have a theory." "Go on." The Magical Theory textbook, Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling, states that all magic requires a conduit. Wands, staves, sometimes ritual circles or runic arrays. The magic comes from the witch or wizard, but it must be shaped by an external instrument. That's presented as a fundamental law. It is, for most magic in this world, she caught the qualifier immediately. "You keep saying things like that, in this world, here, as if there are other systems, other frameworks." Harry looked at her for a long moment. Hermione Granger was 11 years old, had been in the magical world for approximately 24 hours, and was already pulling at the threads that could unravel his entire backstory. She was going to be either the best friend he'd ever had or the most dangerous person in his life. Possibly both. "There are," he said simply, "other systems of magic." "Yes, and your mother uses one." "Yes, which one? That's a longer conversation, and it involves things that most people in this world wouldn't believe." Hermione's chin lifted. "I'm not most people." "No," Harry agreed, "you're not. But it's still a conversation for another time. For now, just know that what I can do isn't standard, it isn't going to be in any textbook you find in the library, and it's not something I'm going to hide or apologize for." "I wouldn't want you to." She met his eyes with fierce directness. "I just want to understand." "I know, and I promise you will, just not today." She nodded, accepting the postponement with visible reluctance, and they entered the great hall. The whispers followed Harry like a shadow, every table, every cluster of students. The morning's prophet had done its work, and now everyone knew that Harry Potter was at Hogwarts, that he was in Gryffindor, and that he'd apparently been raised by a mysterious foreign witch in Wales. Harry ignored the whispers with practiced ease and ate his lunch. The afternoon would bring potions, and that meant Snape, and their first encounter had been the private version. The classroom version, Harry suspected, would be rather different. He was right. The potions classroom was in the dungeons, cold, dark, and lined with jars of things that floated in murky liquid and watched you. The Slytherin students were already seated when the Gryffindors arrived, and Harry felt the immediate shift in social dynamics. Two houses with a centuries-old rivalry, thrown together in a confined space with a teacher who openly favored one side. It was a pressure cooker by design. Draco Malfoy was sitting at the front, flanked by two large boys who served as combination bodyguards and audience. He turned when Harry entered, and the look he gave was measuring, calculating, the look of someone who'd been raised to evaluate every new person as either useful or threatening. "Potter," Malfoy said, not hostile, careful, Malfoy. Harry took a seat near the middle. Ron on one side and Hermione on the other. He could feel the tension in the room like a physical thing, everyone waiting to see how the boy who lived and the son of a known Death Eater would interact. Snape entered like a cold front, sweeping through the door with robes billowing and an expression that suggested the entire class was a personal insult he'd been forced to endure. He took the role, pausing on Harry's name with theatrical disdain. "Ah, yes, Harry Potter, our new celebrity." A few Slytherins sniggered. Harry said nothing. He just watched Snape with the same calm, steady attention he'd given the man that morning and saw the flicker of irritation when the provocation failed to land. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making." Snape began, his voice barely above a whisper but carrying to every corner of the room. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." It was a good speech. Rehearsed, probably, Harry could feel the rhythms of repetition in it, but effective. The class was rapt. "Potter," Snape said suddenly, pivoting to face him. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry felt Ron tense beside him. Hermione's hand shot up. The class held its breath. "The draught of living death," Harry said. "A sleeping potion so powerful it simulates death. The wormwood provides the soporific base, the asphodel amplifies it beyond any natural sleep threshold. It's one of the most difficult potions in the standard curriculum, usually not taught until 6th year. Snape's expression didn't change. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar, the stomach of a goat? It's a calcified mass that neutralizes most poisons. Though if you want a more reliable antioxidant, you'd be better served by a properly brewed Wiggenweld potion, since bezoars vary in potency based on the goat's diet and age." The class was very still. Hermione had lowered her hand and was staring at Harry with an expression that combined admiration with mild outrage that he'd gotten to answer first. "And what is the difference between Monkshood and Wolfsbane?" Snape asked, and Harry could hear the edge in his voice now. This was supposed to be a humiliation exercise, a series of impossible questions designed to expose the new celebrity's ignorance, and it wasn't working. "There is no difference. They're the same plant, also known as aconite. It's the primary ingredient in the Wolfsbane potion, which allows werewolves to retain their human mind during transformation. It's also fatally toxic in its raw form, which I mention because the jar on your desk to my left is leaking slightly, and the fumes are heading toward Neville Longbottom." Snape's gaze snapped to the desk. The jar was, in fact, leaking, a hairline crack in the glass, barely visible, allowing a thin tendril of pale purple vapor to drift toward Neville's station. Snape sealed it with a flick of his wand, his expression thunderous. 5 points from Gryffindor. He snarled. "For what?" Ron demanded, and immediately regretted it. "For your friend's insufferable cheek, and 5 more for your outburst, Weasley." Harry put a hand on Ron's arm, a gentle pressure that said not worth it. Ron subsided, fuming. The rest of the class was potions work. A simple boil-cure potion that Harry prepared with mechanical precision, while keeping his attention on the room's dynamics. Snape prowled the dungeon, praising Malfoy's work, adequate, criticizing everyone else's, sometimes fairly, and pointedly ignoring Harry's perfect potion simmering on his desk. Hermione's was excellent too. She followed the textbook with the devoted precision of someone who believed that written instructions were sacred. Neville's was a disaster despite Harry quietly guiding him through the worst of it. Ron's was salvageable, Malfoy's was passable. At the end of the class, Snape swept past Harry's cauldron, glanced at it, and said nothing. The silence was louder than criticism. As they filed out of the dungeon, Malfoy appeared at Harry's elbow. The 2 large boys, Crabbe and Goyle, Harry had gathered, hung back a few steps, and Malfoy fell into step with a casualness that was obviously practiced. That was quite a performance, Potter. It wasn't a performance. Your family's jar of monkshood was leaking. A tiny flicker in Malfoy's composure. How did you know it was my family's? The Malfoy crest on the jar's base. Your family donates rare ingredients to the potions program. Has for years. It buys access and influence, which is how your father maintains a seat on the Board of Governors despite his somewhat checkered past. Malfoy stopped walking. Harry stopped with him. They were in the corridor outside the potions classroom, students flowing around them like water around stones. You know who my father is, Malfoy said, not a question. I know a lot about a lot of families. And what do you think you know about mine? Harry considered him. Draco Malfoy was 11 years old, pale-featured and sharp-eyed, raised in wealth and ideology, and the particular kind of pressure that came from being an only son expected to carry a legacy. He was trying to be what his father wanted, calculating, superior, the natural heir to pure-blood supremacy. But he was 11, and the act was tissue-thin, and underneath it Harry could see the same thing he saw in most children, someone trying to figure out who they were by imitating the adults around them. I think your family has a lot of history, Harry said carefully. And that history includes choices that are going to matter more and more as things develop, and I think you're smart enough to make your own choices if you decide to. Malfoy stared at him. Something shifted behind those gray eyes, not understanding, not yet, but the beginning of uncertainty. The first crack in a worldview that had never been challenged. You're strange, Potter, so I've been told. My father says you should have been placed with proper wizarding family, that leaving you with muggles was a disgrace. I wasn't placed with muggles. No. You were placed with some unknown foreign who, be careful how you finish that sentence. Harry's voice didn't change, his expression didn't change. But his magic shifted, a subtle increase in pressure, like the drop in barometric readings before a storm. Malfoy felt it. Harry could see it in the way the boy's spine stiffened and his pupils dilated. I'm not threatening you, Harry said. I'm telling you that my mother is not a topic for casual speculation. Not for you, not for the Prophet, not for anyone. She's the person who raised me, and she is under my protection, and I don't take kindly to disrespect. A long moment passed, then Malfoy nodded, a small, jerky motion that was more reflex than decision. Fair enough. Good, I'll see you in class, Malfoy. Harry walked away and Ron fell in beside him with an expression of barely contained glee. You just made Draco Malfoy nervous. On the first day, this is the best school year of my life and it's been 6 hours. I didn't mean to make him nervous. Yes, you did, Harry grinned. Okay, a little. The first week established a pattern that the professors would spend the next several months trying to understand. Harry Potter was, by any measurable standard, the most gifted student Hogwarts had seen in a generation. Possibly several generations. His theoretical knowledge exceeded most third years, his practical ability exceeded most seventh years, and his wandless casting exceeded anything the staff had encountered in their collective careers. In Transfiguration, he completed every exercise on the first attempt and spent the remaining class time helping other students. McGonagall watched him with an expression that combined professional satisfaction with something approaching alarm. The satisfaction of a master recognizing mastery, the alarm of a teacher confronting the possibility that she had nothing to teach. In Charms, Flitwick abandoned the standard curriculum for Harry within the first week and began setting him individual challenges that were closer to graduate-level research than first-year education. Harry rose to each one with evident enjoyment, and Flitwick responded with increasingly creative assignments and decreasingly concealed delight. In herbology, Sprout found that Harry had an intuitive connection to magical plants that went beyond knowledge or skill. He could feel their magic, sense their needs, communicate with them in a way that was closer to empathy than horticulture. She didn't quite know what to do with this, so she gave him a greenhouse key and told him to come and go as he pleased. In defense against the dark arts, Professor Quirrell was a stuttering, garlic-scented disappointment who seemed unable to finish a sentence without flinching. Harry sat in his class and studied him with every sense he had, because something about Quirrell was wrong. The man's magic was split. Not the way a Horcrux split a soul. This was different, more invasive. There was Quirrell's own magic, weak and muddled and genuinely afraid. And then there was something else. Something cold and parasitic, latched onto the back of Quirrell's mind like a leech, feeding on his magic and his will and radiating a darkness that made Harry's scar itch for the first time since infancy. Not a Horcrux, something worse, something alive, Voldemort, not a fragment, the wraith itself. The remnant of Tom Riddle's shattered soul, possessing a weak-willed professor like a puppet. Harry sat in his chair and felt the realization settle into him with the weight of something inevitable. Voldemort was at Hogwarts, in the same castle as the Philosopher's Stone. And Dumbledore's trap, because it was a trap, Harry was certain now, was designed to catch him. He waited until after class, then went to the room of requirement and sat for a long time thinking. Option 1, tell Dumbledore. The headmaster might already know, might have arranged Quirrell's presence deliberately as part of the trap. Or he might not, in which case the information would be valuable. Option 2, deal with it himself. Voldemort's wraith was parasitic and weak, a fraction of a soul possessing a mediocre wizard. Harry's power, trained by the Scarlet Witch, was more than sufficient to handle the confrontation. Option 3, tell his mother. Wanda would be at Hogwarts within the hour, and Quirrell's possession would end in approximately the following 30 seconds. Option 4, wait. Watch. Understand what was actually happening before acting. He chose option 4 because Wanda had taught him that the most dangerous mistake wasn't inaction but action without understanding. Voldemort was in the castle, but he wasn't a direct threat, not yet. He was here for the stone, and the stone was behind Dumbledore's protections, and Dumbledore was watching. Multiple pieces on the board, multiple plans in motion. Harry wanted to understand all of them before he moved. He wrote to Wanda that evening, using a cipher they'd developed years ago. A mix of Sokovian and Chaos magic encrypted English that no one in this world could crack. Mama, settling in well, made friends Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. Professors are mostly good. Snape is everything you said and more. Important, Quirrell Dada teacher is hosting our old friend. The fragment, the one you haven't found yet, is a wraith and it's here, inside a teacher. There's also something in the third-floor corridor that I think is bait. We'll watch and wait. Don't come yet. I want to understand the game before we flip the board. Love you. Tell Rasputin I said hi. Hedwig carried the letter into the night, and Harry sat in the common room and played chess with Ron, who was brilliant at it, better than Harry, which delighted them both, and helped Hermione with an essay she didn't need help with but wanted to discuss. She didn't want assistance. She wanted a debate partner, and he didn't mention Voldemort or Horcruxes or the quiet war being waged behind the scenes of a school that was supposed to be teaching children. Some things, he decided, could wait until morning. The first month passed in a rhythm that was new and wonderful and occasionally maddening. Classes, meals, evenings in the common room, weekends by the lake or in the library, or in the room of requirement where Harry practiced increasingly complex magic, and sometimes taught Ron and Hermione the basics of what he knew. Ron took to it with the pragmatic enthusiasm of someone who'd always been told he was ordinary and was discovering otherwise. His magic was warm and steady, a perfect foundation for the kind of focused, powerful casting that Harry was teaching him. He couldn't do wandless magic, not yet, but his wand work improved dramatically once Harry helped him understand the why behind the mechanics. "You're thinking of spells as recipes," Harry told him one Saturday afternoon. They were in the room of requirement, which had configured itself as a comfortable training space with targets and cushions and a tea service that Ron had specifically requested. Follow the steps, get the result, but magic isn't cooking, it's music. The wand movement and the words are just notation. The magic comes from the feeling of what? Of wanting. When you cast Lumos, you don't just want light, you want to see, you want to push back the darkness, you want to illuminate. The spell works because the intention is real, not because the Latin is correct. Ron waved his wand. Lumos, a faint glow appeared at the wand's tip. Now try it like you mean it. Think about the burrow. Think about being 9 years old in the dark in the ghoul's room in the attic and really wanting to see. Ron closed his eyes. His magic shifted, Harry could feel it, the warm core of it focusing, concentrating, pulling toward a single intention with the stubborn force of someone who'd spent his whole life being underestimated and was tired of it. Lumos. The room blazed white. Every shadow vanished. Ron's wand was a miniature sun, light pouring from it with an intensity that made both of them squint. Ron. Hermione yelped from across the room where she'd been reading and was now shielding her eyes. Sorry. Ron waved the wand and the light dimmed, and he stood there blinking with an expression of pure astonishment. You just cast a Lumos strong enough to light the entire Great Hall, Harry said. You've always had the power, Ron, you just needed to stop apologizing for it. Ron looked at his wand like he'd never seen it before. Then he looked at Harry, and his eyes were bright with something that had nothing to do with the lingering light. You're the weirdest friend I've ever had, Ron said, and the best. Hermione's training went differently, because Hermione was a different kind of learner. She didn't need encouragement, she needed permission to think beyond the rules. The textbook says the levitation charm requires the wand movement and the incantation to function. She said, watching Harry levitate a chair without either. But you do it without both, so either the textbook is wrong or you're doing something fundamentally different. The textbook isn't wrong. For wand-based magic, the movement and the incantation are necessary components. They shape the magic as it passes through the wand, but magic existed before wands. People were doing magic for thousands of years before Ollivander's ancestors started whittling sticks. The wand is a tool, Hermione, an incredibly useful tool, but it's not the source. Then what is the source? You are, she stared at him. He could see her mind working, the rapid integration of new information into existing frameworks, the willingness to revise those frameworks when the data demanded it. Hermione Granger's greatest strength wasn't her intelligence, it was her intellectual courage. She would follow a logical chain to its conclusion, even when that conclusion terrified her. Show me, she said. He taught her to feel her magic without the wand. Not to use it wandlessly, that would take years of practice, and she might never achieve the fluency he had because she hadn't been trained from childhood. But to feel it. To know it was there, inside her, independent of any instrument. The first time she felt it, really felt it, the warm, bright core of power that lived in her chest, she cried. Not from sadness, from the sheer, overwhelming reality of it. I can feel it, she whispered. It's always been there, I just didn't know what it was. When I was little, before the letter, things would happen around me and I didn't understand, but it was me. It was always you, Harry said. It's beautiful, she said, and she was still crying, and she was also smiling, and Harry thought that Wanda would love her. October arrived, and with it came Halloween. Harry had been watching Quirrell for weeks. The possessed professor went about his duties with his stutter, and his garlic, and his absurd turban. And behind the facade, the wraith that was Voldemort planned and schemed and grew incrementally stronger as it fed on Quirrell's life force. Harry tracked the wraith's movements through the castle, the late-night visits to the third-floor corridor, the careful probing of Dumbledore's protections, the methodical search for weaknesses. Voldemort was patient. He'd been a wraith for 10 years, surviving on pure spite and the knowledge that his Horcruxes, or so he believed, still anchored him to life. He could wait a few more months to claim the stone. What Voldemort couldn't know, was that most of his Horcruxes were already gone. Wanda had destroyed 5 of the 6. Only the diary remained, and Harry was increasingly certain it was in the Malfoy household, waiting for the right moment to be deployed on Halloween night. Harry sat in the Great Hall during the feast and felt the shift before anyone else did. A change in the castle's deep magic, a disturbance, something large and hostile breaching the outer wards, not subtle, Not an attack exactly, more like a distraction. Then Quirrell burst through the doors, turban askew, face white with terror that was mostly but not entirely performed. Troll. In the dungeons, thought you ought to know. He collapsed. The hall erupted. Harry didn't move. He sat still while students screamed and teachers shouted and Dumbledore called for order, and he tracked the magical signatures in the room. Quirrell's wraith passenger was alert and hungry, its attention focused not on the troll but on the third floor. This was the distraction. The troll was a diversion, let in deliberately, so that Quirrell could make an attempt on the stone while everyone else was occupied. Harry. Ron grabbed his arm. We need to go, the troll. The troll is a distraction, Harry said quietly. Quirrell let it in. What? Why would? Because he wants everyone looking down while he goes up. Harry stood. Ron, go with the prefects, take Hermione. Where are you going? To make sure Quirrell doesn't get what he's after. I'm coming with you. Ron, I'm coming with you. Ron's jaw was set, his freckled face stubborn and pale and absolutely resolute. You said we're friends. Friends don't let friends fight dark wizards alone. I'm not going to fight him. I'm going to stop him. Same thing, I'm coming. Harry looked at him for a long moment, then he nodded. Hermione, if you suggest I go with the prefects, I will hex you. Hermione had her wand out, and her expression was the determined fury of someone who had done the mental math and refused to be left behind. I heard what you said about Quirrell. If there's a threat to the school and you know what it is, then we need to deal with it together. You've known me for a month. Yes, and in that month you've been honest with me when everyone else in this world has been condescending or dismissive. You showed me my own magic. You're the first person who treated me like an equal instead of an oddity. She met his eyes. I'm coming. Harry felt something warm expand in his chest. It was the feeling Wanda described when she talked about the Avengers, the first Avengers before everything went wrong. The feeling of people choosing to stand with you not because they had to, but because they wanted to. Okay, he said, stay close. Don't touch anything I tell you not to touch, and if I say run, you run. They slipped out of the great hall in the chaos and took the stairs 3 at a time. Harry tracked Quirrell's signature. The professor was already on the 3rd floor, moving toward the forbidden corridor. The castle's magic hummed with agitation around them, and Harry could feel the troll 3 floors below, a massive, stupid, destructive creature smashing its way through a bathroom with the blind fury of something that didn't understand where it was. Wait. Harry said, stopping on the 2nd floor landing. The troll. What about it? It's in the girls' bathroom. Is there as everyone accounted for? The prefects did a head count. Ron's face went slack. Parvati said Hermione wasn't at dinner. She went to, but Hermione's here, not me. Hermione said, her face white. But someone else could be anyone who wasn't at the feast. Harry extended his senses downward. The bathroom. The troll's stupid, violent magic. And, yes, there. A small, terrified magical signature human pressed against the far wall. Someone's in there with the troll. He looked at the stairs going up, toward Quirrell, toward Voldemort, toward the confrontation he'd been planning for, and then at the stairs going down, toward a child in danger. It wasn't even a choice. Quirrell can wait, he said, and ran downstairs. The bathroom was devastated. The troll had smashed through sinks and stalls with a club the size of a small tree, and water was spraying everywhere, and the air was full of dust, and the creature's stench, rancid and overwhelming, like something that had died and refused to acknowledge it. A first-year Gryffindor lavender brown, Harry realized, was pressed against the far wall, soaked and shaking and too terrified to scream. The troll turned toward them. 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, tiny eyes blinking with stupid malice. It raised its club. Harry stepped forward and reached out with his magic. He didn't attack the troll. He didn't blast it or burn it or throw it against a wall. He reached into its mind, such as it was, a simple, primitive collection of impulses and drives, and turned it off, like flipping a switch. The troll's eyes went blank, its club dropped from nerveless fingers, and it toppled forward like a felled tree, hitting the ground with an impact that shook the floor, unconscious. Unharmed, done, Ron stared at the fallen troll. What did you put it to sleep? It'll wake up in a few hours with a headache. Hermione was already at Lavender's side, helping the shaking girl up, and Ron was pulling debris away from the door, and Harry stood over the sleeping troll and felt the cold anger build. Quirrell Voldemort had let this thing into a school full of children. As a distraction, a student could have died. Lavender Brown, 11 years old, could have been beaten to death by a mountain troll because Voldemort wanted a clear shot at the Philosopher's Stone. The anger was clean and bright and very, very familiar. It was the anger Wanda had described when she talked about Hydra experiments, about Stark's weapons in Sokovia, about Thanos and the casual cruelty of powerful beings who treated ordinary people as acceptable losses. Harry took a breath. Controlled the anger. Let it settle into something useful. By the time the professors arrived, McGonagall in the lead, Snape close behind with a visible limp. He'd been to the third floor too, Harry noted. And Dumbledore last with that calculating gaze. Harry had a story prepared. Heard the troll, came to help, subdued it without violence. Simple, heroic, expected. That was exceedingly foolish, McGonagall said, but her voice wobbled slightly on the last word. You could have been killed, all three of you. The troll was going to kill Lavender. Ron said, with the blunt honesty of someone who hadn't learned to politic yet. Harry put it to sleep in about 2 seconds. We were never in danger. McGonagall looked at the sleeping troll, 12 feet of unconscious mountain troll brought down without a single spell being cast, and then at Harry. You put a mountain troll to sleep, without a wand. I used my wand, Harry lied smoothly, because there were some conversations he didn't want to have in a destroyed bathroom at 10 o'clock at night. A modified sleeping charm, amplified. McGonagall clearly didn't believe him, but she was too rattled to push it. 5 points to Gryffindor, each, for sheer dumb luck if nothing else. Now get to your dormitories, immediately. They got. On the way up, Harry caught Snape's eye and saw the limping professor looking at him with that same intensity from their first meeting. But now it was layered with something new. Not just the ghost of Lily, something sharper. Suspicion, maybe, or recognition. Snape had been to the third floor. He'd tried to get past Dumbledore's protections, to get to the stone before Quirrell could. Which meant Snape knew about the trap or suspected it, and was playing his own game within the larger game, wheels within wheels. Wanda would approve. In the dormitory, after Ron had fallen asleep mid-sentence. That was the most incredible snore. Harry sat on his bed and wrote to his mother, Mama, troll in the school, dealt with it, nobody hurt. Quirrell used it as a distraction to go for the bait. Snape is playing both sides. Dumbledore is watching everything. I'm going to let this play out a bit longer. The Wraith is getting bolder, which means it's getting desperate, which means it'll make a mistake. When it does, I'll be ready. Ron and Hermione are real, Mama, real friends. I chose well, or they chose me. Either way, I'm not alone here. That helps more than I expected. He sealed the letter with a touch of chaos-encrypted magic and sent Hedwig into the night. Then he lay back on his pillow and stared at the canopy of his four-poster bed and listened to the castle hum around him, agitated, protective, alert in the aftermath of the troll's intrusion. It's okay, he told the castle quietly. I'm watching. The deep magic settled slightly, like a guard dog calming at a trusted voice. Harry closed his eyes and slept, and dreamed of red light and green eyes, and a woman's voice saying M-O-Y-S-O-L-N-C-Y with all the love in the universe. November bled into December, and the castle draped itself in snow and fairy lights, and the particular warmth that came from hundreds of people preparing for Christmas in an ancient magical building. Harry watched the season arrive with the bemused appreciation of someone whose Christmases had always been small, intimate affairs. Him and Wanda and Rasputin, with a tree that decorated itself. Chaos magic made for spectacular ornaments, and Sokovian pastries and presents chosen with care. This would be different. Ron was staying for Christmas. His parents were visiting Charlie in Romania, and Hermione was going home but had already extracted a promise from Harry to write her at least twice over the break. The castle would be mostly empty, which meant freedom to explore, and Harry had plans. But first, there was Malfoy. Their interactions had been careful since the first-day corridor conversation, circling each other with the wariness of two people who recognized a worthy opponent. Malfoy was sharp, politically astute, and deeply insecure in ways he was barely aware of. His blood-purity rhetoric was rote, the well-rehearsed arguments of a child who'd never questioned his parents' worldview because he'd never met anyone worth questioning it for. Harry had been chipping away at that certainty with the patience Wanda had taught him, not through arguments hardened positions, through presence. By being undeniably powerful, undeniably competent, and undeniably raised by someone outside the pureblood framework. Every time Malfoy's ideology said that magical skill was determined by blood, Harry's existence contradicted it. In mid-December, the confrontation came to a head. It started with Hermione. Malfoy called her a mudblood during a potions class. The word detonated in the dungeon like a grenade. Ron went for his wand. Several Gryffindors stood up. Even some Slytherins looked uncomfortable. The word was a slur, ugly and deliberate, and Malfoy had used it with the careless cruelty of someone quoting a language they'd been raised in. Harry didn't stand up. He didn't draw his wand. He turned in his seat and looked at Malfoy, and the temperature in the dungeon dropped, not metaphorically. Actually dropped. Frost crept across the surface of the nearest cauldron. Snape's jar of beetle eyes developed a thin layer of ice. The air between Harry and Malfoy went cold enough that their breath fogged, and every student in the room felt the sudden, overwhelming pressure of magic so intense it was almost gravitational. "Apologize," Harry said. His voice was quiet, conversational, and absolutely, unmistakably backed by the kind of power that didn't negotiate. Malfoy had gone pale, paler than usual, which was an achievement. His eyes were wide and his hand was on his wand, but he wasn't drawing it. Some survival instinct deeper than pride was telling him that drawing a wand right now would be the worst decision of his very short life. Not to me, to her. Malfoy's jaw worked. His eyes flicked to his Slytherin peers, to Crabbe and Goyle, to the social structure that would judge any sign of weakness. The pressure of pure-blood expectation, the weight of his father's disapproval, the terror of losing face. Harry could see all of it fighting behind those gray eyes. "I apologize," Malfoy said, and the words were forced out through clenched teeth, but they were said, and he looked at Hermione when he said them. It was beneath me." "Yes," Harry said, "it was." The temperature returned to normal, the frost vanished, the dungeon exhaled. Snape, who had watched the entire exchange without intervening, looked at Harry with an expression that was impossible to read and said, "If you've quite finished disrupting my classroom, Potter, perhaps we could return to the lesson." "Of course, Professor." After class, in the corridor, Hermione caught Harry's arm. "You didn't have to do that." "Yes, I did. I can fight my own battles." "I know, you shouldn't have to fight that one. Nobody should have to stand there and justify their right to exist because someone else's parents taught them to hate." He met her eyes. "My mother would say the same thing. She grew up in a place where people were classified by their differences, enhanced, not enhanced, human, not human. She watched it tear the world apart. I won't watch it happen here." Hermione studied him for a long moment. Then she hugged him, quick and fierce and unexpected, and walked away, and Harry stood in the corridor and thought about his mother, and about Sokovia, and about all the different shapes that cruelty wore. Christmas arrived, and the castle was nearly empty. Harry and Ron had the Gryffindor dormitory to themselves, and they filled the days with chess and exploration, and the particular freedom that came from being 11 years old in a magical castle with no schedule and no supervision. On Christmas morning, Harry woke to presents at the foot of his bed. Wanda had sent a package, collages, a new journal bound in leather that shimmered faintly red, chaos magic woven into the binding, a communication device that would let them write to each other in real time, and a photo of her and Rasputin in front of the fireplace, both looking at the camera with identical expressions of dignified affection. Ron's mother had sent him a hand-knitted jumper. Green, with a gold H. Harry put it on and felt something tighten in his chest at the casual generosity of a woman who'd never met him. She makes one for everyone. Ron said, grinning from behind his own jumper maroon with an R. You're officially a Weasley now, no takebacks. The last present was unexpected. A package with no card, wrapped in silvery paper, containing a cloak that flowed like liquid moonlight through Harry's fingers. He knew what it was the moment he touched it. An invisibility cloak, and not an ordinary one. The magic in this fabric was ancient, deep, suffused with a power that resonated with something fundamental. This wasn't a standard disillusionment-woven cloak. This was something older and stronger, and Harry's chaos-drained senses were telling him it was one of a kind. There was a note. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well, no signature. But the handwriting was precise and elegant, and the parchment carried a faint trace of lemon drops and phoenix ash. Dumbledore. Harry held the cloak and considered the move. Returning James Potter's cloak, a gesture of goodwill, a bridge between Harry's past and present, a gift that said, I knew your father, I protected his legacy, I want you to trust me. It was thoughtful and manipulative and possibly sincere, all at the same time. He could also feel something else in the cloak's weave, a monitoring charm buried so deep in the fabric's magical structure that it was almost undetectable. Almost. Wanda had trained him to find needles in haystacks made of needles. Harry isolated the charm with a thought, examined it, and dissolved it. Then he put the cloak on and vanished. What? Ron said. Harry pulled the cloak off. Invisibility cloak, it was my father's, Dumbledore had it. That's a proper one. Like a real one. Those are worth, mate, that's worth more than my house. I think it might be worth more than most houses. Harry folded the cloak carefully. Want to go exploring tonight? Ron's grin was answer enough. They explored. The castle at night, under the cloak, was a maze of shadows and secrets. Harry didn't strictly need the cloak. His own concealment magic was more than adequate, but Ron did, and there was something wonderful about creeping through dark corridors together. Two boys on an adventure, suppressing laughter and arguing in whispers about which direction to go. They found the Mirror of Eyes at 2 a.m. in an unused classroom that the castle seemed to have hidden away like a shameful secret. Harry felt the mirror's magic before he saw it, a deep, resonant enchantment, ancient and powerful and fundamentally different from anything else in the castle. It didn't do what magic was supposed to do. It didn't change the world or protect anything or create something new. It reached into the mind of whoever looked into it and showed them the thing they wanted most, and it did so with a fidelity and intensity that could drive a person mad. Harry, Ron whispered, staring into the glass. Harry, look, I'm head boy and Quidditch captain, and I'm holding the house cup. My whole family is there, and they're all looking at me. Harry looked over Ron's shoulder. He didn't see Ron's vision. The mirror was specific to each viewer. What he saw was Wanda, standing behind him in the mirror, her hands on his shoulders, smiling. And beside her, two boys he didn't recognize, one with brown hair and one with white blonde, both grinning, both radiating a familial resemblance to his mother that was unmistakable. Tommy and Billy, the brothers he'd never met from universes he'd never visited. And behind them, fainter, like figures in a painting, a man and a woman. The man had Harry's messy black hair and glasses and a grin that was pure mischief. The woman had red hair and green eyes, his eyes, the eyes he saw in every mirror. James and Lily Potter, his whole family, together. Alive and happy and together, Harry looked at the image and felt the pull, the deep, desperate wanting that the mirror fed on. It would be so easy to stand here and stare, to lose himself in the vision of everything he'd never had. He stepped back. Ron, we need to leave. What? No, I look at it, Harry, it shows you what you want most, not what's real. The longer you look, the harder it is to stop looking. This mirror has destroyed people. Ron blinked. The glazed look in his eyes cleared slowly, and he stepped back too, shaking his head like a man coming out of water. That was, I couldn't, it felt real. I know, that's what makes it dangerous. They left the room, and Harry sealed the door behind them with a ward that would discourage anyone else from entering. He'd deal with the mirror properly later, or tell Dumbledore about it, since the headmaster had probably placed it there deliberately as another piece of his multi-layered game. Walking back to the dormitory under the cloak, Ron was quiet for a long time. Then, what did you see? In the mirror, Harry thought about the image: Wanda, Tommy, Billy, James, Lily. His family, whole and complete. Everyone I love, he said, all in one place. Ron didn't ask for more detail, and Harry appreciated that more than he could say. The rest of the year unfolded with increasing tension, like a spring being wound tighter. Quirrell's attempts on the stone grew bolder. Harry tracked each one, noting the escalation, the increasing desperation of the Wraith's parasitic control over its host. Quirrell was deteriorating. The possession was consuming him, his own magic and life force being burned as fuel for Voldemort's fading consciousness. Harry wrote to Wanda regularly through the enchanted journal, their conversations appearing in real time on the pages. He's getting worse. Quirrell won't last much longer. The Wraith is burning through him too fast. When the host dies, the Wraith will either flee or make a final attempt on the stone. Wanda's response appeared in her angular, decisive handwriting. Then we control the timing. Let me know when you want me there. Not yet. I want to see what Dumbledore does. This is his trap. Let's see if it works, and if it doesn't. Then the Chaos Prince handles it. Be careful. Solnc. Yeah, I learned from the best. That's what worries me. June arrived, and with it the end game. Harry felt the shift on a Tuesday, Quirrell's magical signature spiking, the Wraith's hunger reaching a fever pitch, the castle's deep magic humming with agitation. Tonight, it would be tonight. He found Ron and Hermione in the common room after dinner. It's happening. They didn't ask what. They'd been part of the investigation for months. Harry had shared more with them than he'd originally planned because they'd earned it. They knew about Quirrell. They knew about the stone. They didn't know about the Wraith's true nature. Harry had kept that back, not out of distrust but out of concern for the weight of it. They were 11. The knowledge that Voldemort was alive and in their school was a burden he'd carry alone. What do we do? Ron asked. You two cover the exits. If Quirrell gets past me, which he won't, I need you to make sure he doesn't leave the castle with the stone. And you, Hermione's voice was steady, but her eyes were bright with fear she was refusing to show. I'm going through the protections. I know what they are. I've been mapping them for months. I can get to the stone before Quirrell does. Harry, trust me, they did. He could see it in their faces, the absolute bedrock trust of friends who'd seen what he could do and believed in it. It was terrifying and wonderful, and it made him feel 10 feet tall. He went through the trapdoor alone. The protections fell before him like paper walls. The Cerberus, Fluffy, Hagrid had called it, fell asleep when Harry reached into its 3 minds and suggested, very politely, that it was time for a nap. The devil's snare withered at his touch, his magic too bright and too warm for the shadow-loving plant to endure. The flying keys were a puzzle he solved in seconds. He didn't need to catch the right one on a broomstick. He summoned it with a gesture. The giant chess set was already defeated when he arrived. Someone had come through ahead of him. Quirrell. Harry moved faster. Through the troll room, already unconscious, Quirrell had used the same method that had worked on Halloween. Past the potions riddle, which he solved at a glance, and circumvented by simply walking through the fire with a heat negation charm, and into the final chamber. The mirror of Air Eyes stood in the center of the room, and Quirrell stood before it, turban unwound, and in the flickering torchlight Harry could see what was on the back of the professor's head. A face. Pale, flat, terrible, red eyes in a chalk-white visage that pressed against Quirrell's skull like something trying to claw its way out of a shell. It was diminished and grotesque and furious, and when it saw Harry, those red eyes widened with recognition. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. The voice was thin, papery, forced through Quirrell's mouth in a sibilant whisper that carried the ghost of authority. I wondered when you'd come. Did you? Harry walked into the chamber, no wand drawn, no defensive stance. He walked the way Wanda walked into dangerous situations, calmly, openly, as if the threat in front of him was mildly interesting rather than worth fearing. I've been watching you all year, Tom. You're not very subtle. The name hit like a slap. Voldemort's face contorted and Quirrell spun around, wand raised, the wraith's rage pouring through the connection like venom. You dare. I dare a lot of things. But before we get to the threats and the posturing, I want you to know something. Harry stopped 10 feet from Quirrell and let his magic unfurl. Not aggressively. He didn't attack, didn't shield, didn't prepare a spell. He simply stopped holding back, the chamber filled with pressure. The torches flared and dimmed. The mirror of air-eyes rattled in its frame, and the stones of the floor groaned, and the air itself thickened with a power that had no analog in the magical traditions of this world. A power born in chaos, raised in chaos, forged by the hands of a woman who had rewritten reality itself. Quirrell staggered. Voldemort's face went very, very still. I know about the Horcruxes, Harry said. I know about the ring and the locket and the cup and the diadem. I know about the diary, though I haven't found it yet, and I know about the piece you put in me, silence. Absolute, crushing silence. 5 of them are gone, Harry continued, destroyed, unmade, not broken, unmade, reduced to nothing. My mother found them and erased them, and there's no magic in any world that can bring them back. Voldemort's face, that terrible, parasitic face on the back of Quirrell's skull, had gone rigid. The red eyes were wide, and in them Harry saw something he'd never seen in any description of the Dark Lord, something that Voldemort himself probably didn't recognize because he'd spent so long running from it. Fear. You're lying, Voldemort hissed. The boy lies, my soul is eternal, I have taken steps. The ring from the gaunt shack, the locket from the cave, the cup from the Lestrange vault, the diadem from the room of requirement. Yes, it was here at Hogwarts the whole time, hidden in a room full of lost things. And the piece of soul you accidentally put in a baby's head when your killing curse rebounded. All gone. Impossible, the word tore from Quirrell's throat with enough force to crack the man's voice. Quirrell's body convulsed, the wraith's control slipping as panic overwhelmed strategy, and for a moment Harry saw the real Quirrell, terrified, trapped, a man being consumed by something he couldn't escape. Harry felt a flash of pity for the professor. Then he focused. Only the diary is left. Harry said, and I'll find it. When I do, you'll be mortal, Tom, just a wraith, a scrap of broken soul with nowhere to hide and nothing to anchor you. And then you'll face what you've been running from your entire life. Kill him. Voldemort snarled, and Quirrell raised his wand with shaking hands, and green light gathered at its tip. The killing curse, the same curse that had murdered James and Lily Potter, the spell that required true malicious intent to cast. Harry watched it come. He didn't dodge. He didn't shield. He reached out with his magic, the deep, fundamental chaos magic that lived in his bones, the gift of his mother's intervention, the trace of reality-shaping power that had been woven into his magical core when the Scarlet Witch pulled a fragment of evil from his infant soul, and he caught the curse. Caught it in his hand. A ball of green light that screamed with dark intent, and Harry held it the way you'd hold a firefly, gently, curiously, with a power that made the killing curse look like a parlor trick. You know what's funny, Harry said, and his voice was conversational, almost light. You spent your whole life being afraid of death. You tore your soul apart. You murdered and tortured and broke the world to avoid it, and all you managed to do was make yourself into this. He gestured at the face on Quirrell's head, the diminished, parasitic remnant of a man who'd once been brilliant. Less than a ghost, less than a memory, surviving but never living. He crushed the killing curse in his fist. The green light extinguished like a candle flame, and the chamber went dark for a moment before the torches recovered. My mother pulled your soul fragment out of my head when I was 15 months old, Harry said. She told me that you were pathetic. She was right. Voldemort screamed, a sound of pure, incandescent rage that tore through Quirrell's throat and left it bleeding. The wraith pulled, ripping itself free from its host with a violence that killed Quirrell instantly. The professor's body dropped like a puppet with cut strings, and the wraith rose, a dark, formless thing, all shadow and hatred, billowing in the air above the corpse. It lunged at Harry. He let it come. His magic met the wraith like sunlight meeting shadow, not with force but with presence. The chaos energy in his core flared, bright and hot and fundamentally opposed to what the wraith was, and Voldemort's remnant soul recoiled as if burned. It couldn't touch him, couldn't get close. The power that Wanda had woven into Harry's being when she'd saved his life was anathema to the dark magic that held the wraith together. The wraith fled, tore through the chamber wall like smoke through a screen, and vanished into the castle's stones, shrieking as it went, diminished and wounded and utterly, completely terrified. Harry stood alone in the chamber with a dead professor and the mirror of Air-Eyes and the echo of Voldemort's scream, and he was trembling. Not with fear. With adrenaline, with the aftermath of power used and held and restrained, with the visceral shock of watching a man die 5 feet in front of him. He looked at Quirrell's body and felt sick. The man had been a victim too, a weak, frightened man who'd made a terrible choice and paid for it with everything. Harry couldn't have saved him. The possession had been too thorough, too long, too destructive, but the death still mattered. Every death matters, Wanda's voice in his memory, even the ones you can't prevent. The day death stops mattering to you is the day you lose yourself. He sat down on the stone floor, pressed his palms against his eyes, and breathed until the shaking stopped. Then he looked at the mirror of Air-Eyes. The stone was still inside it. He could feel its alchemical pulse, warm and steady, hidden by Dumbledore's clever enchantment. Only someone who wanted to find the stone but not use it could retrieve it. Harry wanted neither. The stone was Flamel's, and its fate was Flamel's to decide. He stood, dusted himself off, and walked back through the protections. Past the potions room, past the chess set, past the key room, past the sleeping devil's snare, past the snoring Cerberus. Up through the trapdoor and into the 3rd-floor corridor. Dumbledore was waiting for him. The headmaster stood in the corridor with his wand at his side, and the expression on his face was one Harry had never seen, a complex, layered thing that combined relief and shock and a deep, unsettled reassessment. "He's gone," Harry said. "The wraith fled. Quirrell is dead. I know." Dumbledore's voice was quiet. "I felt the wraith leave the castle. It's gone, heading east, I think, back to the forests. He'll be back, eventually, when he finds a way." "Yes," Dumbledore studied him. "You destroyed the Horcruxes, not a question." He'd been listening somehow, or the mirror had recorded the conversation, or the castle itself had reported it. "It didn't matter. My mother did. 5 of 6. The diary is still out there." "The diary," Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "You know about the diary." "I know what it is and roughly where it is. I haven't been able to pin down its exact location, but I'm close." A very long silence. The corridor was dark and quiet, and somewhere in the castle, students slept and dreamed, unaware of the confrontation that had just taken place beneath their feet. "Harry," Dumbledore said, "I owe you an explanation. Several, in fact, but I think the most important is this. I had a plan for tonight. A specific plan with specific contingencies, designed to let Voldemort reveal himself while keeping the stone and the students safe. Your intervention was not part of that plan. I know. You went through my protections like they weren't there. They weren't, really, not for me, no." Dumbledore looked at him, and for the first time Harry saw the old wizard without his masks, without the twinkle, without the calculated warmth, without the grandfatherly persona. Underneath was a brilliant, tired, frightened man who had spent his entire life trying to outthink darkness, and had just encountered something his plans hadn't accounted for. "No, they weren't. Harry, what are you?" Harry considered the question. He thought about his mother, about chaos magic, about the multiverse and the Scarlet Witch and the power that ran through his veins like liquid fire. "I'm exactly what you were afraid I'd become," he said. "Someone you can't control." He walked past Dumbledore, down the corridor, and back to Gryffindor Tower. Ron and Hermione were waiting in the common room, white-faced and tense. When he came through the portrait hole, they both stood, and the relief on their faces was so intense it was almost physical. "Is it?" Ron started. "It's done. Quirrell is dead. The thing behind him ran. Are you okay?" Hermione asked, and her voice was careful, reading his face the way she'd learned to over the past year. "I'm okay," Harry said, and then, because they were his friends and they deserved honesty, "I watched a man die tonight. I couldn't save him. I need a minute." They gave him a minute. They gave him the whole night, sitting with him in front of the fire, not pushing, not pressing, just being there. Ron made tea badly but earnestly. Hermione found a blanket. They sat together in the warm glow of the common room, 3 11-year-olds who had brushed against real darkness and come through it together, and the silence between them was the good kind. The kind that didn't need filling. The last day of term arrived, and the great hall was draped in green and silver. Slytherin had won the House Cup, thanks partly to Snape's relentless point deductions from Gryffindor. Harry didn't care about the cup. He cared about the train, and Wales, and the woman who'd be waiting at the end of the journey. The ride back to London was loud and jubilant, students swapping summer plans and promises to write. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione and played Exploding Snap and argued about Quidditch. He'd have to try out next year, Ron insisted. He'd be a natural and ate chocolate frogs and felt, for the first time in months, the simple, uncomplicated happiness of being young and alive and surrounded by people who cared about him. King's Cross was crowded. Students poured off the train, reuniting with families in a chaos of hugs and trunks and escaped owls. Ron's mother descended on Harry with the force of a small hurricane, a warm, round woman who looked at his face and burst into tears and hugged him so hard his ribs creaked. "You're too thin," Molly Weasley announced through her tears. "You're coming to the Burrow this summer, no arguments, I'm going to feed you properly." "Mum," Ron said, mortified and delighted. "Mrs. Weasley, Molly. You call me Molly, dear. Ron's told me everything. Well, not everything, I suspect, but enough. You're a good boy, Harry Potter, and you're always welcome in our home." Harry blinked against the sting behind his eyes. "Thank you, Molly." Hermione's parents were there too, 2 dentists who looked at the magical platform, with the wide-eyed bewilderment of people whose daughters' letters had not adequately prepared them for reality. Harry shook their hands, promised to write, and watched Hermione disappear into the Muggle world with a backward wave and a grin. And then he turned, and Wanda was there. She was standing at the end of the platform, away from the crowd, in jeans and her red leather jacket with her hair loose and her eyes bright. She wasn't trying to blend in. She was simply there, waiting, with the patient stillness of someone who had learned that the best moments were worth being still for. Harry walked toward her, and then he was running, and then she was catching him, and they held each other on platform 9 3/4 while the crowd swirled around them, and an orange cat that had somehow stowed away in Harry's trunk meowed imperiously from inside. "How's Rasputin in there?" Harry asked, muffled against her shoulder. "I have no idea how he got on the train. He's magic. He's a cat. Same thing." She laughed and held him tighter, and they went home. Chapter 4. The man behind the curtain summer hit the Welsh countryside like a warm exhale, and for the first 2 weeks, Harry did absolutely nothing. He slept late. He ate Wanda's cooking. He lay in the garden with Rasputin on his chest and the sky wheeling above him, and let the silence of home sink back into his bones after 10 months of castle noise and castle politics, and the constant low-level alertness that came from sharing a building with the parasitic remnant of a Dark Lord. Wanda let him decompress. She could see it, the tension he carried in his shoulders, the way his eyes tracked movement a beat too fast, the slight flinch when a door closed unexpectedly. He'd been in a low-grade combat environment for an entire school year, and he was 11, and no amount of training could completely eliminate the toll of that. On the 3rd morning, she found him sitting on the garden wall at dawn, watching the sun come up over the hills, and she brought him tea and sat beside him and waited. "I keep thinking about Quirrell," he said, without her asking. "He didn't have to die." No. If someone had noticed earlier, if Dumbledore had been paying attention, or if the other professors had seen what I saw, the possession could have been dealt with months before it got that far. Quirrell was a victim. He made bad choices, yeah, but the wraith consumed him. By the end, he was barely a person. Wanda sipped her tea. The morning light caught the faint scarlet in her eyes, always there, a permanent trace of the chaos magic that lived in her. "You're angry at Dumbledore. I'm angry at the situation." Dumbledore set a trap using the stone as bait. He suspected Quirrell, he must have, and he let it play out because he wanted to see what Voldemort would do, what the Wraith was capable of, how far the possession had progressed. Quirrell was acceptable collateral in Dumbledore's intelligence-gathering operation. Welcome to the logic of generals. Harry looked at her. You've dealt with this before. I've lived this before. She set her tea down. Nick Fury ran S.H.I.E.L.D. the same way. Every person was an asset. Every situation was an intelligence opportunity, and acceptable losses were calculated on a spreadsheet somewhere. He wasn't evil. He genuinely believed he was protecting the world, but the people who became his acceptable losses didn't get a vote. Is Dumbledore evil? No, I've spent 10 years studying him. He's brilliant, dedicated, and genuinely convinced that his way is the only way to defeat Voldemort and protect the wizarding world. He's also arrogant enough to believe that his judgment supersedes everyone else's, including the people whose lives he's gambling with. That combination, genuine good intentions plus absolute certainty, is the most dangerous thing in the world, more dangerous than malice because malice can be opposed without guilt. Harry was quiet for a while. A bird sang somewhere in the hedgerow, and Rasputin stalked through the tall grass with the intensity of a predator who hadn't successfully caught anything in 6 years. He asked me what I was, Harry said, after the chamber, not who, what. What did you tell him? That I was someone he couldn't control. Wanda smiled. The fierce one, the proud one, the one that made her look like a queen and a warrior and a mother all at once. Good, but it scared him. I could see it, and I don't want to be the thing that people are afraid of. You've told me about that, how it feels to be the threat in the room. She turned to face him fully. The morning light was warm on her face, and for a moment she looked less like the Scarlet Witch and more like the woman she might have been if the world had been kinder. Wanda Maximoff of Sokovia, who'd wanted to change the world and gotten her wish in the worst possible way. Being feared and being feared of are different things, she said. I was afraid of myself for a long time, after Westview, after everything. I was so terrified of my own power that I let the Darkhold convince me the only way to be safe was to take control of everything, every universe, every outcome. That fear of myself was what made me dangerous. And now I'm not afraid of what I am. I'm careful with it. I'm intentional. But I don't apologize for it, and I don't let other people's fear dictate how I use it. There's a difference between being powerful and being threatening. The difference is restraint, not weakness, not holding back, but choosing when and how and why. You made that choice in the chamber. You could have destroyed the Wraith. You had the power. I did. I think I did. You definitely did. The Wraith fled because it couldn't touch you, and if you'd pressed the attack, you could have ended it. But you let it go because killing it there would have meant releasing energy that might have damaged the castle and the students inside it. You chose restraint. That's not fear, that's wisdom. Harry leaned against her shoulder. When did you get so wise? I made every possible mistake first. Wisdom is just the scar tissue. They sat together in the morning light, and the garden hummed with magic, and the summer stretched out ahead of them like a promise. The peace lasted about 3 weeks. Wanda had been tracking the diary Horcrux with increasing precision since Harry's first year ended. Her chaos magic reaching across the country in careful tendrils, searching for the specific resonance of Voldemort's split soul. She'd narrowed it to the Malfoy estate. Wiltshire, she was almost certain, somewhere in that sprawling manor with its layers of old pureblood wards. The problem was the wards themselves. The Malfoy family had spent centuries building their protections, and while Wanda could punch through them like tissue paper, doing so would announce her presence to every magical censor in Britain. She wanted the diary, not a war. The subtlety is the challenge. She told Harry one evening, spreading a hand-drawn map across the kitchen table. She'd mapped the Malfoy wards over the course of several months, extending her perception in increments so gradual that the ward's alert systems never triggered. I can feel the diary. It's in a hidden compartment beneath the drawing room floor, heavily warded, separately from the house protections. Lucius Malfoy doesn't trust anyone with it, not even his family. Can you get it without being detected? I can, but it'll take preparation. I need to create a null zone, a bubble of chaos magic that mirrors the local magical field perfectly so the wards don't register it as a disturbance. Think of it as magical camouflage. I match my frequency to the ward's frequency and I become invisible to them. How long? Another week. Maybe 2, and then it's the last one, the last anchor. After the diary, there's nothing between Voldemort and true death except the wraith itself, and a wraith without Horcruxes is a wraith on borrowed time. Harry looked at the map. The Malfoy estate was a complicated mess of magical protections, layers upon layers, some ancient, some modern, all calibrated to detect and repel intrusion. It was the fortress of a family that had spent generations accumulating power and hoarding secrets. Draco lives there, Harry said. Wanda glanced at him, bothered a little. He's not what his father is, not yet. He's a kid who's been taught a bad ideology, but there's something in him that pushes back against it. I've seen it. You like him. I don't dislike him. He could go either way. Most people can. The question is what pushes them. She folded the map. I'll get the diary. You don't need to worry about Draco. I'm not going to destroy his house. I'm going to walk in, take the Horcrux, and walk out, and no one will ever know I was there. You say that like it's simple. It is simple. It's just not easy. She went on a Thursday night. Harry sat in the garden with the enchanted journal open on his knees, watching Wanda's handwriting appear in real time as she narrated the operation. It was their compromise. He'd wanted to go with her, she'd refused, and the journal was the middle ground, approaching the outer wards. The null zone is holding. I'm matching their frequency within 0.01%. The wards don't see me. Harry watched the words appear and felt his heart thud, inner perimeter. The house is dark, family asleep. Lucius has a personal ward on the master bedroom that alerts him to magical disturbances within the house. I'm threading between the alert thresholds. It's like walking through a laser grid. Could you not compare it to a heist movie? You're making me nervous. You're welcome. Drawing room now. The hidden compartment is beneath the floorboards, warded separately. Blood wards keyed to Malfoy blood only. Elegant work, actually. Whoever built this knew what they were doing. Can you get through blood wards? Yeah, I once rewrote the reality of an entire town. Blood wards are quaint. A pause, longer than the others. Harry's hand tightened on the journal, got it 2 words. Harry exhaled. The diary is in my hands. Small, black, ordinary looking. Tom Marvolo Riddle's name on the cover. The soul fragment is active. It's reaching for me, trying to establish contact. It's more intact than the others. This was an early Horcrux. The soul wasn't as damaged when it was made. It's almost conversational. Don't talk to it. I wasn't planning to. Unmaking it now. Another pause. Harry felt the faintest tremor in the local magical field, a vibration that shouldn't have been detectable from this distance but was, because chaos magic recognized chaos magic, and his mother's power left ripples that only he could feel. Done, just like that. Just like that, 6 Horcruxes, all destroyed. Voldemort is mortal. Harry sat in the garden and stared at the words on the page and felt the weight of them settle. 6 soul anchors created through murder, designed to make a madman immortal. Gone, all gone. Wanda had hunted them down over the course of a decade, systematically and methodically and without fanfare. And now it was done. Voldemort didn't know it yet. The wraith drifting through Albanian forests, possessing snakes and rodents, clinging to its miserable existence, it had no idea that its safety nets were gone. That the next time it tried to return, there would be no resurrection backup plan. No do-overs, no hiding from death. It was almost anticlimactic. 10 years of hunting, and it ended with 2 words in a journal on a summer night. Coming home, Wanda wrote. Put the kettle on. She was back within the hour, materializing in the garden with the displaced air pop of her spatial folding technique. Harry had tea ready. He'd made it properly this time, the way she liked it, strong with too much sugar. And she took the cup and sat in her usual chair and drank it with the satisfied air of a woman who just crossed the last item off a very long list. No alarms, Harry asked. No alarms. I left the compartment intact, even put a dummy in place. A blank journal with a mild compulsion charm, enough to feel magical if Lucius checks it casually. He won't realize it's gone until he actually tries to use it, and by then it won't matter. Elegant. I have my moments. She leaned back in the chair and looked at the stars. It's strange. I've been hunting those things for 10 years. It became part of the rhythm of my life. Training you in the morning, Horcrux hunting in the evening. Now that it's done, I feel almost untethered. You could take up gardening, more gardening, different gardening. I already garden. You could garden normally, without making the roses sentient. Those roses are perfectly happy. They sing at 3 in the morning, Mama. They're nocturnal roses, it's in their nature. You made them up. You literally invented nocturnal roses. And they're a contribution to magical horticulture, and I'll thank you not to dismiss them. He laughed and she laughed, and Rasputin wandered in from wherever he'd been and jumped into her lap with the weight of a cat who had absolutely no concept of personal space. It's really over, Harry said after the laughter faded. The Horcruxes, I mean. The Horcruxes are over. The Wraith is still out there and it'll find a way back eventually. The prophecy is still active. But when he comes back mortal. One life, one soul, killable in a way he hasn't been since he was a teenager. She met his eyes. When the time comes, you won't be fighting an immortal monster. You'll be fighting a scared, desperate man who's just realized he can die. That might make him more dangerous. It will. Cornered animals always are, but cornered animals also make mistakes, and we don't. She raised an eyebrow. You didn't think I was going to let you face him alone. I might have to. The prophecy says you're marked as his equal and that one of you has to kill the other. It doesn't say anything about you doing it without backup. Prophecies are specific in what they demand and flexible in everything else. Harry thought about that. It was a perspective he hadn't considered. Wanda's outsider view of this world's magic, unconstrained by the assumptions that native wizards brought to concepts like prophecy and destiny. You really think prophecies can be worked around? I think prophecies describe outcomes, not processes. The destination is fixed. The route is yours to choose. The second year's Hogwarts letter arrived in late July, and with it came an unexpected addition. A letter from Professor McGonagall, handwritten, requesting a meeting with Harry's guardian before the start of term. She wants to meet me, Wanda said, reading the letter at breakfast. Specifically. She says it's about Harry's unique educational needs and appropriate academic placement. She's been struggling with me all year. I'm too advanced for first-year work, but she can't just skip me ahead because the social implications would be. Harry, I know why she wants the meeting. The question is whether I go. He put down his toast. You said you'd let me decide when to introduce you. I did. And I said I wanted Dumbledore to know me before he met you. He's had a year, he's met you, he's seen what you can do. She folded the letter. And frankly, I'm tired of hiding. I don't like it. It goes against everything I believe. I'm not ashamed of who I am or what I've done for you. I shouldn't have to sneak around like a fugitive. You're not sneaking, you're being strategic. There's a line between strategy and cowardice, and I've been on the wrong side of it for 10 years. She looked at him, and he saw the steel in her expression, the Scarlet Witch, not just Mama, the woman who'd faced down the Illuminati and walked through the multiverse and brought a mountain down on herself. I'm going to the meeting. And if Dumbledore wants to have a conversation afterward, I'll have it. Harry grinned. Can I watch? No. Can I watch from a distance? No. Can I watch from a different room through the enchanted journal? I'll consider it. She wrote back to McGonagall, accepting the meeting, and signed the letter with her real name. Not Mirova. Not the alias she'd been using for a decade, Wanda Maximoff. 2 days before the meeting, something happened that redirected the summer entirely. Harry was in the garden, practicing a particularly complex piece of transmutation, turning water into crystal and back again in a continuous loop, which required maintaining 2 opposing magical states simultaneously, when a house elf appeared on the garden wall. It was small, even by elf standards, with enormous green eyes and ears like bat wings and an expression of such desperate, conflicted anguish that Harry dropped his exercise immediately. Harry Potter, sir. The elf squeaked, wringing its hands. Its pillowcase garment was filthy, and its fingers showed signs of recent self-punishment, burns, bruises, the marks of a creature that hurt itself as a coping mechanism. Harry's stomach turned. "Dobby has come to warn you, sir. Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts." "Why not?" "Terrible things are planned, sir. Terrible, terrible things. Dobby cannot say what." The elf grabbed its own ears and started yanking, a compulsive self-harm that Harry recognized as the result of binding magic preventing it from speaking freely. "Bad Dobby. Dobby should not have come." "Hey, stop that. Stop hurting yourself." Harry dropped to eye level with the elf, his voice firm but gentle. "Dobby, look at me. You came here to help, and I appreciate that. You don't need to hurt yourself." Dobby's enormous eyes welled with tears. "Harry Potter is kind. They said you would be kind." "But you must not go back, sir. There is danger, great danger. Who sent you?" "Dobby. Dobby cannot say. Dobby's family would." The elf started smacking its head against the garden wall. Harry caught it, physically caught the small creature and held it at arm's length, and felt the binding magic wrapped around Dobby's soul like barbed wire. It was familiar. Not the specific magic, but the type, compulsion and obedience and punishment, layered onto a sentient being without consent. It made Harry's blood sing with a cold, clear anger that he recognized as inherited. Wanda's fury at injustice, passed down through years of example. "You serve the Malfoys," Harry said. Not a guess. The binding magic carried the same signature as the Malfoy wards he'd studied on his mother's map. "Lucius Malfoy sent you." Dobby did not say. "You didn't, I worked it out." Harry set Dobby down gently. "Tell me what you can, don't hurt yourself. If you can't say it, just nod or shake your head." Dobby shivered. "Something is coming to Hogwarts, something dark, something old." Dobby has heard his master speaking of it, a plan, a weapon, something that was. The elf's eyes went wide with the strain of fighting the binding. "Harry Potter's very life could be at stake, sir. Is it related to a diary?" Dobby's face did something extraordinary, a spasm of terror and recognition, and desperate, frantic nodding. Harry went cold. The diary was destroyed. He'd watched Wanda's account of its destruction in the journal. She'd confirmed it was gone, unmade, reduced to nothing, the sole fragment erased. But Wanda had replaced it with a decoy. A blank journal with a mild compulsion charm. If Lucius Malfoy had checked the hidden compartment and found a journal that felt magical, that had a compulsion charm making it seem important, he might have assumed it was real. He might have already deployed it. "Mama," Harry called toward the house. "We have a problem." Wanda appeared in the garden doorway, and her eyes went immediately to Dobby, then to Harry's expression, and she was already moving, already reading the situation, already shifting from mother to strategist. "What happened?" "The Malfoys found your decoy diary. They think it's real, and they're planning to use it at Hogwarts this year." Wanda's expression went very still. "The decoy has a compulsion charm, mild, designed to make it feel authentic if someone handles it casually. If someone writes in it, a student. The compulsion would," she stopped, her eyes widened. "It would make them want to keep writing. It would feel like a friend, like something that listened. But there's no soul fragment to respond. It can't possess anyone. It can't open any chambers or summon any monsters. It's a blank journal with a suggestion charm. But Lucius doesn't know that. If his plan was to slip the diary to a student at Hogwarts, to use it as a weapon, he'll still try. He'll give the decoy to someone, expecting it to do whatever the real diary was designed to do. And when it doesn't work, he'll know something's wrong. He'll realize the real diary was taken, and he'll start asking questions that lead back to us." Wanda looked at Dobby, who was watching their conversation with the wide-eyed attention of a creature who understood about half of what was being said, but recognized the urgency in all of it. "Dobby," she said, and her voice was warm in a way that made the elf's lower lip tremble. "You're very brave for coming here. I'm going to make sure the danger you're warning us about doesn't materialize, but I need to know, has your master already placed the journal somewhere, given it to someone?" "Dobby does not know, miss." Dobby only heard the master speaking to himself late at night about plans for the coming year, about Hogwarts, about things that would. The elf's face contorted with the effort of fighting the binding. Things that would show the world what happens when Muggle-borns attend a wizarding school. Blood purity. The Malfoys' favorite cause and Voldemort's original ideology. Lucius was planning to use what he thought was the diary to attack Muggle-born students at Hogwarts, to open the Chamber of Secrets, if the diary's original function was what Harry suspected, except the diary was a dud. It couldn't open anything. It was a blank journal with a mild charm. "This changes things," Harry said. "If Lucius slips the decoy to a student, nothing happens. No chamber, no attacks, no danger, but he'll realize the diary is fake and then he destroys the evidence and covers his tracks and we lose the opportunity to catch him in the act." Wanda's eyes narrowed. "Unless we let him make the move." "What? If Lucius plants the decoy on a student, that's a criminal act. He's attempting to use a dark artifact on a minor. The fact that the artifact is a dud doesn't change his intent. If we can catch him in the act, or better yet, let him plant it and then reveal what he's done, it's grounds for investigation. The Ministry would have to act." Harry stared at her. "You want to use it as a trap. I want to use his own plan against him. He thinks he's deploying a weapon. We know it's harmless. We let him plant it, document the attempt, and then bring it to the authorities with proof of what he tried to do. That's very Slytherin of you. I'll take that as a compliment. It was meant as one." Dobby was looking between them with an expression of dawning, incredulous hope. Miss is saying that Harry Potter will be safe." "Harry Potter will be safe," Wanda confirmed. "And Dobby, when this is over, we're going to have a conversation about those bindings." The elf burst into tears for the second time, and Harry conjured a handkerchief, a proper one, not a pillowcase, and handed it to him, and Wanda made tea for 3, and they sat in the garden and planned. The meeting with McGonagall was scheduled for August 28th at Hogwarts. Harry had expected his mother to be nervous. She wasn't. She dressed deliberately, not in robes. She had never worn wizarding robes and had expressed, in colorful Sokovian, her opinion of the fashion, but in clothes that were clearly chosen to communicate something specific. Dark trousers, a deep red blouse, her leather jacket. Her hair was down, and she wore the rings she'd crafted years ago, silver bands etched with chaos magic sigils that served as emergency power conduits. She looked like what she was, a woman of tremendous power who had no interest in pretending otherwise. Harry walked with her from Hogsmeade to the castle, and he watched her face as Hogwarts came into view. She stopped walking. He told her about the castle. He described the magic, the architecture, the deep sentience woven into the foundations, but seeing it was different. He watched her extend her senses, felt the familiar touch of chaos magic reaching out, tasting the environment, and saw the moment she truly felt Hogwarts. "Oh," she breathed. "Yeah. This is, Harry, the magic in this building is, I know. It's not just enchantments, it's not just wards. The castle is aware. The founders built a consciousness into the structure, not artificial intelligence, not a golem, but something closer to a genius loci, a spirit of place. The magic has been accumulating for so long that it's developed something like personality." "She's protective," Harry said. "That's what I feel most. She watches the students. The castle feels feminine to me, don't know why," Wanda smiled. "The 4 founders, 2 women, 2 men. But Rowena Ravenclaw and Helga Hufflepuff designed the structural enchantments. Their magical signatures are the foundation. Of course the castle feels feminine. She was born from them." They walked up to the front doors, and the castle opened them before they knocked. Harry felt the deep magic shift, a welcoming pulse, warm and curious, directed at his mother. The castle was interested in her. He could feel it probing gently at the edges of her chaos magic, tasting something it had never encountered before. Wanda let the castle feel her. She didn't shield, didn't deflect. She opened her magic just enough to let the ancient intelligence sense what she was, and Harry felt the castle's response. Surprise, fascination, and something that felt almost like recognition. "She knows what I am," Wanda murmured. "Not the details, but the nature. She can feel that I'm different. Is that a problem?" "No, she's curious. Wanda laughed, sudden and delighted. "She's asking me to stay, I can feel it, The castle is literally inviting me to live here, will you? No, but I'm flattered. McGonagall met them in the entrance hall. She was wearing her formal robes, tartan trimmed, buttoned to the chin, every inch the deputy headmistress, and her expression was carefully composed. But Harry could see the curiosity burning behind the composure, and when her eyes landed on Wanda, something shifted. McGonagall was a transfiguration master. She'd spent her career understanding the nature of things, how they changed, how they related, how their essential character persisted through transformation. She looked at Wanda and saw her, perhaps more clearly than anyone in this world had yet managed. "Miss Maximoff," McGonagall said. "Thank you for coming. Thank you for the invitation, Professor." Wanda's voice was warm but precise. "I understand you have concerns about Harry's educational needs. Among other things, if you'll follow me, the headmaster would like to join us." "Of course he would." McGonagall's lips twitched. "I told him you'd say that." They walked through the castle, empty now, in the last days of summer, the corridors echoing with their footsteps and the ambient hum of the deep magic. McGonagall led them not to her office or to Dumbledore's, but to a small sitting room on the fourth floor that Harry hadn't encountered before, furnished with comfortable chairs, and a tea service and windows that looked out over the lake. Dumbledore was already there. He rose when they entered, and Harry watched the meeting like a chess match, two powers encountering each other for the first time, sizing each other up through layers of perception and experience. "Miss Maximoff," Dumbledore said. The name sat in his mouth like he'd been practicing it. "I've been looking forward to this meeting for quite some time. I know, you've been looking for me for 10 years. 11, if we're precise," he gestured to the chairs. "Please sit." They sat. McGonagall poured tea with the brisk efficiency of someone who wanted the social niceties dispatched, so they could get to business. Dumbledore settled into his chair with the apparent ease of a man who had all the time in the world, but Harry could feel the tension in his magical signature, coiled tight, alert, ready. "I should begin by thanking you," Dumbledore said. "Harry is remarkable. Whatever you've done, however you've raised him, the result speaks for itself. He is powerful, kind, disciplined, and possessed of a moral clarity that I find both impressive and, I'll confess, somewhat intimidating." "He raised himself, mostly," Wanda said. "I just made sure nobody interfered." "You're too modest. His professors universally report abilities that exceed not just his peers but most of the adult wizarding population. His understanding of magical theory is decades ahead of his age, and his wandless casting—" Dumbledore paused, choosing his words. "Miss Maximoff, I have never, in over a century of experience, encountered a child who could do what Harry does. Or, frankly, an adult. You haven't encountered me yet." The words were mild, the implication was not. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened, and Harry felt the faintest probe, legilimency, subtle as smoke, directed at Wanda. What happened next was so fast that Harry barely tracked it. The probe touched Wanda's mind and shattered, not deflected, destroyed. The legilimency dissolved on contact with her mental architecture, and the psychic backlash hit Dumbledore hard enough that the old wizard blinked and gripped the arm of his chair. "Don't do that again," Wanda said pleasantly. Silence. McGonagall looked between them, sensing the magical exchange even if she couldn't follow its specifics. Dumbledore recovered with admirable speed, but his eyes had lost their twinkle. Behind them was something raw, assessment, recalculation, the rapid adjustment of a mind that had just encountered a variable it couldn't quantify. "My apologies," Dumbledore said. "A reflex. No, you meant to read me. You wanted to know who I am, where I came from, what my intentions are. I understand the impulse, but I won't tolerate the method. If you want to know something about me, ask." "Very well." Dumbledore folded his hands. The tea sat untouched between them. "Who are you, Miss Maximoff?" "I'm Harry's mother, his adopted mother, his biological parents. We're James and Lily Potter, I know. I found Harry in the ruins of their home on the night they were killed. He was 15 months old, bleeding from a scar on his forehead, with a fragment of Voldemort's soul embedded in his skull. I removed the fragment, took the child, and raised him." That's the short version. McGonagall had gone very still. Dumbledore hadn't moved at all. You removed a Horcrux, Dumbledore said, from a 15-month-old infant. Yes. How? With magic you don't have a framework to understand. My abilities aren't derived from the same source as the magic of this world. I'm not a witch in the way you use the term. I'm something else. Something else. Dumbledore's voice was careful, controlled, but Harry could feel the intensity behind it, the desperate, brilliant mind reaching for comprehension. Miss Maximoff, I've studied magic for over a century. I've encountered forms of magic from every corner of the globe, shamanic traditions, elemental schools, dimensional magic, blood magic, soul magic. What form do you practice that is so far outside my experience? Wanda looked at him for a long moment. Then she held out her hand, palm up, and chaos magic bloomed. The scarlet light filled the room, not aggressively, not threateningly, but undeniably. It wasn't like any magic Dumbledore or McGonagall had seen. It didn't behave like spell light. It didn't follow the rules of any known magical discipline. It moved like a living thing, curling and flowing and pulsing with a rhythm that was neither regular nor random, chaotic in the mathematical sense, a pattern that contained infinite complexity. Dumbledore stared at it. His face went through an extraordinary series of expressions: wonder, fear, fascination, and finally something that looked almost like grief. "This is not of this world," he whispered. "No, it's not. You're from another universe, another reality. I fell into this one 11 years ago, through the spaces between worlds, and I landed in Godric's Hollow on the night your war ended. I didn't plan it, I didn't choose it, but I found a baby in the rubble and I chose him." The chaos magic faded. The room was quiet except for the soft sound of McGonagall breathing, which had become somewhat irregular. "Another universe," Dumbledore repeated. His voice was hushed. "I've theorized, there are mathematical models, but I never believed it's real. The multiverse is real. There are infinite realities, each one slightly different, and I've seen more of them than I'd like. I'm not going to explain the full history. It's long and painful, and most of it isn't relevant. What's relevant is this: I'm here, I'm not leaving. Harry is my son, and I've raised him with everything I have, and I will protect him with everything I am." "Miss Maximoff, Wanda, Dumbledore leaned forward. "I must be honest with you, I had a plan for Harry. A very specific plan, crafted over many years, designed to prepare him for the confrontation that the prophecy demands. That plan required certain conditions that your intervention has entirely eliminated. Your plan required a weapon. A child shaped by suffering and loneliness into someone who would sacrifice himself on command. I've seen the logic, I've seen the architecture of it, and I want you to know that I understand it. I understand why you built it, and I understand that you believed it was necessary. But I would have burned this world to ashes before I let you do it to my son." She said it without heat, without drama. The way you'd state a physical law: gravity pulls things down, water flows downhill, the Scarlet which protects her children. Dumbledore looked at her, and Harry saw the old wizard arrive at something, not understanding exactly, but acceptance. The acceptance of a man who had spent his life planning for every contingency and had finally met the one he couldn't plan around. "Then we need a new plan," Dumbledore said. "Yes." "Will you help me build it?" It was the right move. Harry recognized it, the pivot from control to collaboration, from authority to partnership. Whether it was genuine or tactical didn't matter, it was the only approach that could work with Wanda, and Dumbledore was smart enough to see that. Wanda studied him for a long time. Harry could feel her reading the old wizard, not with legilimency, not with mind magic, but with the bone-deep intuition of a woman who'd been manipulated by the best and learned to see through anyone. "I'll help," she said, "but there are conditions." "Name them." "Harry is not a soldier, he is not a weapon, he is not a sacrifice. Whatever plan we build, he participates by choice and he can walk away at any time." "Agreed. You share information with me fully. No half-truths, no strategic omissions, no revealing things when the time is right. I've had enough of powerful men deciding what I need to know." Dumbledore winced slightly at the characterization. Agreed, though I may occasionally ask for your patience while I verify. No, full information, full transparency. If you can't commit to that, we have nothing to discuss. A long pause. Harry watched Dumbledore weigh his options, the instinct for control versus the pragmatic recognition that Wanda held all the cards and they both knew it. Agreed, Dumbledore said. One more thing. Wanda leaned forward and the air around her shimmered red, just for a moment, a reminder, gentle and devastating. I know about the Horcruxes, all of them. I destroyed 5. Harry dealt with the 6th, the one in his scar, and last month I destroyed the diary. McGonagall made a small sound. Dumbledore went very still. They're all gone, Wanda said. Every anchor, every safety net. Voldemort is mortal. The silence that followed was immense. Harry could feel Dumbledore processing. The old wizard's magic churning like a disturbed sea, waves of thought and emotion breaking against the realization that the work of decades, the painstaking research into Voldemort's immortality, the years of planning and preparation had been accomplished by a woman from another universe while he wasn't looking. All of them, Dumbledore said faintly. The ring from the Gaunt Shack, the locket from the Sea Cave, the cup from the Lestrange vault. The diadem from your own castle, the room of requirement hidden for 50 years. The diary from the Malfoy estate, and the fragment in Harry's scar removed the night I found him. The diadem was here, in a room full of lost objects. Yes, Dumbledore closed his eyes. For a long moment, he looked every one of his 150 years, tired and old and humbled in a way that had nothing to do with defeat and everything to do with the recognition that he'd been outpaced. I spent decades trying to identify them, he said quietly. I knew about the diary. I suspected the ring. The others, I had theories, fragments, guesses. It would have taken me years more, perhaps a decade. You didn't have a decade, and you didn't have chaos magic. No, he opened his eyes. No, I didn't. He looked at Wanda, and something fundamental shifted in his expression. The calculation was still there. It would always be there. Dumbledore couldn't stop calculating any more than he could stop breathing. But alongside it was something new, respect. Not the patronizing approval of a mentor for a promising student, but the genuine regard of one power for another. Wanda Maximoff, he said, I believe you may be the most extraordinary person I have ever met. I'm a mother who loves her son. There's nothing extraordinary about that. On the contrary, it is the most extraordinary thing in the world. He stood, extended his hand. Welcome to Hogwarts, Wanda. Truly, she shook it. And this time, when Dumbledore's magic reached for hers, it wasn't a probe, it was an offering, an open hand, a gesture of trust from a man who trusted almost no one. Wanda met it with her own magic, and for a moment the room filled with light, blue-white from Dumbledore, scarlet from Wanda, the two colors intertwining and separating like dancers. McGonagall watched from her chair with an expression that combined professional awe with mild exasperation. If the light show is quite finished, she said crisply, we do still have Harry's educational program to discuss. The discussion lasted 2 hours and covered everything from course scheduling to Harry's independent study plans to the appropriate parameters for his wandless casting during school hours. I won't ask him to pretend to be less capable than he is. Wanda said firmly, and McGonagall agreed with obvious relief. They established that Harry would take standard classes with his year, but would receive additional tutoring from senior professors in areas where he'd outpace the curriculum. Flitwick was already designing a special charms program. McGonagall wanted to work with Harry on advanced transfiguration theory. Even Snape, McGonagall admitted grudgingly, had expressed interest in Harry's potions intuition, though he'd sooner eat his own cauldron than admit it publicly. What about Quirrell's replacement? Harry asked. Defense against the dark arts. We've hired Gilderoy Lockhart, McGonagall said, and her voice could have frozen the lake. The author, Wanda raised an eyebrow. I've read his books, they're fiction. They're presented as autobiography. They're fiction. The magical signatures described in his accounts don't match the events he claims. Either he fabricated the adventures entirely, or he stole the credit from the people who actually lived them. McGonagall and Dumbledore exchanged a glance. "We've had similar suspicions," Dumbledore said. "But Lockhart was the only applicant for the position, and the curse on it has made hiring increasingly difficult. There's a curse on the defense position. Voldemort placed it decades ago. No professor has lasted more than a year since." Wanda's eyes narrowed. "Show me." They went to the defense classroom. Wanda stood in the center of the room and extended her chaos magic downward, through the floor, into the foundations, into the deep magic of the castle itself. Harry watched her work, the way her eyes went distant, her hands moving in subtle patterns, her magic flowing through the building like blood through veins. "There," she said after about 5 minutes, pointing at the floor, "anchored to the castle's magical core. A parasitic curse. It feeds on whoever occupies the position, draining their luck, their competence, their stability. Clever work. He tied it to the castle's own power source, so the castle has been inadvertently sustaining the curse for decades." "Can you remove it?" Dumbledore asked. There was something almost plaintive in his voice, the hope of a man who'd been living with a problem for 30 years and had just met someone who might solve it. "I already did." Dumbledore blinked. "You already, while I was talking. It was woven into the magical substrate. I just unwove it." The castle helped. She wanted it gone. Wanda dusted off her hands. "Your defense professors should last more than a year now." "Though Lockhart may not," McGonagall muttered. The afternoon was winding down. They'd covered education, security, and the political implications of Harry's identity being public knowledge. Dumbledore had agreed to manage the Ministry's inevitable curiosity about Harry's guardian through official channels, presenting Wanda as a foreign-educated witch who'd adopted Harry after the war. The truth was too complicated for the Ministry to handle, and they all knew it. Harry walked Wanda to the gates. The sun was setting over the lake, turning the water to gold, and the castle behind them was lit from within, warm and ancient and alive. "What did you think of him?" Harry asked. "Honestly, he's everything I expected and more. Brilliant, manipulative, genuinely well-intentioned, and deeply damaged by a lifetime of carrying responsibilities that no one person should carry alone. He reminds me of Strange, Dr. Strange, same archetype. The brilliant man who builds a fortress of control because he's terrified of what happens without it. Strange built it around the time stone. Dumbledore built it around the prophecy, and Voldemort and you." She paused. "The difference is that Strange eventually learned to let go. I'm not sure Dumbledore can, but you'll work with him. I'll work alongside him. There's a difference." She stopped at the gates and put her hands on his shoulders. "Next year is going to be different. The Horcruxes are gone. Voldemort is mortal. The diary decoy is in play, and we're going to use it to expose Lucius Malfoy. Dumbledore knows about me, and the castle knows about me, and there's nothing left to hide. You say that like it's a relief. It is. I've been a shadow for 10 years. Yeah, it's time to be a person again." She kissed his forehead, on the scar, the way she always did, a deliberate act of tenderness over the mark of violence, and walked away into the evening. Harry watched her go. Then he turned and walked back into the castle, and the stones hummed welcome beneath his feet, and somewhere in the deep magic, the castle shifted, adjusting, adapting, making room for something new. A new power in its halls, a new variable in the game. The second year was coming, and it would be nothing like the first. September first arrived with the usual chaos of trunks and owls and Rasputin somehow manifesting in Harry's luggage, despite being physically locked in the farmhouse when they'd left. He parroted. Harry told Ron on the train as the orange cat settled onto the seat with the smugness of a creature who had beaten the system. "I swear he knows how to apparate. He's a cat. That's what Mama says. She's wrong." The train ride was familiar now, the rocking motion, the passing countryside, the trolley lady with her cart of sweets. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, and they talked about summer, about books, about the year ahead. Hermione had read Lockhart's entire bibliography and had come to the same conclusion as Wanda. "The timeline doesn't work," she said, with the indignation of someone who took literary fraud personally. He claims to have fought the Wagga Wagga werewolf in February of 1983, but his book on the Bandon Banshee places him in Ireland during the same period. He can't have been in two places at once. Unless he's secretly my mother, Harry said. Your mother can be in two places at once. My mother can be in two universes at once, theoretically. She chooses not to. Hermione stared at him with the expression she got when he dropped a piece of information that shattered her existing model of reality. He was getting more comfortable sharing these things with them. Not everything, not yet, but enough that they understood the broad strokes. Your mother is from another universe, Hermione said. She'd been told this over the summer in a letter that had required 3 readings and a long walk in her parents' garden before she could compose a response. I'm still processing that. Take your time. I need about a decade. We have time. The sorting was uneventful. The feast was excellent. Lockhart was introduced at the staff table, and Harry watched the man with the clinical interest of someone assessing a minor threat. Gilderoy Lockhart was tall, handsome, and radiating confidence with the intensity of a supernova, the kind of confidence that came not from competence, but from the unshakable belief that his own press was accurate. His magical signature was average, solidly average. A competent wizard by everyday standards, but nowhere near the level his books claimed. He's a fraud, Harry murmured to Ron. My mum fancies him, Ron whispered back, looking pained. That doesn't make him less of a fraud. No, but it makes Christmas awkward. The first defense class confirmed every suspicion. Lockhart opened with a quiz about himself. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? That Harry left blank except for a single line at the bottom. This quiz contains no educational content. Please teach actual defense. Lockhart read it, laughed his huge, practiced laugh, and said, ambitious, I like it, but first, a practical demonstration. He released a cage full of Cornish pixies. The result was pandemonium. Pixies were small, electric blue, and possessed of a chaotic energy that made them almost impossible to control through standard means. They tore through the classroom, destroying books and knocking over desks and lifting Neville by his ears until he was dangling from the chandelier. Lockhart's attempts to subdue them were pathetic. He waved his wand, shouted an incantation that did nothing, and retreated behind his desk with a yelp. Harry stood up. He didn't shout. He didn't wave his wand. He extended one hand and pushed, a pulse of magic that wasn't a spell exactly, but a command. Stillness. Calm. The magical equivalent of a firm, quiet voice saying enough. Every pixie in the room froze. Mid-flight, mid-destruction, mid-lifting Neville by the ears. They hung in the air like blue Christmas ornaments, suddenly docile, and then drifted gently back into their cage, which closed itself behind them. The class stared. Lockhart emerged from behind his desk, straightening his robes. Excellent, Harry. That's exactly what I would have done, of course. No, Harry said. It isn't. The room went silent. You released dangerous creatures into a classroom full of 12-year-olds without any plan to contain them. You couldn't perform the freezing charm, which is a second-year spell, by the way, and should be well within a defense professor's capabilities. And your wand technique suggests you haven't cast a combat spell in years, if ever. Lockhart's smile was fixed, but his eyes had gone hard. Now, Harry. My mother read your books. She says they're fiction. I've confirmed her analysis. The magical signatures you describe don't match the events. The timelines contradict each other, and several of the creatures you claim to have defeated were actually handled by other witches and wizards whose memories you subsequently modified. The silence in the classroom was absolute. That's a very serious accusation, Lockhart said, and his voice had lost its boom. It's a very serious observation. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm stating what the evidence shows. Harry sat down. I came to Hogwarts to learn defense against the dark arts. If you can't teach it, I'd like to know now so I can arrange alternative instruction. Lockhart looked at him, and Harry saw the moment the man made his calculation, the same kind of calculation that all con artists made when confronted, the weighing of bluff versus retreat. Lockhart chose bluff. I think you'll find, Mr. Potter, that I have a great deal to teach, perhaps not in the way you expect. I expect competence. And I expect respect. Lockhart's voice hardened. I am your professor, regardless of your concerns about my credentials. If you have issues, I suggest you take them to the headmaster. I intend to. The class ended. Students filed out in stunned silence. Ron grabbed Harry's arm in the corridor. You just called Lockhart a fraud to his face in front of 30 people. 31, including him. He's going to hate you. He already does. I threatened his narrative. People who live by their stories will do anything to protect them. Even dangerous things. Harry thought about that. Lockhart was a fraud, but he was a successful fraud, a man who'd built an empire on stolen valor. That kind of person didn't just fade quietly when exposed. They escalated. Maybe, Harry said. I'll keep an eye on him. 3 weeks into the term, the Malfoy plan activated. Harry felt it happen, a subtle disturbance in the magical field, a new presence in the castle that carried the artificial resonance of Wanda's decoy. Someone had brought the fake diary into Hogwarts. He traced the signature to the first floor to a girl's bathroom, and then lost it as whoever was carrying the diary moved through the castle's magical static. Within hours, he'd identified the carrier. Ginny Weasley, Ron's little sister, a first-year, small and shy and overwhelmed by the transition to Hogwarts. Harry watched her at meals and in the corridors and felt the cold anger return. Lucius Malfoy had slipped the diary to an 11-year-old girl, a child. Whatever he'd hoped the diary would do, he'd chosen a child as his weapon. Ron, Harry said that evening carefully, your sister, how's she settling in? Ginny, she's fine, I think, bit quiet. Why? Keep an eye on her. Make sure she's eating, sleeping, talking to friends. Ron's freckled face went alert. What's wrong? Maybe nothing. I have a feeling, call it instinct. Ron didn't question it. He'd learned to trust Harry's instincts. Harry monitored the situation for a week. The decoy diary was doing exactly what Wanda had designed it to do, being mildly compelling, encouraging whoever held it to write in it, giving the impression of listening without actually responding. It was a journal with good vibes, essentially. It couldn't possess anyone. It couldn't open chambers. It couldn't do anything that the real diary would have done, but Ginny was writing in it obsessively, and the compulsion charm, mild as it was affecting her more than expected. She was a first year, young, lonely, homesick, and the fake diary was a friend in a way that nothing else at Hogwarts had been. She was pouring her heart into it, and while the diary couldn't respond with Riddle's predatory intelligence, the simple act of writing and being, seemingly, heard was filling a void that shouldn't have existed. Harry felt guilty. The decoy was there because of his mother's operation, Wanda's plan to catch Lucius in the act. And while it couldn't hurt Ginny, it was occupying her attention, replacing real human connection with a magical simulacrum. It wasn't dangerous. It was just sad. He made a decision. Ron, I need to talk to Ginny. About what? About a diary she's been carrying. Ron's face did something complicated. How do you know about she's been hiding it? She takes it everywhere, writes in it during meals. I thought it was just a journal. It is, but it's not an ordinary one. It's enchanted. Ron went pale. Enchanted how? Mildly. A compulsion charm. It makes the writer want to keep writing, makes the diary feel like a friend. It's not dangerous, I promise you that, but it's not good for her either. And where she got it is important. Where did she get it? Harry told him. Not everything, not about the real diary, not about Horcruxes, not about Wanda's decade-long hunt, but enough. He told Ron that Lucius Malfoy had planted an enchanted object on his sister, that the object was designed to cause harm, even though this particular copy couldn't, and that they needed to get it away from Ginny and preserve it as evidence. Ron's face went through embarrassment and alarm and settled on fury. A quiet, shaking fury that Harry had never seen from his friend before, the anger of a brother whose sister had been targeted. I'll kill him, Ron said flatly. You'll do better. We're going to expose him. Ginny cried when they took the diary. Not because she understood what it was, she didn't, but because it had become her confidant, her friend, the one thing in Hogwarts that felt safe and familiar. She cried the way a lonely child cries when their comfort object is removed, and Harry hated Lucius Malfoy with a purity that surprised him. He sat with Ginny in an empty classroom and explained, gently, what the diary was. Not everything, she was 11, and the full story would have been cruel. But enough. Someone put a spell on this diary before it reached you. The spell makes you want to write in it, makes it feel like it's listening. But it's not real, Ginny, it's a trick, and the person who gave it to you knew exactly what it would do. Who? Ginny whispered. Her eyes were red, her small, freckled face blotchy with tears. We're going to find out. But for now, talk to your brother, talk to your friends, talk to real people. The diary felt like a friend, but you have real ones, you have Ron, you have me if you want. She looked at him with eyes that were starting to focus, starting to clear, and he saw the Weasley stubbornness under the homesickness and the hurt. Someone did this to me on purpose. Yes, they're going to pay for it, they're going to pay for it. She wiped her eyes. Good. Harry kept the diary. He kept it in his trunk, warded and sealed, evidence for when the time came, and he wrote to Wanda, the decoy is secured. Ginny Weasley had it, she's okay, unharmed, just shaken. Lucius planted it on her at Diagon Alley. I have witnesses who saw him near her things. When we're ready, we have everything we need. Wanda's response was swift, I'll handle the legal side. Arthur Weasley works at the Ministry, misuse of Muggle artifacts. He'll want to know that Lucius Malfoy slipped a cursed object to his daughter. From there, it's a matter of proper channels. I'll reach out, you're going to talk to Arthur Weasley. I'm going to show up at the Ministry with evidence that a former Death Eater targeted a child with a dark artifact. Even their bureaucracy can't ignore that. They can try. But they won't succeed. I'm very persuasive. Mama, the last time you were persuasive, a man's hair fell out. That was a different kind of persuasion. The formal complaint against Lucius Malfoy was filed on a Thursday in October. Wanda walked into the Ministry of Magic, presented the enchanted diary, provided testimony under Veritaserum, which she agreed to take because she had nothing to hide and because it established credibility, and laid out the case with the methodical precision of a woman who'd been planning this for months. Arthur Weasley, when he learned what had happened to his daughter, went from mild-mannered bureaucrat to incandescent fury so fast that his colleagues later described it as apparition of the emotional variety. He filed the formal charges himself, with the backing of Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who had exactly zero tolerance for Death Eaters targeting children. The investigation moved quickly. The diary was examined by Ministry cursebreakers, who confirmed the compulsion charm. Harry's testimony, and Ron's and Ginny's, provided the chain of custody. Witnesses in Diagon Alley confirmed that Lucius had been near the Weasleys' belongings at Flourish and Blots. And the hidden compartment in the Malfoy drawing room, when Ministry Aurors obtained a warrant and searched it, was found empty, with traces of powerful dark magic lingering in the wood. Lucius Malfoy was arrested on November 15th. The trial was swift and public and devastating. Not for Harry or Wanda, for Lucius. Amelia Bones prosecuted with the righteous fury of a woman whose own family had been murdered by Death Eaters, and Lucius's defense. Expensive lawyers, political connections, the usual pure-blood machinery, crumbled against the physical evidence and the testimony. The Wisengamot convicted him on 3 counts: possession of a dark artifact, deployment of a dark artifact against a minor, and endangering students at an educational institution. The sentence was 5 years in Azkaban. It wasn't enough, in Harry's opinion. 5 years for targeting an 11-year-old girl with dark magic. But it was a start, and the political fallout was worse than the prison sentence. The Malfoy name, already tarnished by Lucius's known association with Voldemort, was now toxic. His seat on the Hogwarts Board of Governors was revoked. His ministry connections evaporated. The other pureblood families distanced themselves with the speed of people who'd always known Lucius was trouble and were delighted to have plausible deniability. Draco Malfoy sat alone at the Slytherin table on the morning after his father's arrest, and the entire school pretended he wasn't there. Harry watched this from across the great hall and felt the familiar tug of complicated empathy. Draco hadn't done anything. He was 12 years old, and his father had made choices that were destroying his life, and he was sitting in a room full of people who were judging him for a crime he didn't commit. He got up, crossed the hall, and sat down at the Slytherin table. The room went silent. Gryffindors sitting at the Slytherin table was unheard of. Harry sitting at the Slytherin table was an event on the level of a solar eclipse. Draco looked at him with hollow gray eyes. "What do you want, Potter?" "Breakfast." Harry reached for the toast. "The Gryffindor table is out of marmalade." "There's marmalade, right?" Draco stopped, stared at him. "You didn't come over here for marmalade. I came over here because you're sitting alone and it's not your fault. Your father made his own choices. They're not yours. You're not responsible for what he did." Draco's jaw tightened. "Easy for you to say. Your parents are heroes. My biological parents are dead. My adopted mother is a woman who spent a significant part of her life making terrible choices before she turned things around. Nobody's parents are simple." Something flickered in Draco's eyes. Not gratitude. He was too proud and too hurt for gratitude, but recognition. The recognition of someone who'd been seen clearly for the first time. "You're still strange, Potter. So I've been told." They ate breakfast in silence, and the great hall buzzed with whispered commentary. And at the staff table, Dumbledore watched with an expression that, for once, held nothing but genuine, uncomplicated warmth. November became December. The castle prepared for Christmas with its usual enthusiasm, and Harry settled into the routine of his second year with the comfortable confidence of someone who knew the landscape. Classes were more challenging. He'd moved ahead in transfiguration and charms, working at a fourth-year level under McGonagall and Flitwick's guidance. Potions with Snape remained a masterclass in mutual antagonism, though the overt hostility had faded into something more nuanced since their first-day conversation about Lily. And Lockhart had, against all expectations, become marginally less terrible. Harry's confrontation in the first class had shaken something loose. Not competence, that couldn't be shaken loose because it wasn't there to begin with, but honesty, or at least the beginning of it. Lockhart had stopped pretending to have fought the creatures he described and started teaching from the theoretical texts instead, which he actually understood reasonably well. His classes were still more performance than pedagogy, but the performances were at least grounded in real defense theory. Harry suspected McGonagall had had a private conversation with the man. He didn't ask. The Christmas holidays approached, and Harry made a decision that surprised everyone, including himself. "I'm staying at Hogwarts," he told Wanda through the enchanted journal. "Why?" "Because Draco Malfoy is staying, and he has nowhere else to go. His mother is under house arrest pending investigation, and the manor is off-limits. He's going to be alone in the castle for 2 weeks." A long pause before Wanda's response appeared. "You're staying for a boy whose father tried to hurt your friend's sister. I'm staying for a boy who didn't do any of that and is being punished for it anyway. You are so much better than me. MOYSOLNC, yeah, I learned from the best. Stop saying that. It makes me emotional, I know. That's why I keep saying it. Christmas at Hogwarts with Draco Malfoy was an exercise in awkward proximity that slowly, reluctantly thawed into something resembling friendship. The castle was nearly empty. A handful of students from each house had stayed, but the common rooms were cavernous and echoing, and meals in the great hall felt like eating in a cathedral. Draco spent the first 2 days in the Slytherin dungeons, emerging only for food, his face set in a mask of pureblood composure that was cracking at the edges. On the 3rd day, Harry found him in the library. "Chess?" Harry asked, holding up a board. "I don't play chess with Gryffindors." "That's a shame. I'm terrible at it. You definitely win. A beat." "How terrible? Ron beats me in about 12 moves." "Weasley, that's embarrassing. Ron is actually brilliant at chess. Most people are just too proud to admit it." Draco looked at the board, looked at Harry. The mask cracked a little further. "Fine, but I'm not going easy on you." He didn't. He was vicious at chess, aggressive, strategic, willing to sacrifice pieces for position in a way that spoke of a mind trained to think 3 moves ahead. He beat Harry in 9 moves the first game, 7 the second, and by the third game they were actually talking. Not about fathers or trials or the weight of family legacies, about chess, about Quidditch, about which professors were tolerable and which were a waste of oxygen. About whether the giant squid in the lake was sentient, Draco thought yes. Harry was agnostic. They agreed to investigate in spring. About the castle's ghosts and their petty feuds, and the time nearly headless Nick tried to join the headless hunt and was rejected on a technicality. Normal things. 12-year-old things. The kind of conversation that Draco had probably never had because his friendships at Slytherin were alliances rather than connections, and no one had ever sat across a chessboard from him and just talked. On Christmas morning, Harry gave him a gift. Nothing extravagant, a set of enchanted chess pieces that he'd transmuted from marble, each one animated with personality and a tendency to offer unsolicited tactical advice. Draco stared at the box for a long time. "You made these," he said, "transmutation and animation charms. The knight is particularly opinionated. Why? Because it's Christmas and you're my friend." The word landed between them with the weight of something irreversible. Draco's jaw worked. His eyes were bright in a way that had nothing to do with the fairy lights on the great hall's Christmas trees. "I'm a Malfoy," he said, "and I'm Harry Potter, so what?" A very long pause. "The knight had better not be too opinionated," Draco said, and the mask fell away entirely, and underneath was a 12-year-old boy who was terrified and grateful and trying very hard not to cry. Harry grinned. "You're going to love the bishop." New Year came and went, and the students returned, and the castle filled with noise again. Harry's friendship with Draco drew stares and whispers and a few outright confrontations, Slytherins who saw Draco's association with Potter as betrayal, Gryffindors who saw Harry's association with Malfoy as treason. Ron took it the hardest. "His father poisoned my sister's mind." "His father did." "Not him, he's a Malfoy. And you're a Weasley, and your father's choices aren't your identity either." "Ron, if I'd grown up where Draco grew up, been taught what he was taught, I might have turned out the same way. The difference is that someone gave me a chance to be better. I'm giving him one." Ron struggled with it. Harry could see the battle, loyalty to Ginny warring with trust in Harry, the old grudge against the Malfoys colliding with the growing recognition that Draco, on his own, was more complicated than his surname. It was Hermione who bridged the gap. She started sitting with Draco in the library, not for friendship initially, but because he was genuinely good at potions theory, and she had questions that Snape refused to answer. The academic alliance became something more personal over the course of several weeks, and by February, the 4 of them, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Draco, could occasionally be found at the same table without anyone drawing a wand. "This is the weirdest friend group in Hogwarts history," Ron said one evening, watching Draco and Hermione argue about the properties of Moonstone while Harry refereed. "Weird is underrated," Harry said, says the boy raised by a universe-hopping chaos witch, says the boy who's terrible at chess and friends with a Malfoy. Ron grinned despite himself. Fair point. March brought the end of the Lockhart experiment. The man's pretenses had been eroding all year under the combined weight of Harry's skepticism, the other professors' thinly veiled contempt, and the growing awareness among students that their defense teacher couldn't actually cast most of the spells he described. The final straw was a dueling club. Lockhart organized it with great fanfare, positioning himself as the expert instructor, and enlisted Snape as his assistant, a word that made Snape's eye twitch in a way that promised violence. The demonstration duel lasted approximately 4 seconds. Snape disarmed Lockhart so efficiently that the man's wand embedded itself in the ceiling and required 2 house elves and a ladder to retrieve. Lockhart laughed it off. Nobody believed the laugh. Then Snape paired Harry with Draco for a student duel, and things got interesting. They faced each other across the dueling platform, Harry relaxed, hands at his sides, wand in his pocket. Draco tense, wand raised, gray eyes focused. "Don't go easy on me," Draco said. "I won't." "Good." Draco struck first. A disarming charm, crisp and well-aimed, Snape's teaching. Harry recognized the technique. Harry deflected it with a wandless shield and responded with a tripping jinx that Draco dodged by the narrowest of margins. They traded spells, Draco casting with textbook precision, Harry responding with a fluid mix of wand and wandless magic that made the onlookers gasp. It wasn't a fight, it was a conversation. Each spell was an argument, each counter was a response. And the two boys who'd been circling each other for 18 months finally found a language they both spoke fluently. Draco was good. Better than good. He was talented and well-trained, and his competitive fury gave his spells an edge that exceeded his technical level. He pushed Harry in ways that the other students couldn't, because he wanted to win with a ferocity that bordered on need. Harry let him push. Let the duel go longer than necessary. Let Draco showcase his skills. Let the Slytherin boy demonstrate to the watching school that he was more than his father's son. And when Draco finally overextended, a powerful stinging hex that left his right side open, Harry ended it with a wandless disarm so gentle it was almost polite. Draco's wand sailed into Harry's hand. The hall was silent. "Good match," Harry said and tossed the wand back. Draco caught it, breathing hard, face flushed. "You were holding back a little. Next time don't. Next time show me something I haven't seen." A grin, sharp, competitive, alive. Deal. The year wound down. Exams were perfunctory for Harry. He could have taken his owls and passed, probably. But he sat them dutifully because Wanda had taught him that discipline meant doing the boring things with the same commitment as the exciting ones. Lockhart left at the end of term. He didn't say goodbye, he simply vanished one morning, his office cleared out, his ridiculous portraits removed from the walls. Harry suspected Dumbledore had given him a choice: resign quietly or face an investigation into his fraudulent credentials. Lockhart, whatever his flaws, understood when to cut his losses. Lucius Malfoy's trial had sent ripples through the wizarding world that were still expanding. The pureblood faction was in disarray, their most prominent public figure disgraced and imprisoned. The moderate families, those who'd maintained blood purity beliefs privately while keeping their public image clean, were scrambling to distance themselves from the extremist position. And the Muggle-born community, for the first time in decades, felt something they hadn't felt since the end of the First War: hope. Harry watched these shifts with the strategic attention Wanda had cultivated in him, and he saw the opportunity. The political vacuum left by Malfoy's fall was real. Someone would fill it. The question was who, and what they'd fill it with. On the train home, Harry sat with his three friends, Ron and Hermione and Draco, the latter looking out the window with an expression that was trying very hard to be stoic and mostly succeeding, and felt the peculiar warmth of a life that was building itself around him. Not the life Dumbledore had planned, not the life the prophecy had demanded. His own life, built on his own terms with people he'd chosen and who'd chosen him back. Wanda was waiting at platform 9 3/4. She saw Draco, assessed him in approximately 2 seconds, and extended her hand. "You must be Draco. Harry's told me about you." Draco shook her hand with the formal courtesy of a boy raised in aristocracy. "Miss Maximoff, Harry's been very—" He stopped, started over. "Thank you for raising him. He's the best person I know." Wanda's expression softened in a way that Harry recognized as the precursor to emotional devastation. She pulled it together. "He speaks highly of you two. You're welcome at our home any time." Draco nodded, stiff and formal and clearly fighting back something that a Malfoy would never display in public. He shook Harry's hand, nodded to Ron and Hermione, and walked away into the crowd, alone, heading for the Flu Network and a house that would be empty and echoing without his father. Harry watched him go. "He's going to be okay," Wanda said quietly. "I know, he's tougher than he looks." They usually are, the ones who grow up in golden cages. They're either broken by the bars or they learn to bend them. Which one was I? She smiled. You were never in a cage, yeah. I made sure of that. They went home. Rasputin was waiting at the door, having somehow beaten them there despite being on the train 10 minutes ago. The garden was in full summer bloom, the nocturnal roses singing softly in anticipation of nightfall. And the house smelled like paprikash and old books and magic. Harry stood in the kitchen doorway and breathed it in, and Wanda stood beside him, and for a moment the world was very simple and very good. 2 down, he said. 5 to go, she replied, but they both knew the number wasn't about years of school. It was about the years until the Wraith found a way back, until the prophecy demanded its due, until the Chaos Prince met the Dark Lord who tried to kill him as a baby and failed in ways he couldn't imagine. The clock was ticking. But tonight they had paprikash and starlight in each other, and that was enough. Chapter 5. What grows in darkness the summer between 2nd and 3rd year was the quietest they'd had since Harry was a toddler, and it made Wanda nervous. Not the quiet itself. She'd spent a decade building a life defined by deliberate calm, by the steady rhythm of training and cooking and gardening and the small domestic rituals that kept the chaos at bay. What made her nervous was the absence of threat. The Horcruxes were destroyed. Lucius Malfoy was in Azkaban. Lockhart was gone. The Wraith was still in Albania, too diminished to act. For the first time since she'd fallen into this universe, there was nothing actively trying to hurt her son. She didn't trust it. You're pacing. Harry said from the garden, where he was lying in the grass with his head on Rasputin's considerable stomach, reading a book on advanced ward theory that he'd borrowed from the Hogwarts library and technically should have returned. I'm not pacing. I'm walking with purpose. You've walked past the kitchen window 14 times in the last 10 minutes. That's pacing. She stopped at the window and looked out at him. 12 years old, long-limbed and lean, with his father's impossible hair and his mother's green eyes and a lazy confidence that came from absolute certainty in his own capabilities. He looked relaxed. He looked happy. He looked like a normal kid on summer holiday, except for the ball of wandless fire he was tossing absently from hand to hand while he read. Something's coming, she said. Harry caught the fireball and snuffed it. You've been saying that for 3 weeks, because it's been true for 3 weeks. I can feel it, a disturbance in the magical field, something shifting. I can't pin it down, but it's there. He sat up, displacing Rasputin, who expressed his displeasure by stalking away with the offended dignity of a creature who had been the center of the universe until approximately 2 seconds ago. What kind of disturbance? Emotional? Magical? Like a large stone has been thrown into a pond and the ripples haven't reached us yet. She leaned against the window frame. The magical monitoring I maintain on Azkaban has been showing irregularities. Azkaban. I've had passive sensors on the prison since Lucius was convicted. Insurance. But the readings I'm getting aren't from his cell. They're from the high-security wing. Maximum containment. Harry's expression sharpened. Who's in maximum containment? The worst of the Death Eaters. The Lestranges, Barty Crouch Jr. officially, and, she paused, Sirius Black. The name landed between them with the weight of unfinished history. Wanda had told Harry about Sirius when he was 8, the godfather, the best friend of James Potter, the man convicted of betraying the Potters to Voldemort and murdering 13 Muggles with a single curse. She'd told it as fact because that was how the records presented it. She'd also told him she had doubts. The betrayal never made sense to me, she'd said then, sitting across from a boy who was old enough to understand complexity, but young enough to need it framed carefully. Every account describes Sirius Black as fanatically loyal to your father. They were closer than brothers. The Black family disowned him because he rejected their pure-blood ideology. He was the most unlikely traitor in the Order of the Phoenix, but he was the secret keeper, allegedly. No trial was ever held. He was arrested, convicted by the Wisengamot without testimony, and sent to Azkaban within 72 hours. I've reviewed the magical records. There's no Veritaserum transcript, no memory evidence, no priori incantatum analysis of his wand. For a case this significant, the betrayal of the Potters, the murder of 13 people, the total absence of due process is extraordinary. Harry had filed that away the way he filed everything, carefully, completely, waiting for the moment when the information became relevant. That moment was apparently now. "The readings from Black's cell are wrong," Wanda said. "His magical signature it's been suppressed for 12 years by the Dementors. That's what they do, they feed on positive emotions, on hope, on magical energy. A wizard imprisoned in Azkaban for over a decade should have almost no detectable magical signature, but Black's is spiking, getting stronger. As if something has changed, as if he's found a source of mental resistance that the Dementors can't touch." "Animagus," Harry said immediately. Wanda looked at him with the pleased surprise she always showed when he made a leap she hadn't expected. "Explain." "McGonagall taught me about animagus transformation during the advanced transfiguration sessions. The mental state of an animal is fundamentally different from a human's, simpler, more instinct-driven. If Black is an unregistered animagus, and there's no record of him being registered, he could shift into animal form and the Dementors wouldn't be able to affect him the same way. Animals don't feel despair the way humans do. Their emotional landscape is different. That's exactly what I think is happening. He's been surviving Azkaban by spending most of his time in animal form, and now something has triggered a change. He's spending more time as a human. He's gathering strength, he's planning something, escaping, almost certainly." Harry stood and crossed the garden to the kitchen door. Rasputin, sensing a change in the household's energy, appeared from nowhere and wound around his ankles. "If Black is planning to escape, he has a reason. Something's changed." What changed? Lucius Malfoy's arrest was major news. Every prisoner in Azkaban would have heard about it, and the Prophet ran a feature on the trial that included photographs of the Weasley family. They were present for Ginny's testimony. What does the Weasley family have to do with Sirius Black? Maybe nothing. But the photographs showed the Weasleys with their pets, and Ron was holding his rat. Harry went very still. Wanda watched the realization arrive. She'd been waiting for it, had known it would come, because she'd raised a boy who could follow a logical chain to its conclusion no matter how disturbing. "Peter Pettigrew," Harry said quietly. "Peter Pettigrew. The rat, Ron's rat, Scabbers, he's had him for years. The rat's been in the Weasley family for 12 years. An unusually long life for a common rat, but not unusual for an animagus in hiding. Pettigrew was the real secret keeper, not Sirius. They switched at the last minute. Sirius was too obvious, so they used Pettigrew as a bluff, and Pettigrew betrayed them to Voldemort. That's my theory. I can't confirm it without examining the rat, but the timeline fits, the logic fits, and it explains every inconsistency in Black's case." Harry sat down at the kitchen table and pressed his palms flat against the wood. She could see him processing, the rapid integration of new information, the emotional weight of it settling into place alongside the analytical framework. This wasn't abstract. This was his parents' murder. This was the man who had been blamed for it, and the man who had actually done it, and the friend who'd been rotting in prison for a crime he didn't commit. "If Sirius is innocent," Harry said, "then he's been in Azkaban for 12 years for nothing." "Yes. And if Pettigrew is alive, disguised as a rat, living in a house with my best friend's family, then a servant of Voldemort has been within arm's reach of magical children for over a decade. Yes, we need to move on this, I agree, but we need to be strategic. If we accuse Ron's pet rat of being a mass-murdering Death Eater without proof, we'll sound insane. And if we tip Pettigrew off, he'll run." Harry looked at her. "You have a plan. I always have a plan." Wanda's plan was elegant in its simplicity. They would wait for Black to escape. She estimated weeks, not months, based on the acceleration of his magical readings, and then use his escape as the catalyst for exposing the truth. Black's escape would dominate the news. The Ministry would deploy Dementors. Hogwarts would become a security zone. And in the chaos, Wanda would obtain the rat. "I'll visit the burrow," she said, "socially. I've been corresponding with Molly Weasley since the trial. She's grateful for what we did for Ginny, and she's been wanting to meet me properly. I'll visit, I'll identify the rat, and I'll contain him. And then we bring him to the ministry under conditions they can't ignore. Veritaserum, priori incantatem, animagus reversal. In front of witnesses, Amelia Bones, Dumbledore, the press, Pettigrew confesses, and Black is exonerated. You make it sound simple. The plan is simple. The execution will be complicated by the fact that the ministry is spectacularly incompetent. Fudge will resist anything that makes him look bad, and there are people in positions of power who do not want the truth about the Potter's betrayal to come to light. Because it would mean admitting they imprisoned an innocent man without a trial. Because it would mean admitting the system is broken, and people who benefit from broken systems fight very hard to keep them broken. Harry was quiet for a while. Outside, the evening was settling in, the sky turning the particular shade of deep blue that Welsh summers produced, and the nocturnal roses were beginning their nightly performance, a soft, complex melody that drifted through the open windows like something between song and prayer. Mama. Yes. If Sirius is innocent, if he's really my godfather, and he really loved my parents and he's been in prison for 12 years, then he deserves to be free, and he deserves to know you. I don't know how I feel about that. She reached across the table and covered his hand with hers. You don't have to know yet, you have time. Whatever happens with Sirius, whatever he is or isn't, you're not losing anything. You're not losing me, I'm your mother. That doesn't change because a biological relative enters the picture. I know that, I'm saying it anyway. He turned his hand over and squeezed hers. I know. The plan required patience, which was fortunate because Wanda had spent a decade cultivating it, and unfortunate because Harry had not. He threw himself into training with a ferocity that summer that exceeded anything she'd seen from him before. The knowledge that Pettigrew, his parents' actual betrayer, was alive and hiding in his best friend's house had lit something in him, a cold fire that drove him to push harder, faster, deeper into his capabilities. She let him push. She understood the need, the fury that demanded an outlet, the helplessness of knowing the truth and not being able to act on it yet. She'd felt the same thing years ago when she discovered the full extent of what Stark Industries' weapons had done in Sokovia and couldn't yet reach the man responsible. But she channeled it. Combat training. She told him one morning, standing in the barn that had served as their training space for 7 years. Real combat, not dueling, not classroom exercises, the kind of fighting that doesn't follow rules. Harry's eyes sharpened. You've never offered that before. You weren't ready before. You are now. She rolled up her sleeves and let chaos magic flow to her hands, scarlet light pooling in her palms, casting red shadows across the barn walls. The magic I'm going to teach you isn't from this world. It's not wand work, and it can't be taught in any school. It comes from chaos, from the fundamental force that underlies reality. You carry a trace of it in your core from the night I removed the Horcrux. I'm going to teach you how to use it. Chaos magic. A fraction of it. You're not a chaos magic user. Your core is this world's magic, and it always will be. But the trace I left in you gives you access to techniques that no other wizard in this world can perform. Think of it as a secondary system. Your wand magic is your primary language. Chaos magic is a dialect you can speak when the primary language isn't enough. The training was brutal, not physically. Wanda would never hurt him, and her control was absolute, but magically, it was the hardest thing he'd ever done. Chaos magic operated on principles that contradicted everything he'd learned about this world's magic. Wand magic was structured, intentional, governed by laws and formulae. Chaos magic was fluid, intuitive, governed by emotion and will and the deep, irrational conviction that reality was a suggestion rather than a rule. The first exercise was simple in concept and devastating in practice. Wanda stood across the barn from him and attacked. Not with spells, with reality distortion. She twisted the space between them, bending the floor into a slope that hadn't existed a second ago. She reversed gravity in a localized bubble. She turned the air in front of him to water, and then to fire, and then back to air in the space of a heartbeat. She threw illusions so perfect that his magical senses couldn't distinguish them from reality, and then she threw real attacks disguised as illusions. Harry's job was to survive. The first session lasted 18 minutes. He emerged from the barn soaked in sweat, magically exhausted, and vibrating with a combination of frustration and exhilaration that he couldn't untangle. "Again," he said, "tomorrow. Again now. Tomorrow." She handed him a glass of water. Chaos magic exhaustion is different from regular magical exhaustion. You need to rest your core, not your magical core, your reality core, the part of you that understands what's real. Chaos magic attacks that understanding, and if you push too hard without recovery, you lose your grounding. What happens then? You go mad, temporarily. Your perception of reality fractures and you can't tell what's real and what isn't. Her voice was matter-of-fact, but her eyes were careful. "It happened to me once, early on, before I understood what I was. The Mind Stone gave me chaos magic without an instruction manual, and I pushed too hard and lost myself for 3 days. Pietro found me on the roof of our apartment building, trying to have a conversation with a version of our mother that I'd accidentally manifested from memory. Harry absorbed this. 3 days, 3 days. Pietro stayed with me the entire time. He didn't understand what was happening, but he held my hand and talked to me until I came back." A pause. "It's why I'm careful with you. Your chaos affinity is a gift, but it's also a risk. I won't let you lose yourself the way I did." "Okay, tomorrow, tomorrow." They trained every day for the rest of July. Harry's progress was extraordinary, not because he was naturally gifted at chaos magic, he was, but so was anyone with the affinity, but because Wanda's training methodology was decades ahead of anything this world could produce. She'd learned from the Mind Stone, from the Darkhold, from her own catastrophic mistakes. She knew every pitfall, every trap, every way that chaos magic could devour its user, and she built guardrails around Harry's development with the precision of an engineer and the ferocity of a mother. By August, he could do things that would have horrified the Ministry of Magic. He could bend space, not like apparition, which was a point-to-point translocation, but actual spatial manipulation. Stretching distances, compressing them, creating small pockets of folded space that could hide objects or slow pursuers. It was limited compared to what Wanda could do. She could fold continents, he could fold rooms, but it was devastating in a combat context. He could disrupt magic. Not counterspell, not shield, actually interfere with the structure of an incoming spell, unraveling it at the fundamental level. It was the chaos magic equivalent of jamming a radio signal, and it worked on everything from simple jinxes to complex curses, and he could read reality. Sense the underlying structure of the world around him, the magical field, the physical laws, the probability currents that governed events. It wasn't precognition, he couldn't see the future. But he could feel the shape of the present with such clarity that prediction became almost unnecessary. "The world tells you what it's going to do," Wanda explained during one of their evening discussions, sitting on the garden wall with their feet dangling and the sunset turning the hills to amber. "Every event is the result of prior causes. If you can sense those causes, the tensions, the pressures, the trajectories, you can anticipate what comes next. It's not seeing the future. It's seeing the present so clearly that the future becomes obvious, like chess. Like chess, but the board is the world and the pieces are everything." Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban on August 12th. Wanda felt it happen, a sudden, violent rupture in the prison's ward structure, a psychic scream from the Dementors as something slipped through their perimeter in a form they couldn't affect. She was in the kitchen, making breakfast, and she dropped the pan and went very still for 3 seconds. "He's out," she told Harry. Harry set down his fork. "How? Dog form." He squeezed through the bars. The Dementors couldn't detect his animal emotions, and the physical gaps in the cell door are large enough for a thin dog. He swam. She closed her eyes, tracking. "He's heading south, mainland. How do you know he's a dog?" Because I've been monitoring his cell for weeks and the magical signature that's been strengthening is canine in nature. Large dog, black, almost certainly, the magical resonance matches dark coloring. Padfoot, Wanda opened her eyes. What? My father's group had nicknames, the Marauders. Dad was Prongs, a stag animagus. Sirius was Padfoot. Pettigrew was Wormtail, a rat. You've been researching. I've been obsessing. There's a difference. He stood. The ministry will go public within hours. Dementors at Hogwarts. Manhunt across Britain. Fudge will use it to look tough. And Black will head for Hogwarts, for Pettigrew. He saw the photograph. Ron's rat. He knows Pettigrew is at the school. Which means we need to get to Pettigrew before Black does. If Sirius confronts him publicly, it'll be chaos. The ministry will assume Black is attacking students. The Dementors will go after him, and in the confusion Pettigrew will escape. So we stick to the plan. You visit the burrow. I visit the burrow. Wanda went to the burrow the next day. The Weasley household was everything Harry had described and more. A rambling, improbable house that seemed to be held together by magic and affection in roughly equal measure. It leaned at angles that defied architecture and resonated with the accumulated warmth of a large, loving family. Wanda liked it immediately. Molly Weasley met her at the door with a hug that rivaled the structural integrity of the house itself. Wanda, come in, come in. I've just put the kettle on, Arthur. Wanda's here. Arthur Weasley emerged from what appeared to be a shrine to Muggle electronics, trailing wires and wearing an expression of delighted bewilderment that seemed to be his default state. He shook Wanda's hand with both of his. Miss Maximoff, Wanda, it's an honor. What you did for Ginny, what you and Harry did, it was the right thing to do. Anyone would have. Not anyone, Arthur said quietly, and the gratitude in his voice was so sincere it made her chest ache. Not everyone. You went up against Lucius Malfoy. You walked into the ministry and... Arthur, let the woman sit down before you canonize her, Molly said, steering them toward the kitchen. Tea, I've got biscuits. Have you eaten? You look thin. Does Harry feed you? He should be feeding you. Harry is an excellent cook, actually. I taught him. Well, you'll eat here too, both of you. You're coming for dinner this week. I insist. Bring Harry. The children have been asking about him non-stop. The visit was warm and genuine and made Wanda's heart hurt in ways she hadn't expected. The Weasleys were what family was supposed to look like, chaotic, noisy, imperfect, suffused with a love that didn't need to be stated, because it was present in every interaction. Molly's fierce maternal protectiveness, Arthur's gentle curiosity, the sounds of children arguing and laughing upstairs, it was Westview without the horror. It was the life she'd tried to create through force and found here growing naturally. She spent the first hour being social, genuinely social, not strategically. She liked Molly. She liked Arthur. She sat in their kitchen and drank their tea and told them carefully edited stories about raising Harry. And they told her about raising 7 children on a government salary and a lot of love. And she laughed more in that hour than she had in weeks. Then she excused herself to use the bathroom, and on the way back, she detoured through the sitting room where Ron's rat was sleeping on a cushion by the fireplace. Wanda stood over the rat and extended her senses. The magical signature was unmistakable. This was not a rat. This was a wizard in animal form, a small, weak, frightened wizard whose transformation had become so habitual that he'd almost lost himself in it. But the human core was there, buried under layers of animal instinct, and it carried a magical signature that matched the trace evidence she'd collected from the ruins of Godric's Hollow years ago. Peter Pettigrew, the man who'd betrayed James and Lily Potter. Hiding as a pet in the home of a family that had trusted him, Wanda's magic surged red, and she clamped down on it with an effort that made her teeth ache. Not here, not in this house in front of these people, surrounded by children. The plan required precision, not fury. She reached down and picked up the rat. Scabbers woke with a start, beady eyes blinking, and Wanda felt the instant of recognition, the moment the human intelligence behind the animal eyes registered what was holding him. The rat went rigid, its tiny heart hammered against her palm. Don't. Wanda whispered, her voice pitched below human hearing but perfectly audible to the rat's enhanced senses. If you shift, if you run, I will end you where you stand. Nod if you understand. The rat nodded. A tiny, terrified jerk of its head. Good, she carried the rat back to the kitchen. Molly, I'm so sorry to cut this short, but something's come up at home. Harry needs me. Can I possibly borrow Ron's rat for a moment? Harry's been talking about getting one and I wanted to show him. Oh, take Scabbers, Molly said, waving a hand. Ron won't mind. That rat's been in the family for ages. Can't think why it's still alive, honestly. Probably magical. Probably, Wanda said, smiling. She walked out of the burrow with Peter Pettigrew in her pocket, and the afternoon sun warm on her face, and she apparated home before the rat could muster the courage to try anything. The confrontation happened in the barn. Harry was waiting. Wanda set the rat on the training room floor, stepped back, and flicked her wrist. Scarlet light enveloped the rat, and the animagus transformation reversed, not gently, not gradually, but with the sharp, decisive force of a woman who is done pretending. The rat grew, twisted, became a man. Peter Pettigrew was small, soft, balding, with watery eyes and a face that seemed designed for furtiveness. He lay on the barn floor in robes that had materialized with the transformation, threadbare and stained, the ghost of clothes he'd been wearing 12 years ago. He looked up at Wanda and Harry with the wide, terrified eyes of a creature that had spent a decade hiding and had just been pulled into the light. Please, he whimpered. Please, I couldn't, the Dark Lord would have. Stand up, Wanda said, not cruelly. Just firmly, the way you'd speak to something small and pathetic that didn't deserve cruelty, but didn't deserve sympathy either. Pettigrew stood. He was shaking so badly that his whole body vibrated and his eyes darted around the barn looking for exits. He found none. Wanda's ward sealed the building like a drum. Harry looked at the man who'd killed his parents. He'd expected to feel rage. He'd expected the cold fire that had driven his training all summer, the burning need for justice that had kept him awake at night. Instead, he felt pity. Peter Pettigrew was small in every sense of the word. Small magic, small courage, small soul. He hadn't betrayed the Potters out of conviction or ideology. Harry could see it in the man's aura, could read it in the patterns of his magic. Pettigrew had betrayed them out of fear. Pure, animal, overwhelming fear. Voldemort had terrified him into servitude, and the terror had never stopped. It didn't excuse anything, but it explained everything. I know what you did, Harry said. His voice was calm, steady. The voice Wanda used when she wanted someone to understand that she was being precise, not emotional. You were the secret keeper. You betrayed my parents to Voldemort. You faked your death and framed Sirius Black. You've been hiding as a rat for 12 years. Harry Potter, I was your father's friend. You were his murderer. Pettigrew flinched as if struck. Tears streamed down his soft, round face. The Dark Lord, you don't understand what he was like, the power, the terror. If I hadn't, he would have killed me. He would have killed you. So instead, my parents died. Harry's voice didn't waver. My mother died screaming, begging Voldemort to take her instead. My father died fighting without a wand because he didn't have time to grab one. They died because you sold them. I never wanted, but you did it. Harry stepped closer. Pettigrew shrank back. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to go to the Ministry of Magic. You're going to confess under Veritaserum to every crime you've committed. You're going to clear Sirius Black's name. And then you're going to face whatever punishment the Wisengamot decides you've earned. They'll kill me, the Dementors. That's not my concern. Harry, Wanda said quietly, not a correction, a reminder. He looked at her, and she held his gaze for a moment, and the unspoken communication between them was the product of 12 years of shared life, a language of glances and silences that said more than words. Is this who you want to be? Harry took a breath. The anger was still there. It would always be there, he suspected, a permanent ember in his chest when he thought about his parents' deaths. But the anger wasn't in charge, he was. The Wisengamot doesn't execute prisoners, he said to Pettigrew, his voice softening slightly. You'll go to Azkaban, probably, for a long time, but you'll be alive. And if you cooperate, If you give the Ministry everything you know about Voldemort's followers, his plans, his remaining resources, it's possible the sentence could be reduced. Pettigrew's watery eyes searched Harry's face for the trick, the trap, the cruelty. He didn't find it. You're just like her," Pettigrew whispered. "Like Lily. She was always, even when I didn't deserve it, she was kind." Something cracked in Harry's composure, just for a second. A hairline fracture that he sealed before anyone but Wanda could have noticed. "Don't compare yourself to my mother's memory," he said quietly. "You don't have the right." They took Pettigrew to the Ministry that afternoon. Wanda handled the logistics with the ruthless efficiency of a woman who'd spent 10 years learning exactly how the magical government worked and exactly which levers to pull. She contacted Amelia Bones directly, bypassing Fudge, bypassing the bureaucracy, going straight to the one person in the Ministry who combined authority with integrity. Bones arrived at the designated meeting point, a secure conference room in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, within the hour. She brought 2 Aurors, a dose of Veritaserum, and an expression that suggested she'd been waiting for the other shoe to drop since Black's escape, and here it was. "Miss Maximoff," Bones said, looking at the shivering, whimpering man Wanda had deposited in a chair. "Is this who I think it is?" "Peter Pettigrew, alive, animagus rat form. He's been living as a pet in the Weasley household for 12 years. Bones' monocle fell off her face. She caught it, replaced it, and stared at Pettigrew with the focused intensity of a career law enforcement officer who'd just been handed the case of the century. "Explain," she said. Wanda explained. Not everything, not chaos magic, not the multiverse, not the full scope of her involvement. But enough. She laid out the evidence: Pettigrew's survival, his animagus form, the switched secret keeper gambit, the framing of Sirius Black. She presented it with the structured clarity of someone who'd prepared for this moment and had organized her evidence into an airtight case. Bones listened without interruption. When Wanda finished, the head of magical law enforcement turned to Pettigrew. "Mr. Pettigrew, you have the right to legal representation. Do you wish to invoke it?" Pettigrew, who had been crying steadily throughout Wanda's presentation, shook his head. I'll tell you everything, just please, the Dementors. That will be for the Wisengamot to decide." Bones nodded to one of the Aurors who administered the Veritaserum. The confession took 3 hours. Pettigrew told them everything: the switch, the betrayal, the faked death, the years in hiding. He told them about Voldemort's inner circle, about plans that had been in place before the Dark Lord's fall, about Death Eaters who had escaped justice by claiming the imperious defense. He named names that made Bones' quill scratch faster and her expression grow grimmer, and he confirmed what Wanda and Harry had already known: Sirius Black was innocent. Harry sat through the confession in silence. Wanda had offered to let him wait outside. He declined. He needed to hear it. Needed to sit in the room while the man who destroyed his family's life laid out every detail, every betrayal, every cowardly choice. Not for revenge, for completion. For the closing of a wound that had been open since before he could remember. When it was over, Bones looked at Harry. "Mr. Potter, I understand this has been difficult, yes. I want you to know that the Ministry will act on this immediately. Sirius Black's conviction will be overturned. A formal pardon will be issued. We will begin searching for him not as a fugitive but as a victim. He's heading for Hogwarts." Harry said. He saw a photograph of Pettigrew in the Prophet in rat form on Ron Weasley's shoulder. He escaped to get to Pettigrew. "Then we'll find him at Hogwarts." Bones paused. "And the Dementors, they should never have been deployed to the school. I opposed it. I was overruled by Fudge." "The Dementors should be recalled immediately," Wanda said. "Before term starts, they're a threat to every student." "Agreed. I'll push it through today." Bones stood, gathered her notes, and looked at the two of them. The woman from another universe and the boy she'd raised, with an expression that combined professional respect with personal gratitude. "You've done something today that the Ministry should have done 12 years ago. I won't forget that." "We don't need the Ministry to remember us," Wanda said. "We need it to remember Sirius Black." The exoneration was front-page news. The Daily Prophet ran the story on August 20th, under a headline that screamed across the page in letters large enough to read from orbit: Sirius Black Innocent. Peter Pettigrew alive, and confessed the story was everywhere. Every pub, every household, every office in magical Britain was consumed by it. The wrongful imprisonment of Sirius Black, 12 years in Azkaban without trial, for a crime committed by a man everyone thought was dead, was the kind of scandal that shook institutions to their foundations. Fudge tried to spin it. He held a press conference in which he expressed deep regret and commitment to reform and other phrases that meant nothing and convinced no one. His approval rating, already fragile, collapsed. Calls for his resignation began within hours. Dumbledore issued a statement through Hogwarts, measured, careful, expressing relief at Black's exoneration and gratitude to those who sought the truth. Harry noticed that the statement didn't mention Wanda or himself by name. He appreciated the discretion. Sirius Black was found 3 days later. Not by the Ministry, not by the Aurors or the Dementors, which had been recalled over Fudge's sputtering objections, by direct order of Amelia Bones. He was found by Remus Lupin. Harry learned this through Dumbledore, who sent an owl to the farmhouse with a brief, carefully worded letter. Dear Harry, Sirius Black has been located and is currently receiving medical treatment at a secure location. He is physically weak but mentally sound, which is rather remarkable given the circumstances. Remus Lupin, who was, I should mention, your father's close friend and the person I've hired to teach defense against the dark arts this year, found him near Hogsmeade and brought him to safety. Sirius has expressed a strong desire to meet you. I leave the timing and circumstances of that meeting entirely in your hands and your mother's. Yours, Albus Dumbledore P.S. I should note that the curse you removed from the defense position appears to be genuinely gone. This is the first time I've been able to hire a qualified candidate in 30 years. My gratitude to your mother is considerable. Harry read the letter twice, then handed it to Wanda, who read it once and set it down. Remus Lupin, she said, the werewolf you knew. I've known about Lupin for years. He was part of your father's circle, the Marauders, the werewolf in a group of animagi. Dumbledore protected him as a student, gave him a place at Hogwarts when no one else would. He's been living in poverty since the war, unable to find work because of anti-werewolf prejudice. And Dumbledore hired him to teach defense. With the curse gone, he could actually keep the job for more than a year. And Lupin is genuinely qualified. He was one of the best defense students of his generation. Dumbledore is also placing another ally close to me. Wanda smiled. You notice that, he can't help himself. Every move has 3 purposes. At least 3. But in this case, I think at least one of those purposes is genuine. Lupin loved your parents. He lost everyone, James, Lily, Sirius to prison, Pettigrew to death. He's been alone for 12 years. Putting him near you isn't just strategy, it's kindness. Even Dumbledore is kind sometimes. When it aligns with his other objectives. The meeting with Sirius was arranged for the last week of August at the farmhouse. Wanda spent 2 days preparing, not the house. The house was always ready, always clean and warm and warded to the point of absurdity. She prepared herself. Harry watched her cycle through emotions she rarely showed, anxiety, uncertainty, a vulnerability that she normally kept locked behind walls of competence and power. She changed clothes 3 times. She rearranged the living room twice. She baked collages, burned them, baked more, and then made paprikash instead. You're nervous, Harry said, watching her stir the pot with unnecessary vigor. I'm not nervous. She stopped stirring. I'm meeting the man who should have raised you, the man your parents chose as your guardian. If things had gone the way they were supposed to, I'd have gone to the Dursleys. Sirius was in prison before anyone knew what happened. If things had gone the way they were really supposed to, before the betrayal, before the war, Sirius would have been your godfather. He would have been there your whole life. And instead, you got me, Mama. He took the spoon from her hand. I got the best possible person. And Sirius is going to see that. What if he resents me for taking you? Then he'll deal with it. You saved my life. You raised me. If he can't appreciate that, it's his problem, not yours. She looked at him, her son, 12 years old, standing in their kitchen with paprikash sauce on his fingers and an absolute certainty in his eyes that she'd spent a decade trying to cultivate in herself, and the anxiety cracked and something warmer flooded through. When did you get so wise? She asked. I made every possible mistake first. Wisdom is just the scar tissue. You're quoting me back to me. You're worth quoting. Sirius arrived at 3 in the afternoon, brought by Remus Lupin via side-along apparition. He was gaunt. That was the first thing Harry noticed. The brutal thinness of a man who'd spent 12 years in a place designed to drain every good thing from the human soul. His cheekbones were sharp as blades, his eyes sunken in dark hollows, and his black hair hung lank around a face that had once been handsome and was now a topography of suffering. But his eyes were alive. Gray and bright and burning with an intensity that 12 years of Dementors hadn't been able to extinguish. They found Harry the moment he stepped through the garden gate, and they went wide and they filled, and Sirius Black stood in the sunshine and stared at his godson with an expression that contained every emotion the Dementors had tried to steal. "Harry," he said. His voice was rough, disused, a rasp over gravel. "You look like God, you look like James, except the eyes, Lily's eyes. Everyone says that, because it's true. Sirius broke off, pressed a hand to his mouth, looked away, then back, and the tears were falling, and he didn't try to hide them. I'm sorry I wasn't. I should have been there. I should have been the one. You were in prison for a crime you didn't commit. That's not something you need to apologize for." Sirius laughed, a broken, wet sound that was more sob than humor. "You sound like your mother, Lily, I mean." She always cut through the bullshit. He looked at Wanda, who was standing in the doorway with a stillness that could have been calm or could have been the absolute suppression of overwhelming emotion. "And you're the one who—" "I'm Wanda," she said. "I found Harry the night James and Lily died. I've been raising him since." Sirius looked at her for a long time. Wanda stood under his gaze and let him look, let him see whatever he needed to see, the woman who'd taken his godson, the stranger who'd done the job he couldn't do. "Thank you," Sirius said. The words were inadequate, and he knew it, and she knew it, and neither of them cared because the inadequacy was the point. Some debts couldn't be quantified. You just acknowledged them and moved on. "Come inside," Wanda said. "I made paprikash." "What's paprikash?" "You'll see." They ate. They talked. It was halting and emotional and punctuated by long silences and sudden bursts of intensity, and Harry sat at the kitchen table between the two adults who had the strongest claims on his life and felt the strange, complicated gravity of the moment. Sirius told stories. About James, the pranks, the bravery, the infuriating confidence that had driven Lily crazy before she'd fallen in love with it. About Lily, the intelligence, the fierce moral certainty, the way she could make you feel like the most important person in the world while simultaneously telling you exactly how wrong you were. About the Marauders, the map, the midnight adventures, the animagus transformations that had nearly killed them twice and been absolutely worth it. Harry absorbed the stories like rain into dry earth. He'd known the facts of his parents' lives. Wanda had researched them thoroughly, but facts weren't memories. Sirius gave him memories, gave him James laughing at his own jokes, gave him Lily hexing a 7th year who'd been bullying a 1st year. Gave him 2 people who had been real and flawed and deeply in love and brave beyond reason. "They would have loved you," Sirius said, his voice thick. "They would have been so proud." "I know," Harry said. "Mama tells me." Sirius looked at Wanda when Harry said Mama, and something in his expression shifted. Not jealousy, or not only jealousy. Recognition. The recognition of a man who was looking at the evidence of a job well done and couldn't argue with the results. "You did good." Sirius said to her quietly while Harry was in the kitchen getting more food. "Better than good. He's God, Wanda. He's extraordinary. He's his parents' son. He's yours too. Don't pretend otherwise. I can see it, the way he moves, the way he thinks, the way he stands like the whole world can come at him and he'll be fine. That's not James and it's not Lily, that's you. Wanda's eyes went bright. She blinked it back. He's the best thing I've ever done. He's the best thing anyone's ever done. Remus Lupin, who had been sitting quietly through most of the visit with the careful, observant stillness of a man who'd spent his life watching from the edges, spoke up for the first time. "Harry," he said, and his voice was warm and tired and carried the weight of a man who'd lost everything and was slowly, cautiously beginning to believe he might get some of it back. "I knew your parents. I loved them. I've spent 12 years believing that every person I cared about was gone. And now—" He looked around the table. At Harry, bright-eyed and whole. At Sirius, thin but alive. At Wanda, fierce and protective and radiating a power that made the air around her shimmer. "Now I'm sitting in a kitchen eating the best food I've ever tasted, and the world doesn't look quite as dark as it did yesterday." "It's the paprikash," Wanda said. "It has that effect." Remus smiled. It was a small, careful smile, the smile of a man relearning how. "It's not the paprikash." "It's a little bit the paprikash," Harry said. "It's a little bit the paprikash," Remus conceded. They talked until the sun went down, and then they talked some more. Sirius told more stories. Remus filled in the gaps, the quiet observer's perspective, the details that Sirius's dramatic memory glossed over. Wanda listened and asked questions and laughed in the right places and cried in others. And Harry sat in the middle of it all and felt his world expanding. New people clicking into place like pieces of a puzzle he hadn't known was incomplete. When they finally left, Sirius was staying with Remus in a cottage that Dumbledore had arranged, a quiet place where he could recover. Harry walked them to the gate. Sirius hugged him. It was careful, tentative, the hug of a man who wasn't sure he had the right, and Harry hugged him back with the fierceness of a boy who'd decided to grant it. "I'm going to be around," Sirius said, "if you'll have me. You're my godfather, of course I'll have you." I'm not trying to replace. Nobody's replacing anybody. Mama said that the first time she told me about my parents. Love isn't a zero-sum game. More people in my life doesn't mean less room for each one." Sirius stared at him. Then he looked at Wanda, who was leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed and a slightly smug expression. "You raised a philosopher," Sirius said. "I raised a pain in the arse," Wanda said fondly. "The philosophy was a side effect." Third year started with the best defense against the dark arts class Harry had ever had. Remus Lupin was everything Quirrell and Lockhart hadn't been. Knowledgeable, competent, genuinely passionate about the subject, and completely unintimidated by Harry's abilities. He didn't treat Harry like a problem to manage or a celebrity to accommodate. He treated him like a student, a remarkably advanced student, yes, but a student nonetheless. "Your combat instincts are excellent," Lupin told him after the first practical session, in which Harry had dispatched a boggart so quickly that it never fully formed. "Your reflexes, your power, your magical versatility, all extraordinary, but you fight like a soloist. Every engagement is you against the world." "Is that a criticism?" "It's an observation. You've been trained by one person in isolation. Your mother, and I mean no disrespect, taught you to be an unstoppable individual. But magic isn't always about individual power. Sometimes it's about coordination, teamwork, combined casting. The Death Eaters knew this. That's why they were dangerous, despite being individually weaker than the Order's best fighters." Harry considered this. It was a valid point, and one that Wanda herself might not have seen, because Wanda was a soloist. She'd always fought alone or alongside people who operated independently. The Avengers had been a team in name, but in practice, each member brought their own capabilities and applied them in parallel rather than in concert. "Teach me," Harry said. Lupin smiled. "That's what I'm here for." The third year unfolded differently from the first two. Without a hidden dark lord or a corrupt aristocrat to contend with, Harry found himself doing something unexpected, being a student. Just a student. Learning, growing, building friendships, navigating the ordinary challenges of being a teenager in a magical school. It was wonderful. He discovered Quidditch. Ron had been pushing him toward it for 2 years, and Harry had finally agreed to try out for the Gryffindor team. He made Seeker, not because of his famous name or his combat magic, but because he was genuinely, absurdly good on a broomstick. The freedom of flight was different from anything else he'd experienced. Magic was will and power and control. Flying was just flying, the wind and the speed and the pure physical joy of it. The first time he caught the snitch, a screaming dive from 200 feet that ended with his fingers closing on the golden ball 6 inches from the ground. The stadium roared and Harry grinned so wide his face hurt. He discovered study groups. Hermione organized them, obviously, but they became something more than academic, a gathering of students from different houses who met in the library, or the room of requirement to practice and discuss and debate. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Draco, Neville, who was slowly, surely growing into his power under Harry's quiet encouragement, and a rotating cast of others who were drawn by curiosity or friendship. He discovered that Neville Longbottom was one of the most magically powerful students in his year, hamstrung by a confidence problem so severe that it had been physically limiting his casting. The issue, Harry determined after watching Neville fail to levitate a feather despite having a magical core that blazed like a furnace, was his wand. "This isn't your wand," Harry said, examining the instrument after a particularly frustrating charms class. "The core doesn't match your magical signature, it's fighting you." Neville went pink. "It was my dad's, your dad's wand." That, Harry stopped. Read the emotion in Neville's face. Neville's parents, Alice and Frank Longbottom, tortured to insanity by the Lestranges. Neville carried his father's wand like a memorial, a piece of the man he'd never really known. "Neville, a wand has to match the wizard. Using your father's wand is like wearing his shoes. It doesn't matter how much you love him, if they don't fit, you can't walk in them. My gran says." "Your gran is wrong about this." Harry handed the wand back gently. "You need your own wand, one that chose you. Go to Ollivander's over Christmas. I'll go with you if you want. You think it'll make a difference. I think you'll be a completely different wizard." Neville went to Ollivander's over Christmas. He came back with a cherry wood wand with a unicorn hair core, 13 inches, and the first spell he cast with it, a simple lumos, lit up the common room like daylight. The look on his face was worth everything. He discovered, gradually and with the cautious wonder of someone who'd always been self-sufficient, what it meant to have a community. Not just friends, a web of relationships, connections, alliances, and affections that extended beyond his immediate circle. The Weasley family had effectively adopted him. Molly sent care packages and knitted jumpers and letters that were equal parts maternal warmth and gentle interrogation about his eating habits. Sirius wrote every week, long, rambling letters full of stories and advice and terrible jokes that Harry loved despite himself. Remus was a constant presence at the school, offering not just defense instruction, but the steady, calm mentorship of a man who understood what it was like to be different and had made peace with it. And Wanda, always Wanda, at the center of it all, writing in the enchanted journal, visiting on Hogsmeade weekends, a fixed point around which Harry's expanding world revolved. The year passed without crisis. No Dark Lords, no possessed professors, no basilisks or cursed diaries. Just magic and learning and the slow, rich process of growing up. Harry was 13 years old, and for the first time in his life the world felt safe. It wouldn't last. Wanda felt the first tremor in late May. She was in the garden, her default location for magical sensing, something about the open air and the Welsh earth that amplified her perception when the disturbance registered. Not local, not Britain. Far away east and south in the forests of Albania, where a wraith had been hiding for 13 years, something had changed. The wraith, Voldemort's remnant, the last fragment of his mutilated soul, had been static for years, drifting, surviving, too weak to act, too stubborn to fade. She'd monitored it passively, a background process in her ongoing scan of the magical world, and it had never varied, until now. The wraith was moving, not drifting, moving with purpose, with direction. It had found something, or something had found it, and the parasitic hunger that she'd felt from it since Quirrell was back stronger than before. She closed her eyes and pushed her perception further. Across the channel, across Europe, into the deep forests of eastern Albania, where the magic was old and wild and unfriendly. She found the Wraith's trail, a scar in the local magical field, like a wound that wouldn't heal, and followed it. Someone was with it. A wizard, weak, frightened, but obedient. Not Quirrell. Quirrell was dead. Someone new. Someone who had sought the Wraith out, who had come looking for the remnant of the Dark Lord with the desperate devotion of a true believer. Wanda couldn't identify the wizard at this distance. The Wraith's presence corrupted the magical field around it, smearing details like rain on wet paint. But she could feel the dynamic, master and servant, parasite and host, the Wraith feeding on the wizard's strength while directing his movements. They were heading west, toward Britain. She opened her eyes and looked at the setting sun and felt the familiar weight of approaching storm. The peace of the last year had been a gift, a breathing space, a chance for Harry to be young and happy and unburdened. It was ending. She opened the enchanted journal and wrote, M-O-Y-S-O-L-N-T-Y. Something is moving. We need to talk. Harry's response came within minutes, written in the quick, focused hand that meant he was already in strategic mode. I felt it too. This morning, during practice. A change in the ambient field, something disturbing the deep currents. What did you find? The Wraith, it's mobile. It has a new host, not possessing, but being carried. They're heading for Britain. How long? Months. The Wraith is weak and the host is weaker. They'll need time, resources, a plan, but they're coming. A pause. It's starting, isn't it, Mama? The prophecy. The end game. Wanda looked at the words on the page and felt the terrible dual weight of fear and pride, fear for what was coming, pride in the boy who faced it without flinching. Yes, she wrote, it's starting. But we've been preparing for this since you were 15 months old. The Horcruxes are gone. Voldemort is mortal, and you are not the boy he expected, no. I'm the Chaos Prince, you're my son. That's more dangerous. Harry's reply was a drawing, a small, slightly lopsided heart with the letters WM in the center. Wanda closed the journal and held it against her chest, and let herself have one moment of pure, terrified, overwhelming love for the boy she'd pulled from the rubble of someone else's tragedy, and raised into something the world had never seen. Then she went inside, made tea, and started planning for war. Chapter 6. The Trial of Princes, the Triwizard Tournament, was announced at the start of Harry's 4th year, and Wanda hated it immediately. Not the concept. International magical cooperation was fine, cultural exchange was fine. Even competition between schools had its merits if properly managed. What she hated was the timing. Voldemort's Wraith was moving toward Britain with a servant in tow. Her passive monitoring showed increasing activity among former Death Eaters who were stirring after years of dormancy. And now Dumbledore was inviting 2 foreign schools and their delegations into a castle where her son lived. More people, more variables, more vectors for infiltration. It's a security nightmare, she told Dumbledore during a meeting in his office 3 weeks before term started. She'd taken to visiting Hogwarts periodically over the past year, not as a professor or a parent, but as something the magical world didn't have a category for. An advisor. A consultant. A force of nature who sat in the headmaster's office and told him exactly what she thought with no diplomatic padding whatsoever. Dumbledore, to his credit, had learned to appreciate this. The tournament has been planned for over a year, he said. The ministry has invested considerable political capital in its revival. Canceling it now would require. I don't care about the ministry's political capital. I care about a castle full of children during a period of escalating threat. The Wraith is still in Albania by your own assessment. The Wraith was in Albania 3 weeks ago. It's mobile, Dumbledore. It has a servant. And the pattern of former Death Eater movements suggests coordination. Someone is sending signals, activating sleeper networks. The timing is not coincidental. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. You believe the tournament is connected to Voldemort's return. I believe the tournament is an opportunity, and Voldemort has always been an opportunist. A major international event at Hogwarts, with the attention of 3 magical governments focused on competition rather than security, with my son in the building. If I were planning Voldemort's return, this is exactly the cover I'd choose. Then we increase security. Security isn't the problem. The problem is that you're creating a spectacle that concentrates high-value targets in one location while simultaneously providing dozens of legitimate reasons for strangers to be in the castle. Every delegation member, every ministry official, every journalist is a potential vector. What would you suggest? Cancel it. And if that's not possible, Wanda looked at him. The familiar chess match she pushed, he deflected. They found the middle ground that neither fully liked but both could live with. Then we make Hogwarts a fortress, real security. Not ministry orders standing at doors looking official, actual protective measures. I'll reinforce the wards. I'll set monitoring enchantments keyed to Darkmark's signatures. I'll create a perimeter that nothing with hostile intent can cross without my knowing about it. That's considerable work. I've done more for less. Dumbledore nodded slowly. And Harry isn't entering the tournament. He's 14. The age limit is 17. This shouldn't even be a conversation. Agreed. Though I should mention that the Goblet of Fire, the artifact that selects champions, operates on its own magical imperatives. Once names are entered, no one is entering Harry's name. I would hope not, but the goblet can be fooled. It's happened before. Wanda's eyes narrowed. Then I'll ward the goblet personally. I was hoping you'd say that. She spent the last week of August at Hogwarts, weaving protections into the castle's existing ward structure with the meticulous care of a surgeon and the raw power of a natural disaster. The castle cooperated enthusiastically. The deep magic recognized Wanda's chaos energy as something ancestral, something that predated the Founder's enchantments. And it opened itself to her modifications with the eagerness of a building that had been waiting 1,000 years for someone who could speak its deepest language. She reinforced the outer wards until they could repel an army. She layered detection enchantments through every corridor, keyed to the specific magical signatures of the Dark Mark and the unforgivable curses. She created alert systems that would notify her instantly if anyone within the castle grounds harbored the kind of dark magic associated with Voldemort's followers. And she warded the Goblet of Fire. The artifact was ancient, older than Hogwarts, older than the tournament, a relic of a magical tradition that predated wands and structured spellwork. It was powerful in the way that ancient things were powerful, not through sophistication but through depth. The magic was simple and absolute. Put a name in the fire, and the goblet would choose the worthiest. Wanda examined it and found its vulnerability immediately. The goblet's selection criteria could be manipulated by adding a 4th school, a fictional one with only 1 student, forcing the goblet to select that student as champion regardless of age or willingness. It was a crude exploit, but effective against an artifact that didn't have the nuance to recognize the trick. She closed the vulnerability. Then she closed 3 more she found while she was looking. Then she added a chaos magic lock to the goblet's input mechanism that would reject any name entered by someone other than the named individual. There, she told Dumbledore, no one can enter someone else's name. If Harry's name comes out of that goblet, it's because Harry himself put it in, and he won't. You're certain? I raised him. He doesn't need a tournament to prove himself. Term began. The delegations arrived, Beauxbatons from France, elegant and aloof, led by the enormous Madame Maxime, Durmstrang from Northern Europe, stern and martial, led by Igor Karkaroff, whose name Wanda knew from her research into former Death Eaters, and whose presence at Hogwarts made her magic itch with suspicion. Harry watched the arrivals from the Gryffindor table with the trained eye Wanda had given him. He catalogued the delegation's magical signatures, assessed their capabilities, noted the political dynamics between the schools. Beauxbaton's students were well trained in a tradition that emphasized grace and precision. Durmstrang's leaned toward martial applications, combat-oriented magic with a harder edge. Karkaroff was a Death Eater, Harry murmured to Ron, watching the Durmstrang headmaster take his seat at the staff table. He turned informant to avoid Azkaban. Named names served no time. How do you know that? My mother keeps files on everyone who ever served Voldemort. Karkaroff's is extensive. Your mum is terrifying. My mum is thorough, there's a difference. Not from where I'm sitting. The goblet of fire was unveiled at the welcoming feast, and Dumbledore explained the rules. One champion from each school, selected by the goblet, bound by magical contract to compete. The age line he drew around the goblet was supplemented by Wanda's considerably more robust protections, though only Dumbledore and Harry knew that champions were selected on Halloween night. The Great Hall was packed, every student, every delegation member, every professor and ministry official crammed into the room with the breathless anticipation of a crowd watching a firework that might or might not be aimed at them. The goblet flared blue. A charred piece of parchment shot into the air. The champion for Durmstrang, Dumbledore read, is Victor Crumb. Applause. The famous Quidditch player, Ron was vibrating so hard Harry thought he might actually achieve apparition through sheer excitement, stood and walked to the side chamber with the contained intensity of an athlete who'd been competing at the highest level since he was 16. The goblet flared again. The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur de Lacquer. More applause. A tall, silver-blonde girl rose from the Beauxbatons table with a composure that was almost regal. Part Vila, Harry noted, her magical signature carried the distinctive shimmer of Vila heritage, and half the boys in the hall looked like they'd been hit with a confundus charm. The goblet flared a third time. The champion for Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table erupted. Cedric Diggory, handsome, popular, genuinely decent, stood to a standing ovation and walked to the chamber with a grin that managed to be both humble and excited. 3 champions. 3 schools. The goblet's fire died down, returning to its normal blue glow, and the hall began to buzz with conversation and celebration. Harry relaxed. The goblet flared red, not blue-red. A deep, impossible scarlet that was nothing like the goblet's normal fire, and everything like a color Harry had seen 1,000 times in his mother's hands. A piece of parchment shot out and drifted downward with the lazy inevitability of a leaf in autumn, and the hall went silent with the sudden, crushing weight of a crowd that knew something had gone terribly wrong. Dumbledore caught the parchment. Read it. And his face, the face that had maintained its composure through wars and betrayals, and the revelation that a woman from another universe had dismantled his life's work, went white. Harry Potter. The silence became a void. Every eye in the hall turned to Harry, and he felt the weight of their attention like a physical pressure, confusion, suspicion, anger, fear. At the staff table, McGonagall's hand was over her mouth. Snape's face was carved from stone. Karkaroff was on his feet, shouting about regulations. Harry didn't move. He sat at the Gryffindor table with his hands flat on the wood and his mind racing at a speed that made the surrounding chaos feel like slow motion. The goblet shouldn't have accepted his name. Wanda had warded it. Her chaos magic, the most powerful force in this reality, had sealed the vulnerability. For his name to come out of that goblet, someone had either broken through chaos magic protections, essentially impossible, or the goblet itself had chosen him, not through manipulation, through its own ancient, absolute imperative. The goblet had looked at Harry Potter, at the chaos-touched core, the prophecy-marked destiny, the power that exceeded anything else in the castle, and it had wanted him. The age line didn't matter. The ward didn't matter. The goblet was older than Hogwarts, older than wands, older than the traditions that governed its use. It had encountered something it had never encountered before, a wizard shaped by chaos magic from another universe, and it had responded with the only tool it had. It had called him. Harry stood. The hall watched in breathless silence as he walked to the front, passing Dumbledore, who gripped his arm briefly, a touch that communicated volumes in a second. I didn't do this. I don't know who did. We'll figure it out. He entered the side chamber. The 3 champions looked up. Crumb, impassive. Fleur curious, Cedric confused. What is it? Fleur asked. Do they need us back? I'm the fourth champion, Harry said. The room exploded. Fleur stood, outraged. Crumb's expression hardened. Cedric looked like someone had pulled the ground out from under his feet. You are too young. Fleur declared, This is impossible, Z age line. I didn't enter my name. Then, oh, I don't know. Harry's voice was level, carrying the calm authority that Wanda had spent 12 years cultivating. But I didn't enter my name, I don't want to compete, and I intend to find out who, or what, put me in this position. The door opened. Dumbledore entered, followed by McGonagall, Snape, Karkaroff, Maxime, Barty Crouch Sr. from the Ministry, and Ludo Bagman, who looked like Christmas had come early. The boy must compete, Crouch said, his voice clipped and officious. The goblet constitutes a binding magical contract. I didn't enter into any contract, Harry said. A contract requires consent. The goblet's magic doesn't recognize consent as a variable. If your name came out, you're bound. The goblet was warded, Dumbledore said carefully, extensively. The protections should have prevented any unauthorized entry. Then the protections failed, Karkaroff snapped, which suggests either incompetence or complicity. Snape stepped forward. Perhaps Potter entered his own name. The wards, as I understand them, only prevented others from entering a name on someone else's behalf. I didn't enter my name, Harry said again, and his magic pulsed once, a brief, involuntary flare that made the candles in the room flicker and every magical person present flinch. I believe him. Dumbledore said quietly. Belief is not evidence, Karkaroff said. No, but I know this young man, and I know the woman who raised him, and I am telling you that Harry Potter did not enter his name in the Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore's voice carried the weight of a century of authority. Someone else did this. The question is who, and the more important question is why. The boy must still compete, Crouch repeated. The contract is binding regardless of how the name was entered. Harry looked at Crouch, a thin, rigid man with the manner of someone who'd built his entire identity around rules and procedures. There was something wrong with him. Not obviously, not the way Quirrell had been wrong, no dark passenger, no parasitic presence. But his magical signature was strained, pulled thin, as if something was tugging at him from a distance. A compulsion, maybe. An imperious curse so skillfully applied that it looked like personality. Harry filed that observation and turned to Dumbledore. If I'm bound by magical contract, what happens if I refuse to compete? You lose your magic, Crouch said flatly. Does he? Harry looked at Dumbledore. Is that actually what happens? Dumbledore hesitated. The traditional understanding is that the goblet's contract carries magical consequences for breach. The specific nature of those consequences has never been tested, as no champion has ever refused. So nobody actually knows, in theory, in practice. Snape said, his voice cutting through the room like a cold blade, the contract is enforced by the goblet's own magic. A sufficiently powerful wizard might be able to resist the consequences. An ordinary wizard could not. I'm not an ordinary wizard, Harry said. No. Snape agreed, and there was something in his voice that might, under laboratory conditions, have been identified as respect. You are not. Harry made his decision in the space of a breath. I'll compete, not because the contract compels me, I don't accept that it does. But because someone went to extraordinary lengths to put my name in that goblet, and the best way to find out who is to play along and see what they're planning. That's dangerous, McGonagall said. It's strategic. Someone wants me in this tournament. If I refuse, they'll try something else, something I might not see coming. If I accept, they'll continue with their plan and I can follow it to its source. You're using yourself as bait, Dumbledore said quietly. I learned from the best. Harry met the headmaster's eyes, and the irony was not lost on either of them. Don't worry, Professor. I'm considerably harder to catch than a philosopher's stone. The news hit the school like a bomb. Harry Potter, fourth champion. The prophet ran it the next morning, above the fold, with a photograph of Harry that someone had taken during the feast, his expression calm while the world around him erupted. The article was speculative and sensationalized, and included quotes from ministry sources, who suggested everything from a publicity stunt to a dark conspiracy. The student body was divided. Hufflepuff was furious, Cedric was their champion, their moment of glory, and Harry's inclusion felt like theft. Many Slytherins wore Potter stinks, badges that Draco spent 3 days quietly confiscating from his housemates before Harry even noticed them. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang were coldly hostile, viewing the fourth champion as evidence of Hogwarts cheating. Ron was the one that hurt, not immediately. The first night, Ron was pure outrage on Harry's behalf. Someone set you up, mate, and when we find out who, I'm going to. But the outrage curdled over the following days as the reality sank in. Harry was in the tournament. Harry, who could already do things no other student could dream of, was now going to compete on a stage that would make him even more famous, even more special, even more the center of a world that Ron sometimes felt he was orbiting without ever quite being part of. The fight happened on a Tuesday in the common room after a day during which Ron had been progressively more withdrawn and Harry had been progressively more worried about it. "Just say it," Harry told him, when they were alone by the fire and the tension between them had become unbearable. "Say what? Whatever's eating you. I can feel it, Ron. Your magic's been off all day, you're suppressing something, and it's making your core unstable." "Don't do that." Ron's voice was sharp. Don't analyze me. Don't read my magic like I'm a problem you're solving. Then talk to me like a friend." Ron was quiet for a long time. The fire crackled. Somewhere in the castle, a clock struck 10. "You get everything," Ron said, and his voice was low and rough and painfully honest. "You get the power, the fame, the destiny, the Triwizard Tournament, the attention." "The girl," he caught himself. "Everything. And I know it's not your fault. I know you didn't ask for any of it, but sometimes I feel like I'm standing next to the sun, Harry, and I can't find my own shadow." Harry sat with that. Let the words exist in the space between them without rushing to fill it. "You're right," he said. Ron blinked. "What? You're right that I get things I didn't earn. The fame, the prophecy, those aren't achievements, they're accidents of birth and circumstance, and you're right that it's not fair." "None of this is fair." I'm not asking for fair, you're asking to matter, and you do. Ron, you do, not because you're my friend, because of who you are. You're the smartest strategist I've ever met. You beat me at chess every single time, and I have a supernaturally enhanced ability to read patterns. You're braver than people give you credit for. You went with me to face Quirrell when you were 11, and you didn't hesitate for a second. You're funny and loyal, and you have a magical core that could power the Hogwarts Express if you'd stop telling yourself it's not good enough. Ron's jaw was tight. His eyes were bright. "I can't make the world stop treating you like a sidekick," Harry continued. "I can't make the Prophet write articles about you instead of me. But I can tell you right now that you are my best friend and I need you, and this tournament scares me more than I'll admit to anyone else, and I don't want to face it without you." The silence stretched. The fire popped. "You're scared," Ron said, terrified. "You, the Chaos Prince, scared of a tournament. The tournament isn't what scares me. What scares me is that someone put my name in that goblet, and I don't know why, and every scenario I can think of ends with someone getting hurt. And the person I trust most to watch my back is barely talking to me." Ron swallowed hard. "I'm an idiot." "You're not an idiot. You're insecure and the world gives you plenty of reasons to be, but you're wrong about not mattering. You matter more to me than anyone in this castle. More than Hermione, differently than Hermione. She's my brain, you're my backbone." Ron made a sound that was half laugh, half sob, and they sat by the fire in silence for a while, and the thing between them that had been cracking slowly healed, not perfectly. Scars were part of healing, but solidly. "So," Ron said eventually, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. "What's the first task? Dragons." "What?" Harry grinned. "I probably should have led with that. The first task was indeed dragons." Harry learned this through Hagrid, who showed him the 4 nesting mothers in the Forbidden Forest with the giddy enthusiasm of a man for whom dragons were the pinnacle of creation rather than, say, a lethal threat to a 14-year-old. He also learned it through his own reconnaissance. He'd felt the dragon's magical signatures the moment they'd arrived on the grounds, vast and hot and ancient, radiating a power that was closer to elemental force than biological magic. "You're supposed to get past a dragon," Ron said, looking faintly green. "A nesting mother dragon. Technically, I'm supposed to retrieve a golden egg from her nest. The dragon is incidental. The dragon is incidental. Harry, it's a dragon. I've faced Voldemort twice. A dragon is a change of pace. Your sense of proportion is genuinely broken." Hermione's approach was research. She buried herself in the library for 3 days and emerged with a comprehensive analysis of dragon behavior, physiology, and magical capabilities that ran to 47 pages and included footnotes. "Their hide is nearly impervious to magic," she reported, spreading her notes across the common room table. "Standard stunning spells, binding charms, even conjunctivitis curses would require multiple casters to penetrate. Their fire ranges from 800 to 2,000 degrees depending on breed. They're territorial, aggressive when nesting, and possess a magical resistance that increases with age. Their eyes are the primary weak point," Draco added. He'd been included in the strategy sessions without anyone commenting on it, the Slytherin boy having been fully integrated into their group through the accumulated weight of 2 years of shared meals, shared studies, and shared crises. "And the underbelly is softer, not soft, but softer. If you could get beneath it, I'm not getting beneath a dragon." "Then what's your plan?" Harry had been thinking about it for 3 days. The obvious approach was brute force. He had the magical power to challenge a dragon directly, probably. His chaos magic could disrupt the creature's flame, his shields could withstand significant damage, and in a straight fight he might win. But winning wasn't the objective. The objective was the egg. And the egg was in the nest under the dragon, and the dragon was a mother protecting her children. That last thought changed everything. "I'm not going to fight it," Harry said. "You're what?" Ron stared. "It's a dragon, Harry. What are you going to do?" "Ask nicely." "Not exactly. But my mother taught me something about magical creatures. Their minds aren't like ours, but they're not mindless either. A nesting dragon isn't aggressive because it's evil. It's aggressive because it's scared. It's in a strange place, surrounded by humans and loud noises, and its eggs are right there. It's terrified. So instead of giving it a reason to fight, I give it a reason not to." The day of the first task, the stadium was packed. Students, professors, ministry officials, journalists. A sea of faces and noise that rolled around the arena like a living thing. Harry stood in the champion's tent and listened to Bagman explain the task with the nervous energy of a man who was simultaneously excited about the spectacle and aware that things could go very wrong. Harry drew the Hungarian horntail. The most dangerous of the 4 breeds, 50 feet of black-scaled, spike-tailed fury with a temperament that made other dragons look like golden retrievers. Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb went first, each tackling their dragon with varying degrees of success and injury. Cedric's transfiguration approach was clever. Fleur's enchantment was elegant. Crumb's was blunt and effective. Then it was Harry's turn. He walked into the arena and the horntail was waiting. She was magnificent. Enormous, black as midnight, with yellow eyes that tracked his approach with predatory intelligence. Her tail, studded with bronze spikes each the size of a machete, swept behind her in slow, dangerous arcs. Her nest was behind her, a clutch of eggs glinting in the autumn sun, and the golden egg sat among them, obvious and deliberate. The crowd held its breath. Harry stopped 30 feet from the dragon. He didn't draw his wand. He didn't raise his hands. He stood still and opened his magical senses fully, reaching toward the dragon's mind. He found what he'd expected. Fear, rage. The overwhelming, desperate imperative to protect her eggs from the tiny, threatening creatures that had taken her from her home and penned her in this horrible place with its noise and its light and its smell of humans. She was a mother, terrified for her children. Harry understood that better than anyone in the stadium. He reached deeper. Past the fear, past the rage, into the ancient, elemental core of the dragon's being, the place where her magic lived, deep and hot and primal. He didn't try to control her. He didn't try to calm her. He showed her. He showed her his own magic, not as a threat, as an offering. He let his core open, the wild, chaos-touched brightness of it, the warmth and power and the fundamental safety of someone who meant no harm. He showed her what he was, not an enemy, not a predator, but a creature like her. Different in form, similar in nature. Powerful, protective, and absolutely not interested in her eggs, the Horntail's yellow eyes focused on him with an intensity that silenced the stadium. Her head lowered, her nostrils flared, tasting his magic on the air. The spiked tail slowed its sweeping. Harry took a step forward. The crowd gasped. He ignored them, another step. The dragon rumbled, a deep subsonic vibration that he felt in his bones, not aggression, curiosity. She was examining him the way he was examining her, two magical beings meeting on a level that no one in the stadium could perceive. He walked to the nest. The dragon watched him. Her head swiveled to follow his movement, but she didn't attack, didn't breathe fire, didn't strike with her tail. She watched with those enormous yellow eyes, and her magic hummed against his, and between them was an understanding that transcended species and language. Harry knelt, picked up the golden egg, stood. He walked back across the arena. The dragon let him go. She turned back to her real eggs, curled around them protectively, and dismissed him from her attention with the casual finality of a creature that had assessed him and found him acceptable. The stadium exploded, not with cheering, with something closer to shock. A wall of sound that was half applause and half disbelief, because what they'd just witnessed wasn't a task being completed. It was something else entirely, something that didn't have a name in any tournament rulebook. Harry reached the champion's tent and found Bagman stammering and the judges conferring in frantic whispers. The scoring was complicated by the fact that they'd never seen anything like what he'd just done. There was no precedent for a champion who simply walked up to a dragon and took the egg. The points they eventually awarded were high but felt inadequate, like grading a sunset on a 10-point scale. In the stands, Ron was on his feet, face bright red, screaming something incomprehensible. Hermione was crying. Draco was staring with an expression that suggested his worldview had shifted by several degrees. And at the back of the stadium, visible only to Harry's enhanced senses, Wanda stood in her red jacket with her arms crossed, and a smile that could have lit the arena brighter than any dragon's fire. The golden egg contained a clue to the second task, a screeching wail that was, Hermione determined after 3 days of research, and one memorable evening of listening to it over and over until Ron threatened to throw it out the window, the language of merpeople, underwater. Harry said when they'd decoded the message, "Something will be taken from me, and I'll have an hour to retrieve it from the bottom of the Black Lake." "Something or someone?" Hermione asked sharply. "The clue says what you'll sorely miss, so someone. That's hostage-taking. They're going to put a person underwater as bait. Welcome to the Triwizard Tournament," Draco said dryly, "where child endangerment is a spectator sport." The second task was in February, and Harry used the intervening months to investigate the real mystery, who had put his name in the goblet. His chaos-enhanced perception gave him tools that no other investigator possessed. He could read magical residue the way a forensic scientist read fingerprints, traces of intent, emotion, and identity left behind by every act of magic. The goblet of fire still held the ghost of whoever had submitted his name, and Harry spent 3 evenings in the empty Great Hall, sitting beside the dormant artifact, sifting through layers of magical history. What he found disturbed him. The magic that had entered his name was skilled, advanced confundus work, designed to override the goblet's school imitation protocols. It was the kind of magic that required both talent and knowledge, the work of someone who understood the goblet's architecture at a deep level. And it had been cast not through Wanda's chaos magic wards, those remained intact, untouched, but through the goblet itself. The goblet had cooperated. Whatever had been done to it, the artifact's own magic had participated, had amplified the confundus, had bypassed the protections, had selected Harry's name with the enthusiastic certainty of a magical intelligence that wanted him in the tournament. That explained why Wanda's wards hadn't triggered. They were designed to prevent external manipulation. They couldn't prevent the goblet from making its own choices, but someone had prompted the choice. Someone had cast the confundus that suggested a fourth school, and that someone had been inside Hogwarts, close to the goblet, on the night the champions were selected. Harry traced the magical residue, followed it like a scent. Found it leading not to a student, not to a delegation member, but to a professor, not Snape, not Karkaroff, not Dumbledore, Mad-Eye Moody. Alastor Moody had been hired as the defense against the dark arts teacher for this year. Lupin had taken a sabbatical at Sirius's insistence, the two of them traveling together for Sirius's recovery. Moody was a legendary Auror, the most famous dark wizard catcher in British history, and his appointment had been a coup for the school. Except that the magical signature Harry found at the goblet didn't match the signature of the man teaching defense classes. They were close. Very close, close enough that casual observation wouldn't catch the difference. But Harry's senses operated at a level that casual observation couldn't reach, and the discrepancy was unmistakable. The man teaching defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts was not Alastor Moody. He was someone wearing Moody's face, Polyjuice Potion. It had to be the most reliable method of assuming another person's identity for extended periods, a dose every hour, maintaining the transformation, requiring a constant supply of the target's biological material. Which meant the real Moody was alive somewhere, imprisoned, being harvested for hair or skin or whatever component the imposter needed. Harry sat in the room of requirement and felt the pieces click together with the cold, precise satisfaction of a puzzle nearing completion. Someone had infiltrated Hogwarts under the guise of a trusted professor. That someone had manipulated the goblet of fire to enter Harry's name. The purpose was to get Harry into the tournament, specifically, to get him through the tournament, past the tasks, to whatever awaited at the end. The graveyard, it would be the graveyard, he didn't know how he knew. The chaos magic perception that Wanda had trained in him, the ability to read the shape of the present and see the future's outline, was painting a picture in his mind. A ritual. Old magic, dark magic, the kind that required specific components. The blood of an enemy, the bone of a father, the flesh of a servant. A resurrection ritual. The Triwizard Cup as a portkey, carrying the winner, carrying Harry, to a location where Voldemort's wraith could perform the ceremony. That was the plan. That had always been the plan, not the tournament, not the tasks, the cup. Get Harry to touch the cup, transport him to Voldemort, use him to fuel the resurrection. Harry opened the enchanted journal, Mama. I know who put my name in. It's the fake Moody, someone using Polyjuice to impersonate the real one. The plan is to use the Triwizard Cup as a portkey to transport me to Voldemort for a resurrection ritual. The graveyard, I think it's in Little Hangleton, where the Riddle family is buried. Wanda's response came fast, her handwriting sharp with controlled urgency. I'm coming to Hogwarts. Tonight, wait. If we expose the imposter now, Voldemort's plan fails, but we lose our best chance to end this. The Wraith will retreat, find another way, another time. We'll be back to waiting. A long pause. You want to let the plan proceed. I want to control it. Let the imposter think everything is on track. Let the tournament play out, and when the cup activates, I'll be ready. But instead of Voldemort ambushing me, I'll be ambushing him. M-O-Y-S-O-L-N-C, yeah, you are describing walking into a trap on purpose. A trap I know about isn't a trap, it's a doorway. That is either the wisest thing you've ever said or the most reckless. Can it be both? Yes, but I have conditions, name them. I am there when it happens. Not at Hogwarts, not monitoring from a distance. There, at the graveyard. Invisible, warded, ready. If anything goes wrong, anything at all, I intervene. You'll be close enough to act. I'll be close enough that Voldemort's resurrection ritual will be the second most powerful magic in that graveyard. The first will be me, deal, and Harry, don't tell Dumbledore. Not yet. He'll want to control it, and I don't trust anyone's plan for you but ours." Agreed. Harry spent the next 4 months living a double life, or rather, a triple life. On the surface, he was a Triwizard champion, preparing for tasks and navigating the school's shifting social dynamics. Below that, he was an investigator, quietly confirming every detail of the imposter's plan while feeding the fake Moody exactly what the man expected to see. And below even that, he was a soldier, training for a confrontation that would determine the course of the war. The second task came and went. Harry rescued Ron from the bottom of the Black Lake, the something sorely missed. Using a combination of a bubblehead charm and his own ability to manipulate water at a fundamental level. He came in first, ahead of Crumb and Cedric, who had both retrieved their hostages but taken longer. Fleur didn't finish. Her hostage, her younger sister, Gabrielle, was still at the bottom when the time expired, and Harry went back for her. Dove back into the freezing lake without hesitation, found the girl, brought her up. The judges deducted points for being outside the time limit on the return trip. Harry didn't care about the points. "You went back," Fleur said afterward, shivering in a towel, her composure cracked for the first time all year. "You did not ave to go back. The task was over. Your sister was at the bottom of a lake. The task is irrelevant." Fleur looked at him with an expression that Harry didn't fully understand. He was 14, and some things about human interaction were still opaque to him despite Wanda's best efforts, and said simply, "You are not like the others." "I get that a lot." Spring arrived, and with it the third task. A maze grown on the Quidditch pitch, filled with magical obstacles, with the Triwizard Cup at the center. First to touch it wins. Harry's heart rate didn't change when Bagman explained the rules, because he already knew what the cup was and where it would take him. The night before the task, he sat in the room of requirement and wrote a letter. Not in the enchanted journal. On paper, in ink, with his own hand. A letter to Ron, to Hermione, to Draco, to Sirius, to Remus. A letter that said everything he might not get the chance to say tomorrow, not because he expected to die. He didn't. He was powerful, prepared, and backed by the Scarlet Witch. The odds were overwhelmingly in his favor. But Wanda had taught him something about battle that no amount of power could change. You fight better when you've said the things that need saying. You fight cleaner when you're not carrying the weight of unspoken words. He sealed the letter and gave it to Hedwig with instructions to deliver it only if he didn't return. Then he went to bed and he slept, and he dreamed of green eyes and red light and a woman's voice saying, "You are loved, you are ready, you are mine." The maze was dark and twisting and alive with magic that tried to confuse, mislead, and terrify. Harry moved through it like smoke through a keyhole. The Boggart didn't touch him. He'd been dealing with Boggarts since 3rd year, and his fear had matured past the point where a shape-shifting creature could leverage it. The Sphinx's riddle was clever. He answered it in 4 seconds. The blast-ended Scroot was large and dangerous, and completely outmatched by a wandless stunning spell of such precision that it dropped the creature without harming it. He found Cedric first, tangled in enchanted vines that were slowly constricting. Harry burned them away with a controlled burst of fire and helped the older boy to his feet. "Thanks," Cedric panted. "I owe you, you don't, but we need to keep moving." "Cedric, listen, the cup at the center, don't touch it." "What, why?" "It's a trap, it's been turned into a portkey. If you touch it, it'll transport you somewhere dangerous." Cedric stared at him. "How do you know that?" "I've known for months. Someone infiltrated the school to set this up. The tournament, the whole thing, is a mechanism to get me to touch that cup." "Then why are you in the maze?" "Because I'm going to touch it anyway, but on my terms." "That's insane." "Probably." Harry met his eyes. "Go back, Cedric, send up red sparks, get out of the maze. Whatever happens in the next hour, I don't want you anywhere near it." Cedric Diggory was brave and decent, and possessed the good judgment that brave, decent people sometimes lacked, the ability to recognize when a situation exceeded his capabilities. "Be careful," he said. "I'll be fine. My mum's got my back." Cedric sent up red sparks and was retrieved by the patrolling professors. Harry continued alone. He found the cup at the center of the maze. It sat on a plinth, gleaming in the moonlight, radiating the subtle wrongness of a portkey that shouldn't exist. The magic was competent, the fake Moody's work, layered over the original enchantments. Harry extended his senses beyond the maze. Felt the stadium, the crowd, the professors. Felt Dumbledore's powerful, anxious presence at the judge's table. Felt the fake Moody watching from the edge of the maze, tense with anticipation. And felt, distantly but unmistakably, the warm scarlet pulse of his mother's magic. She was there, not at Hogwarts, at the destination, at the graveyard. Invisible, warded, positioned, and radiating a power that made the ambient magical field bend around her like light around a star. "I'm here," the journal in his pocket pulsed. A simple warmth against his hip. The shortest message she'd ever sent, and the most important. Harry looked at the cup. Took a breath. "Okay, Tom," he murmured, "let's finish this." He grabbed the cup, the world dissolved. The hook behind the naval sensation of portkey travel seized him, and reality blurred and twisted, and he was somewhere else, a graveyard. Old, overgrown, tombstones tilting at drunken angles under a sky heavy with clouds. The air smelled of damp earth and decay and something else, dark magic, concentrated and purposeful, centered on a massive stone cauldron that sat between the graves. A fire burned beneath it, and the liquid inside bubbled and hissed with a sickly green luminescence. A man stood by the cauldron. Small, hunched, radiating fear and devotion in equal measure, the servant Wanda had detected months ago, the wizard who'd sought out the wraith in Albania. He held something in his arms, a bundle of robes containing a form that Harry could feel without seeing. A fragment of soul given just enough physical substance to exist, barely alive, dependent on the servant's care and the magic of the ritual, Voldemort. What was left of him, bind him. The bundle hissed, and the servant raised his wand. Harry didn't let the spell land. He deflected it with a thought, a wandless shield so casual it was almost insulting, and stepped forward, and the graveyard tilted on its axis because the magic in the air was his now. His and his mother's and Voldemort's carefully constructed ritual circle was a candle flame in a hurricane. "Hello, Tom," Harry said, the servant Wormtail. Harry realized with a jolt another Wormtail, because this wasn't Pettigrew. Pettigrew was in Azkaban. This was someone else, someone Harry didn't recognize, froze. The bundle in his arms thrashed and hissed, "Kill him, kill the boy, now." The servant raised his wand again. The killing curse formed. Harry could see it building, the green light gathering at the wand's tip, the malicious intent behind it coiling like a snake. He caught it. The same way he'd caught it in the chamber beneath Hogwarts 3 years ago, the same casual, impossible act that violated everything this world's magic considered possible. The green light sat in his palm, screaming with dark intent, and Harry crushed it like a soap bubble. "Let me explain what's going to happen," Harry said, walking toward the cauldron. The servant scrambled backward, dropping the bundle, which hit the ground with a wet thud and a shriek of rage. "You built a resurrection ritual. It requires the bone of the father." He gestured at the riddle tombstone nearby. "The flesh of the servant," the cowering man whimpered, "and the blood of the enemy." He looked down at his own hand. "My blood. You cannot stop this." The wraith thing screamed from the ground, its voice thin and desperate and furious. "The ritual is ancient. The magic is already in motion." "No, it isn't. The ritual requires all 3 components, given freely or taken by force. You have none of them." Harry knelt beside the writhing bundle and felt his mother's magic surge nearby, close, so close, a scarlet sun hidden behind the clouds. "And here's the thing you don't know, Tom, the thing that changes everything." He pulled the robes aside. The wraith thing was hideous, a homunculus, a crude physical form barely capable of sustaining the fragment of soul that animated it. Red eyes in a face that was more skull than flesh, tiny and malformed and radiating a hatred so pure it was almost admirable. "You're mortal," Harry said. "Every Horcrux is gone, every anchor, every safety net you spent your life building. My mother destroyed them, all 6, over the course of a decade. The ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, the diary, and the piece you put in my head the night you killed my parents." The silence that followed was the loudest thing Harry had ever heard. Voldemort's red eyes went wide. The hatred flickered, and behind it, behind the rage and the arrogance and the decades of darkness, Harry saw the thing that had driven Tom Riddle since he was a boy in an orphanage who'd learned that he was different and decided that different meant better and better meant immortal. Fear. Pure, naked, annihilating terror. The fear of a man who'd built his entire existence around never dying and had just been told that the walls were gone. "No," Voldemort whispered. "No, you're lying. I don't lie. My mother taught me better than that. The Horcruxes are indestructible. The magic is absolute. Your magic is absolute. Hers isn't from your world." Harry stood. "You had a good run, Tom. 70 years of terror and manipulation and murder. But it's over. The anchors are gone. The servant is captured. The ritual is finished." He reached down, and chaos magic, his chaos magic, the trace that Wanda had left in him, the gift and the weapon and the inheritance of the Scarlet which flowed from his hand into the homunculus. The wraith screamed. It was the same scream Harry had heard in the Philosopher's Stone chamber, the sound of a soul fragment encountering something fundamentally hostile to its existence. But this time, there was nowhere to run. No host to flee to, no forest to hide in, no Horcrux to fall back on. The wraith was trapped in its crude body, and Harry's chaos magic was unraveling it from the inside. "Stop," Voldemort shrieked. "Stop, I will not, I cannot, you can," Harry said quietly. "Everyone can, that's what you never understood." The wraith convulsed. The homunculus twisted and shrank, the dark magic that held it together coming apart at the seams. And in the last moment, the very last second before the fragment of Tom Riddle's soul dissolved into nothing, Harry saw something he didn't expect: relief. A flash of it, bright and genuine, in the red eyes that had terrorized a world. The relief of a man who'd been running for 70 years and had finally been allowed to stop. Then it was over. The homunculus collapsed into ash. The cauldron cracked down the middle, its contents evaporating into steam that smelled of old graves and failed ambitions. The dark mark in the sky, which the servant had cast, Harry realized, a signal to Death Eaters who would never arrive, faded like a bruise healing and fast forward. Voldemort was gone, not diminished, not dispersed, not hiding. Gone. Every piece of him, every fragment of the soul that Tom Marvolo Riddle had shattered and scattered and clung to, all of it, collected and destroyed over 13 years by a woman from another universe, and the boy she'd raised, gone. Harry stood in the graveyard and felt the weight of it settle. The prophecy, either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives, pulsed once in his awareness, like a bell ringing a final note, and then went silent. Fulfilled, finished. The servant was on his knees, wand forgotten, weeping with the abject terror of a man whose master had just ceased to exist. Harry bound him with a thought, magical restraints, firm but not cruel, and turned. Wanda stepped out of nothing. The air rippled, and she was there. The invisibility wards falling away like a curtain. And she was exactly as he'd known she would be, standing among the tombstones in her red jacket, with scarlet light fading from her hands and tears streaming down her face, and an expression that was pride and love and relief so vast, it seemed to bend the light around her. She crossed the distance between them in 3 steps and pulled him into her arms, and he held her, and they stood in the graveyard where Voldemort had planned his triumphant return and instead found his end, and the night was quiet, and the dark was just dark, and the war was over. "You did it." She whispered, "We did it. You're okay, I'm okay, you caught a killing curse again, it's becoming a habit." She laughed, a wet, broken, beautiful sound, and held him tighter, and the stars came out above the graveyard, and somewhere in a castle in Scotland, a crystal ball in the Department of Mysteries went dark for the first time in 14 years. And Albus Dumbledore felt it happen, and sat down very slowly in his chair and closed his eyes and breathed. They brought the servant back to Hogwarts via apparition. Wanda's spatial folding, precise and instant, depositing them on the grounds outside the maze, which was still standing, the crowd still waiting, the judges still watching. The chaos that erupted when Harry appeared with his mother, a bound and weeping dark wizard, and the news that Voldemort was permanently destroyed was the kind of chaos that redefines the word. Dumbledore took control. Of course he did. It was what he was built for. He secured the prisoner. He called for orders. He addressed the crowd with the calm, authoritative voice that had guided the wizarding world through 2 wars, and he told them the truth. Voldemort is gone, truly gone, destroyed by the courage of Harry Potter and the power of his mother, Wanda Maximoff. The prophecy is fulfilled. The war, both wars, are over. The silence that followed lasted 3 heartbeats. Then the stadium erupted, not with the contained cheering of a sporting event, but with the raw, primal release of a community that had been living under the shadow of fear for decades, and had just been told the shadow was gone. Harry stood at the center of it, his mother beside him, and let the sound wash over him. He didn't feel triumphant. He didn't feel heroic. He felt tired and relieved and deeply, profoundly grateful for the woman who'd pulled him from the rubble of his parents' house and given him everything he needed to end up here. The fake Moody was exposed within the hour. Barty Crouch Jr., the Death Eater everyone thought was dead, smuggled out of Azkaban by his dying father and held under the imperious curse for years before escaping to seek his master. The real Moody was found in a trunk in the imposter's office, alive but weakened, furious at having been imprisoned in his own luggage for nearly a year. Crouch Sr.'s involvement, the imperious, the cover-up, the complicity, came out in the investigation that followed, adding another layer of institutional failure to a ministry that was already reeling from the Malfoy scandal and the Black exoneration, and the growing realization that its systems were fundamentally, catastrophically broken. Fudge resigned. Amelia Bones was appointed interim minister. The Wisengamot began reforms that would take years to complete but started immediately: accountability measures, due process requirements, the abolition of Azkaban's Dementor Guard. It wasn't revolution. It was evolution, slow and imperfect and absolutely necessary. Cedric Diggory was alive. Harry thought about that a lot in the days that followed. In another world, in the world Dumbledore had planned for, the world where Harry grew up with the Dursleys and stumbled through the tournament unprepared, Cedric might have touched the cup. Cedric might have died in that graveyard, a casualty of someone else's war, but Harry had told him to send up the sparks, had told him to get out. And Cedric had listened, and Cedric was alive, and that mattered more than prophecies or glory or any of the grand narratives that people would construct around this night. Cedric found him the next morning at breakfast. Sat down beside him, ignoring the fact that the great hall was still vibrating with the aftermath of last night's revelations. "You saved my life," Cedric said. "I told you not to touch a cup. It's not quite the same thing." "It is, though." Cedric's voice was steady, but his eyes were bright. "You knew what was going to happen, and you made sure I wasn't there. You could have just gone through the maze without stopping, without helping me with the vines, without warning me. I could have, but that's not how I was raised." Cedric held out his hand. Harry shook it, and the older boy held the grip for a moment longer than formal. "Thank you, Harry, for everything. You're welcome, for everything." Summer came fast after that. Exams were almost an afterthought. The school was still processing the reality of Voldemort's destruction, and even the professors seemed distracted. Harry sat his exams with mechanical competence and spent most of his mental energy on something more important: being present. Being present with Ron, who'd been terrified during Harry's absence from the maze and had aged approximately 10 years in 45 minutes. Being present with Hermione, who'd worked out the Portkey theory independently and had been halfway to the graveyard herself before Dumbledore stopped her. Being present with Draco, who sat in the library the morning after and said, very quietly, "My father served the man you killed. I don't know what that makes me." "It makes you Draco," Harry said. "Same as always. My name is yours, not his. You get to decide what it means." Draco was quiet for a long time. Then, "I'd like it to mean something good." Then make it mean something good. You've got time. Being present with Sirius, who arrived at Hogwarts the morning after the graveyard and didn't leave for 3 days, sleeping in a conjured bed in the hospital wing because he refused to let Harry out of his sight. The gaunt, haunted man who'd arrived at the farmhouse last summer was different now, still thin, still carrying the weight of 12 stolen years, but alive in a way he hadn't been. The war that had defined his adult life was over, and the godson he'd failed to protect had ended it. James would have been insufferable about this, Sirius said, sitting beside Harry's bed in the hospital wing. Harry wasn't injured. Madame Pomfrey had insisted on observation, because apparently confronting the most dangerous dark wizard in history warranted at least a night of medical supervision. Absolutely insufferable, he'd have told the story at every dinner party for the rest of his life. What about Lily? Lily would have hexed him for telling it and then been quietly, ferociously proud of you in a way that made everyone in the room feel like crying. Sirius paused. She was like that. The quiet pride was worse than James's loud pride. It got under your skin, like Mama. Yes, exactly like Wanda. Sirius looked at him. You know, when I first met her, when I came to the farmhouse, I was jealous. I know that's terrible. She saved your life, raised you, gave you everything I should have given you, and I was jealous because she got to be the one. And now I'm grateful, because the version of you she raised, the person you are, is better than anything I could have managed. I was 21 when your parents died, Harry. I was reckless and angry and half-mad with grief. If I'd raised you, you would have been brave and loyal, and you would have been a mess because I was a mess. You're not a mess now. I'm a work in progress. Sirius grinned, the ghost of the reckless, handsome young man he'd been, visible through the damage. We all are. The train ride home was the longest and the shortest of Harry's life. Longest because every minute was precious. Every laugh, every conversation, every moment of ordinary, beautiful normality. Shortest because it was over before he was ready. Ron fell asleep against the window after 2 hours, snoring with the dedicated enthusiasm of someone who'd been running on adrenaline for weeks and had finally crashed. Hermione was reading. Of course she was reading. She'd been reading since he met her. She'd be reading when the heat death of the universe came. But she kept looking up from her book to watch Harry with an expression he couldn't quite decode. Draco was in their compartment for the first time, sitting beside Hermione with a self-conscious dignity that was slowly, gradually being replaced by genuine comfort. He and Ron had reached a détente, not friendship, not yet, but the mutual respect of two people who'd both proven their loyalty and courage and were grudgingly willing to acknowledge it. What happens now? Draco asked. Now we go home, Harry said, and next year we come back. And the year after that. And then we leave school and figure out what to do with the rest of our lives. Just like that, just like that. The war's over, Draco. We get to be normal now. I don't know how to be normal, neither do I. We'll figure it out together. Draco looked at him, and there was something in his gray eyes that Harry recognized because he saw it in his own mirror. The cautious, incredulous hope of someone who'd been bracing for the worst and had been given something better instead. Together. Draco repeated, like he was testing the weight of the word. Together, Harry confirmed. Platform 9 3/4 was a wall of people and noise and emotion. Families reuniting, the particular intensity of parents who'd spent the last 24 hours processing the news that Voldemort was gone and their children were safe, and the world was different now. Wanda was waiting. Same spot as always, the end of the platform, apart from the crowd, patient and still. But she wasn't alone this time. Sirius was beside her, looking almost respectable in new robes that Wanda had probably forced him into. Remus was there too, thinner than ever, but smiling with a warmth that transformed his tired face. And Molly Weasley, who had apparently decided that Harry's arrival required a delegation, and had stationed herself in Wanda's immediate vicinity with the territorial confidence of a woman who considered both of them family and would fight anyone who disagreed. Harry stepped off the train and stood on the platform and looked at the people waiting for him. the mother who'd chosen him, the godfather who'd lost him and found him again, the professor who'd been his father's best friend, the fierce matriarch who'd adopted him through sheer force of will, and felt the world settle into a shape that was new and permanent and good. He walked toward them, and Wanda met him halfway, and the hug was everything it always was, fierce and warm and suffused with a magic that had nothing to do with chaos or wands or prophecy, and everything to do with love. "It's over," he said. "The war is over," she agreed. "Everything else is just beginning." Behind them, Ron was being engulfed by Molly's embrace. Hermione was introducing her parents to the magical world with the careful patience of a translator. Draco was standing alone, watching, and Wanda released Harry and walked over to the Malfoy boy and said something quietly that Harry couldn't hear, but that made Draco's composure crack completely. She hugged him, and Draco Malfoy, scion of the most prestigious pureblood family in Britain, trained since birth in the art of emotional suppression, buried his face in the shoulder of a woman from another universe, and cried. Harry watched and loved them all, and the sun came through the glass ceiling of the station and caught the scarlet trace of Wanda's magic and turned the air to gold. Chapter 7. The Chaos Prince rises 3 years later. Harry stood on a cliff above the sea and watched the sunrise and thought about endings. The cliff was in Wales, about a mile from the farmhouse, at the edge of the property where Wanda's wards faded into the wild magic of the coastline. He'd been coming here since he was small, first carried on Wanda's hip, then toddling beside her, then walking alone as a boy, and now standing as a young man of 17 with the wind in his hair and the salt on his lips and the whole sprawling, improbable story of his life laid out behind him like a road he could finally see from above. He'd finished Hogwarts. Not with the dramatic finality of a war or a prophecy fulfilled. Those had already happened, 3 years ago in a graveyard in Little Hangleton. He'd finished the way most people finished school, with exams and goodbyes and the bittersweet knowledge that a chapter was closing and another was opening, and the space between them was terrifying and wonderful in equal measure. The NEWTS had been almost comically easy. Not because he hadn't studied, he had, with the discipline Wanda had instilled in him, but because the gap between his abilities and the exam requirements was the gap between an ocean and a teaspoon. He'd scored outstanding in every subject, including potions, which had given Snape an expression like a man simultaneously swallowing a lemon and being told he'd won the lottery. The ceremony had been yesterday. Graduation, Hogwarts style, the great hall decorated in all 4 house colors, the professors lined up at the front, Dumbledore giving a speech that managed to be simultaneously profound and slightly rambling and exactly the right length. Diplomas presented. Handshakes exchanged. The Sorting Hat, perched on its shelf, had sung a special song that mentioned Harry by name and rhymed chaos with pay us in a couplet so terrible that the entire hall had groaned in unison. Harry had sat with his friends, Ron on his left, Hermione on his right, Draco beside Hermione. They were dating, which was a development that had surprised everyone except Harry, who'd seen it coming since 4th year and had been waiting patiently for them to catch up, and watched the 7th years receive their diplomas and clap and cheer, and tried to memorize how it felt. The warmth of the hall. The sound of Neville's grandmother weeping with pride when Neville, who'd come to Hogwarts as a trembling boy with the wrong wand, and was leaving as one of the most accomplished herbologists the school had ever produced, accepted his diploma. The way Ginny Weasley caught his eye from 2 rows back and grinned, and the way his stomach did something complicated that had nothing to do with magic, and everything to do with the fact that somewhere in the last 2 years, Ron's sister had become the most interesting person in every room she entered. That was a thought for another day. Today was about the cliff and the sunrise and the ending that was also a beginning. He heard her before he felt her, the soft crunch of boots on grass, the particular rhythm of Wanda's walk that he could have identified in a crowd of thousands. She came to stand beside him, and they watched the sun paint the sea in shades of gold and copper, and neither spoke for a long time. She looked good, not young. She'd never looked young, not since he'd known her, the weight of what she'd lived through etched into her face in ways that no magic could smooth, but alive. Present. The haunted quality that had lived behind her eyes for the first years of his childhood, the ghost of Westview and the Darkhold in the boys she'd lost, had faded over the years into something quieter. Not gone, never gone entirely, but integrated. Part of the landscape of her, rather than the defining feature. She was 46, or whatever age translated across universes. Her hair was still brown, her eyes still carried the scarlet trace of chaos magic, and she could still do things that made the most powerful wizards in Britain go pale and quiet. She was, by any reasonable measure, the most formidable magical being on the planet, and she was standing on a cliff in Wales in muddy boots and an old jumper, drinking tea from a flask and watching the sunrise with her son. "Rasputin caught a mouse this morning," she said. "He let it go, didn't he? He played with it for 20 minutes and then fell asleep. The mouse left. I think they have an arrangement. That cat is a pacifist. That cat is lazy. There's a difference." Harry grinned. The wind picked up, carrying the smell of the sea and the distant magic of deep water, and he felt the familiar, comfortable hum of Wanda's wards around the property. The layers of protection she'd built over 17 years. So deeply integrated into the land that they'd become part of the landscape. They'd outlast the house. They'd probably outlast the cliff. "I got an owl this morning," he said, "from the ministry. Amelia Bones. She's offering me a position." Wanda didn't look surprised. "What kind of position?" "Special advisor to the Minister for Magic. Consulting role. Help rebuild the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, reform Azkaban, develop new approaches to dark magic detection and prevention. She says they need someone who thinks differently. She's not wrong. She's also offering because having Harry Potter on the ministry payroll is politically valuable, and she's smart enough to know it. Also not wrong. Are you going to take it?" Harry watched the sun clear the horizon. The light hit the water and scattered into a million fragments, each one carrying a piece of the whole, and he thought about the last 3 years. 5th year had been quiet. Gloriously, unremarkably quiet. No Dark Lords, no possessed professors, no tournaments or conspiracies. Just school, classes and Quidditch and friendships deepening into something permanent. Harry had captained the Gryffindor team to the House Cup, not through his magical abilities, but through sheer tactical intelligence and the ability to inspire a group of teenagers to work together. Ron had been his keeper, and they'd been unstoppable. Ron's strategic mind reading the game while Harry's seeker instincts read the sky. Hermione had started a student organization for magical creature rights, inspired by Dobby. The house elf, freed from the Malfoys after Lucius's conviction, hired by Hogwarts at Dumbledore's insistence, had become a cause célèbre, and Hermione had channeled her formidable energy into changing the laws that permitted the enslavement of sentient magical beings. Draco had helped, quietly at first and then openly, the Malfoy name being gradually reclaimed as a force for reform rather than supremacy. Neville had discovered the Room of Requirement's capacity to generate any environment and had turned it into a greenhouse of impossible scope, cultivating magical plants that hadn't been seen in centuries. Professor Sprout had wept with joy and immediately offered him an apprenticeship. Ginny had made the Gryffindor team in her 3rd year chaser. Brilliant, fearless on a broomstick in a way that reminded Harry of flying with his eyes closed and trusting the wind. They'd circled each other for 2 years, the chemistry obvious to everyone except themselves, before Ron had finally snapped and told them both to just bloody get on with it before I lock you in a broom cupboard. Their first kiss had been after a Quidditch match in the rain on the pitch, with the whole school watching from the stands. It had been awkward and wet and perfect, and the applause from the Gryffindor section had been louder than anything Harry had ever heard, including the time he'd walked past a dragon. 6th year had brought the beginning of the political work. The reforms Amelia Bones had started as interim minister continued after her formal election. The first fair, unmanipulated minister's election in decades, and Harry had been drawn into the process almost against his will. His name carried weight, and Bones was smart enough to use it without exploiting it. He testified before the Wisengamot on Azkaban reform, on the treatment of magical creatures, on the systemic failures that had allowed Voldemort to rise twice. He'd been nervous. He'd been articulate. He'd been 17 years old, standing before the most powerful legislative body in magical Britain, and he'd told them the truth without flinching. The systems that created Voldemort are still in place. He'd said, his voice steady in the vast chamber, the gray-robed Wisengamot members watching from their tiered seats. Pureblood supremacy didn't die in a graveyard. It lives in your laws, your hiring practices, your educational curriculum, your social structures. Voldemort was a symptom. If you treat the symptom and ignore the disease, the next Dark Lord is already being created. Maybe in this room. The silence that had followed was the productive kind, the silence of people who'd been confronted with an uncomfortable truth and were deciding whether to face it or deny it. Most of them faced it. Not all change was slow, and the pureblood faction, diminished but not destroyed, pushed back at every turn. But the direction was set, and Harry's testimony had been the catalyst. Hermione had told him afterward, with characteristic precision, that he'd been approximately 60% inspiring and 40% terrifying, which is the optimal ratio for institutional reform. 7th year had been about closure. The last classes, the last feasts, the last Quidditch match Gryffindor over Slytherin, 290 to 140, Harry catching the snitch in a dive so steep that McGonagall had needed a restorative potion afterward. The OWLS and NEWT. The conversations about futures, the gradual loosening of ties that had held them together for 7 years. Harry had spent a lot of time with Dumbledore in 7th year. Not as a student seeking a mentor, but as something closer to equals. Two people who'd been on opposite sides of a philosophical divide and had found their way to mutual respect. Their final conversation had happened a week before graduation, in the headmaster's office, surrounded by the silver instruments and the sleeping portraits and Fawkes, who had grown particularly attached to Harry over the years and expressed this by periodically landing on his shoulder and refusing to leave. "I owe you an apology," Dumbledore had said. "You've already apologized several times. Not for the specifics, for the philosophy." The old wizard had looked at him over his half-moon spectacles, and his blue eyes held none of the calculated warmth that Harry had seen in their first meeting. This was Dumbledore unmasked, intelligent, weary, honest. "I believed that suffering was necessary. That the hero the prophecy demanded could only be forged through pain and loss, and the desperate need to prove himself. I built a plan around that belief, and if your mother hadn't intervened, I would have executed it, and you would have grown up in a cupboard under the stairs, unloved and desperate, and I would have told myself it was for the greater good. But your mother showed me another way. You were raised with love, Harry, unambiguous, unconditional, ferocious love, and you became," Dumbledore's voice wavered slightly, "you became everything the prophecy required and everything it didn't. You defeated Voldemort not through suffering but through strength. Not through sacrifice but through preparation. Not through desperation but through choice. Mama would say that love is the strongest magic. Your mother would be right. She's been right about rather a lot of things, which I find simultaneously gratifying and extremely annoying." Harry had laughed, Dumbledore had smiled, a real smile, the kind that reached his eyes and softened the ancient, burdened face into something almost young. "I'm retiring," Dumbledore had said. "At the end of this year, McGonagall will take over as headmistress. It's past time. What will you do?" "Rest, read, perhaps travel. I've spent a century and a half fighting wars and managing institutions and playing chess with people's lives. I'd like to spend whatever time I've left doing none of those things. You could visit us in Wales." Mama's cooking has improved significantly since she stopped using chaos magic to season things. She used chaos magic to season food. The paprikash used to taste slightly different every time, literally a different dish each serving. She said it was intentional. I think she just couldn't control the microtransmutations when she was distracted. I would be delighted to visit, though I should warn you that your mother and I still disagree on approximately 40% of all topics. Only 40, that's improvement. Now, on the cliff, with the sunrise complete and the day warming and the future waiting, Harry thought about all of it, the arc from rubble to clifftop, from orphan to prince, from a destroyed nursery in Godric's Hollow to this moment of light and wind and possibility. I'm going to take the job. He said, but not the way Bones wants. I'm not going to be a figurehead or a political asset. I'm going to actually change things. You'll make enemies. I already have enemies. They just don't know it yet. Wanda smiled, the proud one, the fierce one. What's your first move, Azkaban? The Dementors are gone, but the prison itself is still a monument to cruelty. I want to tear it down and build something better. Actual rehabilitation, actual justice, not just punishment. That'll cost you politically. The hardliners want vengeance, not reform. The hardliners can adapt or be left behind. Mama, the magical world has been running on fear for centuries. Fear of muggles, fear of dark magic, fear of difference. Voldemort was the product of that fear. If we don't change the soil, we'll grow another one. You sound like me. I sound like the best parts of you, and the best parts of Lily. And the best parts of a dozen other people who gave me pieces of themselves over the last 17 years. Wanda looked at him, really looked, with the deep, chaos-enhanced perception that could read the truth of a person at the molecular level. And what she saw must have been good, because her eyes went bright and she blinked rapidly and turned away to face the sea. I'm proud of you. She said, her voice rough. I know, I mean it. Not just for what you've done, for who you are, for the man you've become. You built that man. I helped, the rest was you. She paused, and Ron and Hermione and Draco, God help us. And Sirius and Remus and Molly and Dumbledore and a dozen other people who, it takes a village, even for a chaos prince. He put his arm around her shoulders, and she leaned into him. She was shorter than him now, had been since he'd hit his growth spurt at 15 and shot past her with the unfair speed of a teenage boy with a magical metabolism. She was the most powerful being in this world, and she fit under his arm like she'd been designed to go there. I have something to tell you, she said. That sounds ominous. It's not ominous. She took a breath. I've been working on something for a while. Since the Horcruxes were destroyed, since the war ended, since things got quiet enough for me to think about something other than keeping you alive. What kind of something? I found them. 2 words. Harry's arm tightened around her shoulders, Tommy and Billy. I found their universe. Their reality, her voice broke slightly, mended itself. They're real, Harry, they exist. They're 16 years old in a world that's very different from this one, but not so different from where I came from. They have a mother, another version of me, one who never went through Westview, never touched the Darkhold, never fell through the multiverse. She's raising them, they're happy. Harry was quiet for a long time. Have you made contact? He asked carefully. No, I won't. They have their mother. They have their life. I'm not going to disrupt that. I learned that lesson. I learned it the hardest possible way. Then why are you telling me? Because you deserve to know, because they're your brothers in a sense, and because... She turned to face him, and her eyes were wet, but her voice was steady. Because knowing they're okay is the last thing I needed, the last piece. I can put it down now. The grief, the guilt, the wanting. I can finally, completely put it down. Harry looked at her face, the face he'd known his entire conscious life, the face that had been the first thing he saw every morning and the last thing he saw every night for years. The face that had taught him everything he knew about love and power and the difference between them. You don't have to put it down, he said. You can carry it. It's part of you. And the parts of you that hurt are the parts that made you strong enough to raise me. Wanda's composure, which had held through wars and revelations and the destruction of Dark Lords, which had held through 12 years of single parenthood, and the slow, painful process of becoming someone she could live with. That composure cracked, and she cried. Not the controlled, brief tears she occasionally allowed herself, but the deep, wrenching sobs of a woman who had been holding herself together for 17 years and was finally, completely safe enough to fall apart. Harry held her. The way she'd held him 1,000 times, through nightmares and fevers, and the time he'd broken his arm falling off a broomstick, and the time he'd come home from the graveyard shaking with adrenaline, and the time he'd seen his parents in the mirror of air-eyes and couldn't stop thinking about what might have been. He held her, and the wind blew, and the sea crashed against the cliff below, and the world was kind. The summer unfolded gently. Harry took the ministry position in July. He commuted from Wales, apparition made geography irrelevant, and he wasn't giving up the farmhouse. The work was consuming and frustrating and exhilarating, the particular combination that came from trying to change an institution that didn't want to be changed but desperately needed to be. His first act was to visit Azkaban. The prison was on an island in the North Sea, a fortress of black stone that radiated misery even without the Dementors. Harry stood on the dock and felt the echo of all the suffering that had happened within those walls, decades of it, layers of it, a geological record of human cruelty preserved in magical stone. Tear it down, he told the work crew he'd brought. All of it, the whole prison. The foreman was a grizzled old wizard who'd been building magical structures for 40 years. Where do we put the prisoners? We're relocating them to the new facility in the Orkneys. Purpose-built, properly warded, with actual rehabilitation programs. The ones who can be reformed, we reform. The ones who can't, we contain humanely. Some of these people are monsters, Mr. Potter. I know, I've met the worst of them, but keeping them in a place that manufactures more monsters isn't justice, it's a production line. The foreman looked at him for a long moment, then nodded. You're the boss. Azkaban came down stone by stone over the course of a month. Harry oversaw it personally, and when the last wall fell and the island stood empty and clean under the northern sky, he felt something shift in the magical field, as if the world itself had exhaled, released from a burden it had been carrying for centuries. He planted a garden on the island. Not with magic, by hand in the dirt, the way Wanda had taught him. Seeds and soil and patience, the magical kind of gardening could wait. This needed to be real. Ron joined the Aura program, because of course he did. The boy who'd been afraid of being ordinary had grown into a man who was extraordinary in ways that had nothing to do with fame or power. He was the youngest Aura in a decade, and his strategic mind made him devastating in the field. The criminals he caught stayed caught, because Ron Weasley didn't leave gaps. Hermione went into magical law. She passed the bar exam with the highest score in 60 years, and immediately began dismantling the legislation that permitted the enslavement of house elves. Her first case, a test case designed to establish legal personhood for magical creatures, went to the Wisengamot, where she argued for 3 hours with a brilliance and passion that left the chamber speechless. She won. Dobby, sitting in the gallery wearing a suit that Hermione had bought him, cried so hard that the wizard next to him offered a handkerchief, and Dobby accepted it with the dignity of a person who had just been legally recognized as a person. Draco went into healing. It surprised everyone except Hermione, who'd known for years, and Harry, who'd seen the way Draco's magic responded to pain, not with aggression but with a deep, instinctive desire to fix. Sunt. Mungo's accepted him into the advanced program, and the Malfoy name on a healer's badge caused a minor scandal that Draco weathered with the composure of someone who'd spent his entire adolescence learning that his family's expectations were not his obligations. Neville completed his herbology mastery and was offered the position of professor of herbology at Hogwarts when Sprout retired. He accepted because of course he did. The castle that had given a scared, stumbling boy his first real taste of confidence would now have him as a teacher, and Harry thought there was a beautiful symmetry in that. Ginny went professional. Quidditch, The Holyhead Harpies signed her straight out of school, and she was starting Chaser by September. She was brilliant, fearless. She played the way she lived, with total commitment and a grin that dared the world to keep up. Harry and Ginny navigated the early stages of their relationship with the awkward earnestness of two people who were genuinely crazy about each other, and had absolutely no idea what they were doing. They had their first proper date at a Muggle restaurant in Cardiff. Harry's suggestion, because he wanted somewhere they wouldn't be recognized, and spent 3 hours talking about everything and nothing, and discovered that the chemistry that had been building for years translated into something deeper and steadier and more real than either of them had expected. "You know this is going to be complicated," Ginny said over dessert. "You're the most famous wizard in Britain. I'm about to become a professional athlete. We'll be in the public eye constantly. I know. And I'm not going to be the girlfriend who waits at home while you save the world. I wouldn't want you to be. I'm going to have my own career, my own life, my own, Ginny." "What? I was raised by a woman who can rewrite reality. You think I'm intimidated by an ambitious partner?" She grinned. It was the grin that had first caught his attention, sharp and warm and full of the particular courage that came from being the youngest of 7 and learning early that if you wanted to be heard, you had to be loud. "Fair point, but I'm still going to beat you at Quidditch." "You're a chaser." "I'm a seeker. We don't compete directly." "Harry, I'm going to beat you at everything." He laughed and she laughed, and the Muggle waiter who'd been hovering nearby with the check decided these two were his favorite customers of the evening. Sirius bought a flat in London, the first home he'd chosen for himself after Grimmauld Place, which he donated to the new Ministry rehabilitation program, and the Lupin cottage, which he'd loved but which was Remus's space. The flat was bright and modern and completely wrong for a man who'd grown up in a Gothic mansion and spent 12 years in a medieval prison, and he decorated it with the enthusiastic tastelessness of someone making up for lost time. "It's very colorful," Harry said diplomatically, surveying the lime green sofa and the orange curtains and the abstract paintings that Sirius had bought because they felt happy. "It's brilliant. You're jealous. I'm concerned for your retinas. Your mother helped me pick the curtains." That explains everything and nothing. Sirius was healing. Slowly, imperfectly, with setbacks and dark days and the occasional night when the Dementor's shadow returned and he sat in his bright, colorful flat and shivered until it passed. But he was healing. Remus helped, steady, patient Remus, who understood damage and recovery in ways that only someone who transformed into a monster every month could understand. They'd become inseparable, the two surviving marauders, rebuilding a friendship that had been shattered by war and betrayal and 12 years of lies. Remus had taken the Hogwarts defense position permanently after Moody's impersonation disaster. The curse was gone, thanks to Wanda, and Lupin was free to teach without the annual expiration date that had plagued the position for decades. He was good at it, patient, knowledgeable, and possessed of a dry humor that students adored. "He gives detentions by making you write essays on the emotional consequences of the spell you misused," Ron reported. "Seamus had to write 2,000 words on why setting your classmates' eyebrows on fire violates their personal autonomy. It's the most effective deterrent Hogwarts has ever produced." The world changed. Not all at once, not with the dramatic finality of a Dark Lord's defeat, but in the slow, unglamorous way that real change happened, one law at a time, one mind at a time, one conversation at a time. Harry pushed from the inside, using his position and his name and his mother's uncompromising clarity. Hermione pushed from the legal system. Ron pushed from law enforcement. Draco pushed from healing, demonstrating every day that a pureblood name could serve rather than subjugate. The magical world that emerged over the next few years wasn't perfect. It was never going to be perfect, but it was better. The pureblood hierarchy was weakening, challenged by a generation that had grown up watching the Chaos Prince sit at the Slytherin table and call a Malfoy his friend. Muggle-born witches and wizards were gaining representation in government, in education, in the cultural institutions that had excluded them for centuries. Magical creatures were gaining rights, protection, recognition as persons rather than possessions. The fears that had sustained Voldemort's ideology, fear of muggles, fear of dilution, fear of change, were being confronted, examined, and slowly, painfully dismantled. Not by magic, by the much harder work of changing minds. Wanda watched all of this from Wales and from Hogwarts and from the Ministry, and from wherever else the complicated web of her relationships took her. She'd become, over the years, something the wizarding world didn't have a name for, not a professor, not an official, not a politician. An elder, maybe, a presence. The woman who could rewrite reality and chose to garden instead, who could unmake dark lords and preferred to make dinner, who had power that transcended anything this world could measure and used it to ward a farmhouse and grow nocturnal roses and raise a boy into a man. She was happy. That was the thing that still surprised her, even after all these years, the quiet, persistent, unglamorous happiness of a life lived on purpose. Not the feverish joy of Westview, constructed and controlled and ultimately poisonous. Not the desperate pleasure of power, the rush of chaos magic rewriting the world to match her will. Just happiness. The morning kind, the kind that came with tea and toast and a cat on the windowsill, and the knowledge that the people she loved were alive and well and out in the world doing good. She still missed Vision. She would always miss Vision, the quiet wonder of him, the gentle intelligence, the impossible tenderness of a being who'd learned to love from scratch and had gotten it so perfectly right. She missed him the way you missed a season that had passed, not with the acute anguish of fresh grief, but with the soft, permanent ache of something beautiful that was gone. She still thought about Tommy and Billy. Every day, every night, every time she saw a pair of brothers or heard a child laugh or caught a flash of brown hair and white blonde in a crowd. But the grief had transformed over 17 years into something she could hold without being cut, a scar, as she'd told Harry, part of the landscape of her. She knew they were happy. She knew they were loved. She could live with the rest. She had Harry. That was the miracle, the unearned grace, the gift she'd stumbled into in the rubble of someone else's tragedy. She'd found a baby in a destroyed house, and she'd made him her son, and he'd made her his mother, and together they'd built something that neither of them could have built alone, a life. A real one, not perfect, not painless, but real. On the first anniversary of Azkaban's demolition, Harry held a ceremony on the island. It was small by his request because he'd learned from Wanda that the most important things didn't need an audience, just family and close friends. Wanda, Sirius, Remus, the Weasleys, Hermione and Draco, Neville, Luna Lovegood, who had become a naturalist and was currently studying crumple-horned snorkax in Sweden and had portkeyed in specifically for the occasion. Dumbledore retired, traveling. Deeply tanned and wearing the most outrageous Hawaiian shirt Harry had ever seen. And Hagrid, who'd brought a bottle of something that was almost certainly illegal and definitely alcoholic. They stood in the garden Harry had planted on the ruins of the prison. The flowers were blooming, ordinary flowers, not magical, grown from seeds he'd planted by hand in soil that had been washed clean of centuries of suffering. They weren't impressive. They weren't extraordinary. They were just flowers, doing what flowers did, growing toward the light. "I planted this garden a year ago," Harry said, standing among the blooms with the sea behind him and the people he loved in front of him. "Not because it fixes anything. Not because flowers make up for what happened here. But because this island was a place of suffering for a very long time, and I wanted it to be something else. Something that grows instead of something that destroys." He looked at Wanda. She was standing slightly apart, the way she always did at gatherings, not distant, but positioned to see everything, the permanent habit of a woman who'd spent a decade as the most powerful person in any room and had learned to be mindful of the space she occupied. 17 years ago. Harry continued, a woman fell out of the sky and into a ruined house. She was hurt and alone and carrying more grief than any person should have to carry. She found a baby in the rubble, and she had every reason to walk away, to leave him for someone else, to disappear into the world and try to forget. But she didn't. She chose him. She chose love over grief and purpose over pain, and the hard, unglamorous work of building something real over the seductive power of control. Wanda's eyes were bright. She didn't look away. She taught me that power isn't the answer, it's the question. What do you do with it? How do you use it? Who do you protect and who do you serve and what do you build? She could have conquered this world. She could have reshaped it to her will. She has the power, and don't think the thought never crossed her mind. A ripple of laughter from the crowd and Wanda's lips twitched. But she didn't. She chose to be a mother. She chose to be a gardener. She chose to be human in the fullest and most courageous sense of the word. He stepped forward and took her hands. This garden is for you, Mama, for the woman who chose to grow flowers instead of armies. For the woman who chose a baby instead of a throne. For the Scarlet who became a mother and in doing so saved the world. Wanda looked at their joined hands, looked at the garden. Looked at the faces around them, serious, crying openly and without shame. Molly making a sound that was half sob and half laugh. Dumbledore smiling with the unguarded warmth of a man who had finally, fully, let go of the need to control. Ron and Hermione and Draco and Neville and all the others. The community that Harry had built through kindness and courage and the radical belief that people were worth trusting. You were never the boy who lived, Wanda said, and her voice carried across the garden, steady and warm and full of something that no language had a word for. You were always the boy who was loved. She pulled him into a hug, and the garden blazed, not with chaos magic, not with spells or enchantments or the reality-bending power of the Scarlet Witch. The flowers, the ordinary, hand-planted, non-magical flowers, caught the afternoon light and reflected it, and the sea caught the reflection and scattered it, and the whole island lit up with a golden warmth that was just physics, just sunlight. Just the world being beautiful in the way it always was when you stopped trying to control it and started paying attention. Harry held his mother, and the people they loved stood around them, and the garden grew, and the sea sang, and the world turned toward something better, not perfect. Never perfect, but good. The sun was setting over the Welsh coast when they got home. The farmhouse was warm, the fire was lit. Rasputin had somehow managed this, which raised questions nobody wanted to examine too closely. And the kitchen smelled like the paprikash that Wanda had put in a slow-cooking charm before they'd left that morning. They ate dinner at the kitchen table, just the two of them, the way it had been at the beginning. Rasputin occupied a third chair with the entitlement of a creature who had been part of this family for 17 years and had earned his seat at the table. Do you ever think about going back? Harry asked between bites. To your universe, Wanda considered the question. She'd considered it many times over the years, turned it over in her mind the way you turned over a stone, looking at all the faces of it, the weight and texture of what it would mean. Sometimes, she said. I think about Strange and whether he ever figured out what happened to me. I think about Clint and his family. I think about the Avengers, what's left of them, whoever they've become. She sipped her tea. But this is home, your home. And I've learned the hard way that chasing the life you lost is a good way to lose the life you have. That's the wisest thing you've ever said. Don't tell Dumbledore, he'll want to put it on a plaque. Harry laughed. Wanda laughed. Rasputin meowed, presumably laughing. The night settled around the farmhouse like a blanket. The wards hummed their 17-year-old song. The nocturnal roses began their evening performance. They'd developed a new melody this year, something complex and hopeful that Wanda hadn't programmed, and that had apparently evolved on its own. The garden was alive in ways that went beyond magic, and the house was alive in ways that went beyond enchantment. And the woman and the young man sitting at the kitchen table were alive in ways that went beyond anything a prophecy or a plan could have produced. They were alive because they'd chosen to be. Because a broken woman had found a broken baby and decided that the pieces fit together, and because the thing they'd built from the wreckage was stronger and stranger and more beautiful than anything either of them could have imagined. Harry finished his dinner, helped Wanda wash up because magic could do dishes, but doing them by hand was a ritual they'd shared since he was old enough to hold a towel, dried the last plate, hung the towel on its hook. "Good night, Mama," he said, kissing her forehead. "I love you." "Good night, M-O-Y-S-O-L-N-C-Y," she said. "I love you too." He went upstairs. She heard his footsteps cross the landing, heard the creak of his bedroom door, heard the soft sound of Hedwig greeting him from her perch. The owl had been with them since the beginning of Hogwarts, impossibly old for a snowy owl, sustained by the ambient magic of the household and her own bloody-minded refusal to acknowledge mortality. Wanda sat at the kitchen table and drank the last of her tea and listened to the house settle. The fire crackled, Rasputin purred, the roses sang. She closed her eyes, and for a moment she was back in the rubble of Godric's Hollow, 17 years ago, holding a baby with green eyes and a bleeding scar, and the whole impossible future was waiting, and she was terrified, and she was alone, and she chose him anyway. She opened her eyes. The kitchen was warm. The house was safe. Her son was upstairs, alive and whole and extraordinary, and the world outside was a little better than it had been yesterday, and tomorrow it would be a little better still. Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, the woman who had unmade reality and been unmade by grief and rebuilt herself from the ground up in a universe that wasn't hers. Wanda Maximoff put her cup in the sink, turned off the light, and went to bed. Outside, the stars wheeled over Wales, and the wards hummed, and the roses sang, and the world turned. And it was good.